Hello, everyone. We're back for round two, like we said we would be. I figured it would take us a couple days to do this, but Arch, you said you were good to do it right away.
I did.
Is it because you don't want to drag out your introduction to Lance any longer than it has to be?
It's mostly because this was the day that fit best for me anyways.
Oh, okay.
And you cold-heartedly ignored my request to make it today.
Hold on, I didn't cold-heartedly ignore your request. I asked Lilith if she could do it today, and she was like, "No, I can't."
So Lilith was the one who coldheartedly denied my request. I see.
I
Way to
didn't
go
even
to
know.
throw her under the bus, Deb.
Well, to be fair, Lilith, you came home from work from early anyway. You came home from work early anyway, so it all kind of worked out.
Oh yeah, and I proposed today. Actually, I mean, normally I don't do
What?
Thursdays because I usually work.
Dev,
No,
this is not working out well for you.
I'm scrolling through the DMs. I won't be thrown under the bus like this.
I proposed today, and
Okay, hold on. You said.
yeah.
Hold on. Do you have free days coming up? You said I might be pretty busy. I said Arch can do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He prefers Thursday though.
I'm pretty sure I said I could have done.
And then you
today.
said I guess I could do Wednesday at 1 p.m.
No, I literally said right here yesterday at 7:59 at I said I'm fine doing it tomorrow. After you said, okay, so when do you guys want to do part 2?
Oh no, you didn't say that earlier though. I'm looking back to the 8th. Because on the 8th you said I guess I could do Wednesday at 1 p.m. So you didn't mention that Thursday was also an option.
That was previous. Yeah, and we did do Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Dev is innocent.
Wasn't yesterday.
Innocence.
Thus under the bus, Dev goes.
I've got the receipts.
Ka-thump-a-thump. Ka-thump-a-thump.
Oh, so chat, how have you guys been? What's going on?
Hello, chat. Weekend's almost here. Got any plans? Gonna go to clubs?
Clubs?
Anyone?
You think anyone in my audience goes clubbing?
I don't know. Maybe some of them. Maybe some of them fuck hot chicks every night. You know, you don't know.
I was gonna say
lots of giga chats in your club.
I was going to say there
lots of giga chats in your audience.
I was going to say that they're not hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Just wait. Naomi needs me to open a really tight jar. Masculine energy, right?
Sure.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Okay. You know, you always call the boyfriend in when you have to open something like that. Okay. So, yeah, I was gonna say that, like, maybe my audience are all red pillars, they're all watching Fresh and Fit, and that's why they're getting with girls every night. Then I realized, listen, nobody who watches Red Pill podcasts actually fucks. That's why they're watching Red Pill podcasts. They're hoping desperately to learn how to do it. I don't know if either of you two have ever tuned into like the Whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit or any of these Red Pill shows. Some of those guys there, like the hosts, seem like they probably pick up some chicks, but the advice they give is kind of wild, kind of out there. And there's no way that anyone who could do it is watching these podcasts. Like their audience are like lonely incels for sure.
Well, judging from how some of your audience defended Andrew Tate when we ragged on him.
Oh yeah.
On that episode, like, it wouldn't surprise me too much.
Here's the thing though, like Andrew Tate actually sounds like somebody who gets with a lot of girls. He's not faking it. He talks like somebody who can definitely rope some chicks in. The issue is that he ropes them in and then he pimps them. That's the issue.
Yeah. And his audience definitely doesn't get any.
Yeah.
He pretty much just calls like the people that buys into his like things like marks at some point, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he calls them marks, all of his audience members, yeah. How about you?
And his brother literally calls like the people who buy into his girls' cam shows he literally calls his cam show thing like a scam, basically.
Yeah, he calls like the people who watch his shows losers and stuff. Yeah,
his brother. Yeah.
Yep. Arch, have you been paying attention to the whole red pill, the red pill arc on the internet right now?
Not really. The only part of it I've paid particular attention to is the fact that it exists and what that in turn means.
Right. I think I might do a video breaking it down and kind of pointing out why it's wrong. The TLDR of why it's wrong is that the girls these guys describe do exist, but they exist in like LA, San Francisco, Miami, cities that are highly, like, densely populated, very, let's say, degenerate and very warm cities, right? And so you have like girls on the beach, then girls in the club. And so these girls exist, but most people aren't doing this shit. Most people are meeting girls like at school. They're meeting their coworkers. Like, they're having regular relationships. They're not doing this weird shit that these red pillars talk about.
Thing is, I don't think it's, how do I put it? The fact that this is a thing that exists isn't even the problem in my mind, because this is just, how do I say this without being remarkably uncharitable?
Okay.
It exists because people are desperate for advice. And then you have people who have, through, in the case of Andrew Tate, mostly through good old-fashioned psycho nonsense, found themselves in a position where they possess the thing that other people want. Although the way in which they have gained it is not the way in which normal people do get it.
Yeah.
It's like that in and of itself, I don't even mind, because this would normally have a very small audience. It's like the pickup artists of yesteryears, which was viewed near universally as not only scams, but just kind of cringe and pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is that now, after years of, well, ever slowly sliding dating standards, problems in the dating market, female power in the sexual marketplace, etc., this is really too complex of a fucking topic for me to talk about off the top of my head, honestly.
Yeah, this is the pre-show. We're just kind of warming up right now, waiting for people to show up.
I can break this down very easily.
Okay, do it.
The lack of a father figure.
Oh, okay. Kind of, yeah.
So,
yeah,
so they
in both the guys and the
seek for
girls.
someone like, basically. So they seek someone like Andrew Tate when they could be listening to a far better people to take advice, such as a AI-generated voice of Joshua Graham or Kratos.
Yeah.
Giving life advice.
So
that's where you should take your advice.
That's where you take your advice from? It's from AI? I don't know about that either.
No, the AI voices, but it's
AI
written by real
voices?
people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, basically, the
Basically, like Joshua Graham telling you to clean up your room and how to respect women.
Right,
and basically that type of stuff.
So,
the thing is, okay, this is a goddamn complex situation, but the whole thing, all right, the whole respect women.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them don't want to, like, genuinely. That is the target they're going after here, the non-self-respecting women. Like, no, not a self-respecting woman would work as a cam whore for some dude she knows has like 7 other girls.
Yep.
But this is the fantasy, because a lot of people don't know what normal women are anymore, because they hear the horror stories of people getting accused of rape for touching a girl at the shop, like, okay, Jesus. Then they approach a girl, maybe in public, and get shot down. It's like, okay, that didn't work. And they're casting about for some form of answers to what's going on, and that is exactly what people like Andrew Tate are selling. They're selling their answer to this issue.
Yep. I know Sargon framed it as like, so Sargon is on an Evola kick right now, right? I don't know if you paid attention to that like the current Sargon arc reading Evola, or if you know what Evola is all about.
I know a bit about Evola, yes.
So part of Evola's philosophy is the idea of solar and lunar energy, which is a really mystical, spooky woo way of putting like positivity and negativity. That's basically it. So for example, the solar masculine is a type of positive masculinity where you have like a father who does good, positive father things, and then a type of lunar masculinity is Andrew Tate, where Andrew Tate is undeniably masculine, but he's also undeniably negative. And so you have like solar and lunar masculinity and solar and lunar femininity, and that's the lens that Sargon is looking at this stuff right now. Because right now there's kind of like a civil war happening on the online right, where the tradcons are fighting the red pillars, because even though they're both at least somewhat right leaning, they don't get along at all. Because the tradcons, they're all about monogamy and stable relationships you can have children in, and there's going to be some religion involved in that. There's going to be cultural traditions involved in that. There's going to be duty and honor and loyalty and sacrifice and all of those non-material virtues. Okay. Meanwhile, the red pillars are all about fucking as many women as possible. And it's like, well, that's from the tradcon position, that's like quite degenerate. But at the same time, they have like similar views on, let's say, biology, or they have similar views on certain other political topics. So it's been kind of fun watching the right have some infighting, the way that we've been watching the left infight between like the TERFs versus the trans activists, or the socialists versus the progressives. There's been a lot of leftist infighting. It's kind of fun to watch.
Are not leftists, though.
They absolutely
they
are.
are not.
They absolutely
Like,
are. Nope.
A
In
lot
fact,
of, like,
a year ago you said TERFs were leftists, Lilith. Yes.
and my opinions have since changed with evolving culture.
But they got wrong opinions now. They drifted into the wrong camp.
Well, I will actually dispute the description of Evola here a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it's not really a question of lunar masculinity. How do I put this? God, because now we're entering into the realms of metaphysics, which is frankly a thing I haven't studied over much.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't the idea of lunar masculinity. The lunar and the solar are diametrically opposed. You cannot have it. Like, it's the feminine and the masculine. And it isn't even negativity or positivity. It's more along the lines of constructive, non-constructive. And there is a balance to this as well. This is something that Evola didn't really embrace much at all. For him, it's good versus evil. The feminine, the lunar, is negative and near universally destructive, whereas the masculine, the solar, is universally positive.
Oh,
One can guess his opinion on women.
Oh, well, his opinion on women was that they too can be solar. Like, feminine does not necessarily refer to gender here. It's behavioral patterns and the values of what you do. Like Andrew Tate, for example, would not be solar because he's masculine. Andrew Tate is very clearly subversive. He's somebody who does not add much to society. In fact, he probably detracts from it by preying on people. Andrew Tate would absolutely be a lunar aspect.
I see.
I think we're saying basically the same thing using different words. I do know
Possibly.
I do know that Sargon has specifically called Andrew Tate lunar masculine, though. That is a specific term that he's used, yeah. But I see your point. Is that like constructive versus non-constructive? Yeah, like building something positive versus not. Maybe just building something negative.
Yes, because Andrew Tate would definitely not be a solar icon of virtue in Evola's mind.
Yeah. The reason that they are lunar and solar is because a lot of Evola's writing in the post-fascist period is all about like mysticism. There's a lot of introspection. There's a lot of like talking about old world religions from thousands of years ago. There's a lot of spooky woo stuff in Evola's writing after 1945.
I wouldn't describe it as spooky woo.
You wouldn't?
No, because he does make a fairly logical point for what he's saying. Now, the lunar and the solar, etc., is literally just the arbitrary designator he gives to it, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, well, I need a name for this, and you can look at the Romans as one of the other examples. They're solar. Okay. Virtually all of the advancing civilizations that were on the rise, young and vital, usually use some form of solar iconography. You've got the Vikings, you've got the Romans, for example. And opposing them were
Yep.
usually some form of lunar iconography,
I
like
think-
the
I think-
Carthaginians.
I think, yeah, China and Japan both use the sun as well.
Yes. So it's not as mystical as it sounds.
Mhm.
But it obviously deals with the metaphysical, which is stuff that is inobservable, like the value of rituals, for example. But it's not the value of rituals as in casting magic or anything. It's like, okay, well, if you observe these series of actions, then seemingly we come out with a superior result. Why? Well, is it the value of tradition? Is it the ability to go through with it? Is it self-discipline? Yada, yada, yada. He leaves a lot of that open to speculation, which is why I think the mysticism take of it comes through a little bit.
Yeah. A lot of it is basically, I think, because he was a lover of a lot of ancient religions, and he's like, I'm just going to use terms from, old dead civilizations in a way that kind of like fits with what he was writing. That was kind of his thing, I think.
Yes.
It's funny though, because he lived in Italy during the fascist period, so for a while he had to write fascist political theory. And then after 1945, he stopped that, but then he became a critic of fascism, but he said that it wasn't fascist enough. I don't know if you've seen that before.
Oh, yes. His defense in court was that he was not a fascist, he was a super fascist.
Yes.
But a large part of that was also because he rejected things like the white supremacist ideal, for example. In that he didn't believe that this was a racial element, that it was more of a spiritual element.
Yeah. When you talk about the various components of fascism, there's like the occult component, and Evola fits into that more than it fits into the race stuff, more than he fits into the state control stuff or the economic stuff. He fits into the occult stuff very well, though.
Yes. Although, again, I would add a slight dispute in that occult, not like Goebbels' occult. Goebbels' occult was actual, like, fucking magic nonsense, like dancing in the fucking moonlight to give birth to strong Aryan children, etc.
Yes. Yes.
Oh wait, so that's what that song was about.
Yes, actually it was. So it's on the to-do list. I'm going to at some point pick up Academic Agent's recommended reading order of Evola, because I just want to understand fully what this guy's on about. I did read Revolt Against the Modern World, but I fully didn't understand it. Like, I read it and I was like, I don't get it. And apparently that's common when you're trying to read him. He's one of the hardest writers to read, apparently.
He requires a very particular mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I almost think you almost have to I don't know if pseudo agree, but you at the very least need to understand a lot more where he's writing from, because as you said, he likes a lot of all the old religions, and he tends to write in a style very evocative of them. And if you view that from a modern point of view, it's very easy to just sit there and be like, well, I don't get it.
Yep. Yep, that's true.
Too deep for you.
Well, there is one book. I don't know. There's one book like where the title really interests me, and it's called Fascism as Viewed from the Right, because I think he takes up the position that fascism wasn't right wing, which a lot of reactionaries do believe in that. They say that because fascism is a product of the Enlightenment, it can't be right wing, and that right wing is everything from before John Locke, and left wing is everything after John Locke. So liberalism, socialism, fascism, they're all left wing.
I will say that is one of the points I disagree with, because it smells far too much of the left's everything good is ours.
Yes, I was thinking that too, but I see it a lot, when Adam and Sitch and I, we were going over the open letter to open-minded progressives, that was something that Moldbug really hammered home. Now, Moldbug said that Nazism specifically was right-wing, but that a lot of other strains of fascism were left-wing. And there are some left-wing fascists for sure. Like the Strasserites were left-wing fascists, right? But there's this view among the neo-reactionaries that fascism is a left-wing thing. I think even Taft just said that before. And I understand their point of view. I'm not sure if I agree with it, though. I will say, Taftag is probably the most confusing person I've ever met. I don't know how you can be a trans sex worker and also be a neo-reactionary. Those two things don't seem to mesh. But she's great to talk to. We've done 20 minutes of shit talking. Yet again. It was more like an hour last time. Do you want to just get started?
Why not?
Or you want to talk about nonsense for another 40 minutes? Actually, I don't think I have time, because I said this before the stream started. I'm going to announce it now. Guys, I might actually be doing a midnight stream tonight when Tears of the Kingdom comes out. It's possible. So stick around, okay?
Oh, your weird obsession with Nintendo things. Yeah.
Yes. So come back to this channel in 6 hours, and I'll be streaming some midnight.
Bing Bing Wahoos.
The Bing Bing Wahoos? Yeah. I like Nintendo. Yes. I like Zelda. Yes. I'm playing the new game at midnight when it comes out. Probably. So be around for that stream, okay, guys? Let me pull up what we were doing yesterday real quick. Let me find it. There it is. It's full screen. Okay. So, Arch, you are the one who had never seen Lance of the Serfs before. Now that you've had time to sleep on it and absorb some of the information he's given you, how do you feel about him?
Oh, honestly, I would probably simply just say that he's a person who has been told that this thing is popular. And so he's like, well, this is a popular thing. I believe I shall be this popular thing. And that is about the extent of his understanding of what he's talking about.
See, I don't know. I think he's actually a true believer of socialist ideas. Like a true believer. I don't think he's a grifter. I think he actually believes this nonsense. I just think he's very dumb.
I don't think he understands enough to believe it.
Maybe.
Like, quite literally, because surely to believe in something, you must understand at least some of it.
Maybe. He could. Yeah, he could be literally just an avatar of an ideology, right? Where there's no actual, like, he's not devoting any thought cycles to any of this. He's just filtering it down through the lens of the ideology and just getting the predetermined answer. I mean,
he's absorbing the talking points, but not the information.
Yeah. So that's what his abortion take ultimately sounded like, and why he got argued into a corner so easily, is that you have a preset lens, like a set of rules that you must follow, and then as long as you just filter any information you have through that lens, you can get a prepackaged answer without even thinking about it. So, I mean, the reason humans do that is because we only have so much brain power. You can't just think. You can't think at a high level forever. There is a maximum number of thoughts you think between now and your death. So we have mental shortcuts like that. I think ideology serves as a mental shortcut. But the issue is when you filter everything through that lens, and you don't stop and check, hey, is the result that came out of that actually, does it line up with reality? And that's when if you never actually think about this stuff, you get backed into corners like that. Like, here's the thing. If Lance sat down with even some pro-choice friends and just had the conversation a couple times without, actually spoke it, didn't just think it, but spoke the conversation, he would probably hit some of these roadblocks on his own pretty quickly. This seems like an idea he's had, but never actually had to verbalize and defend before, which is why it comes out so poorly.
Well, I imagine he has simply absorbed the dogma. Like he keeps repeating, it's her body, her choice. Yeah. That's the point of dogma. So he's like, okay, well, her body, her choice. Okay, even if you have to kill the baby afterwards, her body, her choice. Even if you have to actually murder the child who could live, her body, her choice. Without ever absorbing anything that's actually going on there.
Yeah. So we did the first part was about the subway choking. The second part is about abortion. Now I think there's going to be a short segment on Lance's workplace democracy. So let's roll. Let's see.
The left's idea are all chaos. I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me, I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for, or sorry, who our leaders are, right? Like we want to be able to vote for.
He says who we work for. So that he's gonna start introducing workplace democracy in a second, but he accidentally jumped the gun in his head and said it too quickly, but that's where he's going with this conversation. I don't know. I've always kind of taken issue with the idea that democracy always means more freedom, because democracy does not mean freedom. Democracy can lead to freedom, but sometimes it doesn't, right? You can. What's the libertarian saying on this? That a gang rape is a democratic act. You know, it's very easy.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Sorry, what?
9 out of 10 people enjoy
I
gang
heard
rape.
about that one.
Yeah. So the idea basically is that it's very easy for a majority to oppress a minority with using democracy, which is why you must have limits on democracy. That's why America has a constitution. That's why Canada has the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think France has a constitution. You know, these things exist because democracy on its own is just as destructive as any sort of dictatorship.
Well, democracy is a tool, essentially. Like it's not an objective like moral good that things are democratic. It's useful in certain instances, and like in some instances, there's probably better to leave certain things to expertise. For example, like if you're getting a brain surgery, would you want okay, let's take 12 people off the streets and ask them what's the best course of action when it comes to what to do with this patient.
Brain surgery by majority rule. Sounds fun.
Exactly, right? Exactly. So, man, I this was a couple of years ago now. It was during the height of COVID lockdowns. There was like some screeching Karen on Twitter who posted something like, "These right wingers who won't accept they won't accept the vaccine, and they won't get the vaccine. They won't accept the expertise of the doctors. They're anti-democratic." And I'm like, wait a minute. What does it have to do with democracy? That you don't trust doctors? What is it like? It has nothing to do with democracy. It's these people just use like the word democracy just to mean good things, so that they don't like. And I think Lance is the same way. When he says democracy, he means good things. I don't think he actually understands that democracy has serious flaws. That proportional democracy has serious flaws, and representative democracy has serious flaws, and direct democracy has serious flaws. And these are not good systems all the time. It's like you said, Lilith. They're just tools. They're not inherently good. I've spoken to a number of leftists who just think that more democracy equals good in all situations, and I don't know how you can go through life thinking that. You know, like why should the rest of society be able to vote you out of your house? You know, it makes no sense.
Our word for democracy is, when used in the wrong circumstances, is just the tyranny of the majority.
Not necessarily the wrong circumstances. That's definitely true sometimes. Let's continue though.
President, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace, because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom there. So people who work at their jobs for 8 hours a day have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fun.
We already have that ability, though. It's called voting in elections for labor laws.
Unionization too. You can always vote for a union. You know?
No, unions are fucking pointless, because unions only exist when there is a problem, and when there is not a problem, they will invent a problem. Whereas if you solve a problem via a law, a legal process, well, guess what? You solve the problem.
I agree. Like here's the thing: if there's a serious problem with a company, and the workers decide to unionize to have collective bargaining to solve the problem, and then they solve the problem, the union is not going away. Yeah, that's true.
No.
Right now, the institution is in place. Even if it's no longer needed, it's going to keep being there. It's going to keep trying to grow. Right? Institutions always do that. They always keep. Yeah, that's what bureaucracy is. And I've had personally very bad experiences with unions over the course of my career, going all over the place. Now, to be fair, it was the union that saved me when I destroyed those power lines. So they're not all bad, right? I probably should have been
Sounds
fired.
like a great argument against unions, Deb. Thank you.
I probably should have been
I
fired.
bailed Dev out.
Yeah, instead I was demoted. But I've also been in other workplaces where I was clearly the most competent person on the job, and I didn't get promoted. It was the person with the most seniority. It was the fucking heroin addict who happened to be there for 15 years rather than me, because I was a newer hire, right? And so she got this promotion into a job she could not do, and she destroyed the entire operation. But because it was a unionized workplace and the contract says that promotions based on seniority, I didn't get it, and I should have got it. In a more meritocratic system, I would have got it. That's just how unions go sometimes. Is sometimes they actually hold back people who are better at the job but newer, and that's definitely a super huge downside of unions. But I'm not like ideologically against unions. You know, I know there's some leftoids out there. Actually, Kyosan, if you know who he is, Lilith, he's like a leftist streamer, but he's leftist specifically in terms of unions. He likes, like, unions are his pet project, right? He likes unions. The other stuff, like, he's like progressive. He's not a socialist. He's a progressive, but like unions are his big thing. He talks a lot about unions, and he and I have had a few disagreements, but he's a nice guy. Just that I've had negative experience with unions, but I don't hate them though. Like, unions just seem to be another market force. You know, if workers want to bargain together, that's their choice. It's just another part of the market. But he's not, Lance here, sorry for the side point. Lance here is not necessarily talking about unions. He's talking about worker co-ops. He's talking about workplace democracy. And Arch, I know you haven't seen other Lance content. I sent you a few links of like dumb Lance moments in between yesterday and today. I don't know if you saw them. But in other Lance streams, Lance has argued that every single workplace should be a worker co-op.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Sounds communist
Yes.
and short-sighted.
Mm-hmm. So, chat, for those of you who don't know, real quick, a worker co-op is when there's let's say no one privately owns the business or privately controls the business. There might be an owner, maybe it's like a council of owners or something, but basically rather than having, you know, a meeting of shareholders that decide things, all the workers vote on the direction of the company. So if you're employed, you get a vote on what the company should do. And so every time the company has to make a decision, all the workers, they will vote for the direction the company should take. And there is a specific type of socialism called libertarian socialism. It was at the center of BreadTube as it was rising, and Vosh and the Serfs and Xanderhal, all these guys, they wanted this specific type of socialism. It was not the tankies. It was not the Stalinists, the workers' revolution against the state. It was worker co-ops for everyone, everywhere, all the time. I don't know how necessarily you feel about that, Lilith. I know Arch doesn't like it, but do you?
I'm fine with worker co-ops as a thing that exists. Like, there are some that operate in America as it is, but I do have a problem with making every single business a co-op, because there's probably some businesses that would probably operate worse with the co-op model, and some would probably operate better.
Yeah.
But
if people want to do them, that's fine. Like, it's their choice to make one, right?
if people want to form it, that should be a thing that's possible. And there's also the argument that they make about the current way things are structured, it discourages worker co-ops from being formed. And I could believe that.
That's probably true. Yeah. That's probably true.
That's probably true.
And I think we've seen
and
some
there could
evidence.
be reforms and laws that address that, but I just don't feel like every single work or company has to be a co-op.
I've
I
seen
wish
some
co-op's
data.
best.
Well, here's the thing. I've seen some data that shows that worker co-ops tend to they tend to survive economic downturns in better positions.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know if that's true, but I've seen the data, at least colloquially. I haven't looked into it much, but I don't know. I don't think that means you should make them all worker co-ops. I guess here. I guess my question is: can either of you see why a worker co-op is actually a bad idea? If you think about it a bit.
I feel like there's every decision being made into a democratic process, things could be stalled a bit when it comes to
Yeah, it takes longer.
like
Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes you need quick decision making, like to adjust for situations.
Mhm.
But like, if everybody has to vote on every decision they make, then things could stall for a bit, and the response can be slow.
Right.
That's like the one immediate problem I could see with it.
Arch, how about you? What do you think?
Well, one of the biggest ones, the slowness, is definitely one of them.
Mhm.
But it's also that there's no responsibility. Like, okay, so you fucked up. You cost your company God only knows how much money, like a certain company that begins with a D right now, for example, and run by a person by the name of Bob, who's been losing billions and billions and billions and billions.
Mhm.
How do you determine who's at fault? And if you can't determine who at fault, how do you even determine if something is wrong? Like, how do you define success? Does the worker co-op vote on it? In which case, it's probably just going to be a question of internal company politics, isn't it? It will
Yes.
be very easily to ideologically capture a worker co-op, especially as the very idea of it is usually an ideological one.
Yes. So basically, a lot of socialist theory revolves around trying to end politics as just end politics as a force, right? I know socialists and fascists, they're both anti-political, and what I mean by that is they don't like the idea of politics itself, because politics means debate and debate means chaos, and they don't have a unified front against whatever it is that you're trying to face. So if you can just not have debate and just do the thing that must be done, things tend to work better. That's their idea anyway. And so
if you simply just obey, everything would be so much easier.
yes.
True.
So you make worker co-ops make business more political, not less. And in fact, there's going to be like non-aligned interests, right? Because even though they're all working class, right? Let's say you've abolished the bourgeois, everyone is now a co-owner of their business. There's still going to be differences between people. There's still going to be something that divides them. Let's say you have a restaurant, all right, and the restaurant is a worker co-op. Well, just because there's no owner of the restaurant, now you have front of house staff and you have back of house staff, and they're going to want different things because they're doing different jobs. So you can't really, you can't truly abolish an adversarial system. It's just the nature of life, I think, because people are going to be doing different things, and therefore they're going to have different interests. And that was.
It is also very difficult to get somebody to admit that they've done something wrong.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. What were you saying, Lilith?
Sorry, I was just making like a joke. Ever since there has been monkeys have bashed each other in the head with rocks.
Yes, exactly.
As long as there are two monkeys, they will bash each other.
Yep. Arch, what were you saying?
Well, basically the same thing. Is that it's very difficult to get people to admit that they're wrong, and that's why we have responsibility in board meetings and board systems necessary with the ability to vote out CEOs and so on.
Mm.
If everybody is in the same worker co-op, well, they're probably just going to protect their friends regardless.
Yep, that'll be a thing too.
Oh yeah, like the in-group politics is gonna be a thing.
Mm-hmm. So I think a few years ago I debated, I think he might have been 20 years old or like 19 years old. He was a nice guy, but he was like a young socialist. He was very much into the worker co-op thing. And I remember debating him. And I don't want to shit on him or anything. Like I said, he was very polite. He was a nice guy. I might talk to him again someday. But it was clear he hadn't thought this through. Because I pointed out to him, I was like, okay, listen, you have a worker co-op, right? That means that everyone owns an equal share of the business, right? And he's like, yeah, okay. I'm like, okay, so how do you hire more people? Because to get a job at a worker co-op, they have to buy a share of the business because the business is worth money on its own, right? So, well, now you can't just get a job and then leave the job whenever you want. To get a job, you must buy a part of a business, and then to leave the job, you must sell that part of the business and hope that somebody else wants to buy it. You know? And then, okay, let's say that your restaurant is booming and you want to expand the business. You want to open a second location. Well, how do you do that? Can you get a loan? You can't really get a loan out because, like, is everyone going to have to like vote on the loan and agree, or do you give up like a part of your wages to open up the next business? Because there are gonna be people who don't agree on that, right? Like maybe half of the workers agree to open the new store, and only half of them supply the money. So like the old ones are now left in the dust. So you can't make things. You still can't make things equal because they haven't invested the same amount, right? And then you get to a point where it's like, okay, let's say that banks decided to give loans to worker co-ops for future investment and expansion. Okay. Well, the bank still has to make money, so they're going to charge interest. And the interest has to be paid by the business. So now what you have is you have a situation where you still have an exploitative class scraping excess profits off the top, just as socialists complain that the bourgeois that the bourgeois does to the proletariat. But now, instead of a business owner doing that to his workers, you have banks doing that to workers. So you've really just recreated the capitalist structure, but you now have less direct feedback because the person who's who's scraping the excess profit isn't even part of the business anymore. Now he's a banker. And so I was explaining this to all of them. I was like outlining just how this doesn't work if you really think it through and go down all the serious problems and bring them to the logical conclusion. And by the end, he basically was just like, yeah, I guess this shit doesn't work, does it? I was like, nope. I think I need to do a video on. I need to do a video on why worker co-ops as a rule just don't work, because I think it'd be a valuable video.
Might very well be.
Sorry for the ranting again. Let's continue.
It's fine.
Fundamental belief for
So
me.
what do you mean by stealing from them?
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check and
So
like,
the largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you
I
look
had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National
Good for
Labor
you.
Board and we won.
How does it happen? As you should. So there's a
Okay, very, very quickly. So I know socialists, they believe that that profit itself is theft, that any profits that an owner gets from a business is actually money that should have gone to workers. But Lance isn't talking about that this time. He's actually talking about wage theft, like employee.
Yes,
like,
wage theft is something completely different.
Yeah, yep. He's actually talking about employers not paying their employees and try to get away with it.
Try to skim shit here and there, like every freaking
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
They do that shit all the fucking time.
ton of
Not
ways.
paying overtime.
Not paying overtime. Bosses simply just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yep.
All of it bullshit. And when you look at theft, you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that. Wage theft blows everything out. Like they're not even comparable.
I got-
it's one down here, and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I think that's true, too.
I
I've seen that
get a
before,
paycheck.
too.
I'm good
That's
at math and stuff. And so I look at it and I'm like, hey, there's a problem with my paycheck. And they go, no, it's good. I'm like, no, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it. And I very quickly was like, $67 missing. I want it fixed. I want it fixed now. And they went, give us a few minutes. Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, are you joking? And they were like, huh? And I was like, this is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck.
Well,
Went to a couple other
you can hear it
employees.
through
They
your.
said, I
hold
said,
on.
let me see your paychecks. I looked and I went,
Lilith, you can hear it through your mic again.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Here.
come with me. Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, this is what they did. They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them.
Well, that's
and then,
also illegal.
I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out of work, they said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on. So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a
Yeah,
good,
so-
better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus.
Oh, no, I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of
I think that's
this discussion.
true.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to grant it if that is the case, and at the very least for the sake of argument. I certainly don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion. Happy to engage in it with you guys too. And I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want to go to other issues or if you
We
want to
do.
talk about
I
that.
have
'Cause
a
I would
very
like to
big
talk
issue I
about
wanna
that.
as well.
Budweiser.
You're gonna move to Bud? 'Cause I do want to talk about LGBTQ plus
We got to do it.
rights. That's
So
why,
here
why I'm
and,
here.
and Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad in private to investors, though he's not made a public statement. Sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light is just behind the counter totally full and everyone's buying other brands. So
I just want to say, ah ha 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 ha.
Yeah. So
You may proceed.
hold on. I've seen some other reports where basically their companies only lost about 1% in total global sales, which might be true because America is not the entire world, right? And they probably sell products all over the world. So it might be the case that this boycott isn't actually hitting them that hard in terms of a global scale. But it does seem to be hitting them in terms of an American scale. It seems like in terms of the United States, they've lost quite a few in terms of sales. So I don't know, like it's would a global company like this actually change course if they suffered only a 1% global sales loss? What do you think?
Well, the thing with a 1% global sales loss is a 1% global sales loss in how many weeks or months, and how many billions of dollars of actual income is that? Because that's just sales too. So you're not talking profits now, you're talking revenue, which means that the actual hit to their actual earnings is considerably larger than 1%.
Right.
It's also global, which means that their entire market has decreased in total, which is also pretty bad.
Yep.
But that also depends on whether or not they are even able to change course, even if they would want to, because they are owned by a European company right now with close ties to a certain bold Germans organization.
Right. So it may be the case that the tumble continues to grow for Bud Light. I don't know. I'm gonna keep watching it.
This seems to be the first successful. How do I put it? Like the first successful cancel culture without the use of force from the right.
Right. The first successful consumer boycott, right?
No, not consumer boycott. No, because there's been successful right-wing consumer boycotts before, and anti-consumer boycotts as well. But to begin with, to bring this back to the olden days, the reason why the left-wing cancel culture became a thing was because they realized this was an effective weapon. It was an effective weapon because they could look at somebody and go, racist, and that one single word, without further explanation, without further additions or anything, was enough to cancel somebody because of how negative it was. It was a very bad word. It's lost a lot of its bite ever since, but Bud Light has kind of managed to take up that position now, not in the same context, but it's become something that everyone now recognizes as very bad. That the normies look at it and go, Bud Light, that's a cringe company, right?
Well, to be fair, people didn't like Bud Light before. It's a shitty beer. It's been known as a shitty beer for like 25 years now, at least.
Sure, but there are many shitty things that sell.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, not commenting on whether or not the boycott is moral, it does seem to be working, which honestly is surprising because, it's like you said, up until now, the left has been able to cancel things and the right hasn't really been able to. And
Yes.
it's kind of scary that the right can do it now too. I'd rather neither of them do it personally. I'd rather that be off the table, frankly. But here we are. This is the world we live in, unfortunately.
Another reason why this boycott might be working would probably be the people who do drink Bud Light are mostly if you picture the typical Bud Light drinker.
He's like a redneck type.
Previously,
like
it
right
would probably be like a redneck
Yeah.
neck type, like a rural, probably like middle American. I'm sure lots of them, like, it hasn't fallen, like, as much as you would think it has, but it has still, like, definitely fallen a bit. So it's like,
Also, there has like I guess the thing is that there's not really any Bud Light defenders out there. That's like a difference between this.
yeah, like,
That is the difference between this and Hogwarts, right? Because when the left tried to cancel people for playing the Hogwarts Legacy game, there was a whole bunch of Harry Potter fans who pushed back. They were like, nope, we like Harry Potter. We don't care about the politics. We don't give a shit. We like this series. We like the books. We like the movies. We like our game. Fuck you. But no one's defending Bud Light. No one's coming to Bud Light and be like, no, we must drink Bud Light to win the culture war. Like, no one on the left's saying that. They don't care.
yeah. If you can't convince people to drink piss,
And of course,
spend money on it.
there is the difference is that there seems to be a lot more. There was a lot more people not only refusing to consume a product, but actively going after people for consuming it on the Hogwarts side of things, because they went after streamers. You know, they were harassing people on Twitch, harassing people on Twitter for playing the game. Meanwhile,
people are doing that with the Bud Light thing too.
Not nearly
recently,
as much. Not nearly as much. There was
recently a couple like suspected of buying Bud Light was attacked outside of a liquor store because of.
Really? Do you have a link for that? Do you have a link? I want to see that.
Happened very recently.
I want to see that. If you have a link for that.
Yeah. Here.
Hold on. So Mike in the chat says, so did Dev change his mind that Hogwarts wasn't the same as the Bud? I didn't say I never said they were the same. I said they're comparable. Comparable does not mean the same. It means that you compare them to see their differences. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it's happened in Canada.
Yep.
Oh, Canada. Couple suspected of buying Bud Light attacked outside Canada liquor store. Jesus. A man and a woman who are mistakenly suspected of buying Bud Light were the victims of assault and anti-homosexual.
Mistakenly suspected.
Yeah,
I like that phrasing.
So they did.
It's not suggesting that there was anything wrong with this being done, but it was. They weren't actually doing it.
Let's see. So they were the victims of assault and anti-homosexual slurs in a possible hate-motivated incident outside of a Canadian liquor store.
I like that my haters reflectively call me lying and immediately gets proven wrong.
Yeah, it's right here. It's right here, guys. Oh, Jesus, the female victim required hospital treatment. Jesus Christ. Yeah. The male victim actually didn't have any Bud Light. Oops. There were some rainbow colors on the cans, so they just saw it. Is this the guy who attacked him? Jesus.
The people who attacked him look like freaking absolute mongoloids.
They look like Russians. With the Adidas tracksuit? Adidas, dude!
Jeez.
Wow.
I got attacked by orcs.
Okay. So anyway, yes, so there was this. There was the couple of bar fights we heard about, and then there were the few bomb threats that were called in to places that manufacture Bud Light. So yes, there have been some instances where people have not just refused to buy Bud Light, they also started attacking other people. That's no good.
Oh,
However,
there was another guy that was they threw Busch Light. You remember that guy at the store? He threw a bunch of Busch Light on the floor thinking they were Bud Light.
Oh, Chase, you gotta send me that too. You gotta send me that. I haven't seen that either. But the point is that there seemed to be a lot more, at least online harassment. Probably because it was a video game, right? Like Hogwarts is a video game, so they could do the harassment online. Bud Light's a beer, so you have to do it offline. So there's probably going to be less just based on that. But there was a lot more harassment by people who, like, I did see some people who they just didn't buy Hogwarts. They didn't watch streamers who played it, and then they were saying, "Jesus Christ, the rest of you guys are making us look terrible by attacking people who want to play the game." Like, no, just don't give them your money. That's all you got to do. So it seems like ultimately there were more threats and harassment from Hogwarts boycotters than there were from Bud Light boycotters. But there were like these few instances from the Bud Light boycotters. Here we go. Man in viral Walmart beer smashing video charged with exposing himself to teen. What? Okay.
Yep.
Jesus. So, yeah, he's just smashing them. It's not even the right
He was
company,
bashing
dude.
them. He was throwing it at other customers.
Yeah, it's, like obviously this shit's wild, right? Like it's, my God. So, in any case, it's very easy to say, hey, you can spend your dollars wherever you want, consume or don't consume any product as you see fit, but you obviously shouldn't be harassing people for liking what they like, whether it's Hogwarts or Bud Light. Come on, guys, it's real easy. The true answer is to just drink Bud Light while playing Hogwarts. That's what you should do.
The ultimate centrist position.
Yes. Okay, that's
Yeah, it's the same parent company. The guy who smashed the bush light. That's funny though. It's
yeah.
or I guess not funny. It was like the guy that was smashing the bush light, like got charged with exposing himself to the fucking teenager.
Oh my God! Everyone's saying that the Minecraft server is down. What happened? There's something. I wonder if someone fucked with it. I wonder if someone fucked with it. Here, you know what? I gotta go to the washroom anyway. So Arch, if you want to give your take on the whole the final take in the Bud Light thing, you can do that. Just give me a couple minutes, okay?
A couple minutes.
Yes.
Final take. Large company loses money. Ha 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 ha. There you go. I'm finished.
He was doing that to spite Dev.
I am.
Like,
The
yes,
longer
I
the
will purposely provide dead air.
the longer the air is dead, the worse for Dev.
Yes. Cricket noises.
And what is bad for Dev is good for me.
Yes. Lilith is pronounced Bush, not Bush. But I have to make it sound German. It's like this is like a German company, I'm assuming. And the Germans would probably say it like Bush. I would
I
know.
have
I've
no
never been to
idea.
Germany.
Americans and their beer.
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of feel like there's been more real world examples of like anti-Bud Light or people doing retarded shit than like there's a lot of online like people the anti-Hogwarts people doing stupid shit, but that's like, mainly centered around like harassing streamers and people playing the game, which obviously isn't good. But like I haven't really remember like people calling death threats to the developers of Hogwarts Legacy, for example.
Well, there was the guy that they got cancelled for having an anti-SJW YouTube channel. He received a few.
Well, yeah, but that still is mostly centered around online stuff.
I suppose.
Well, that's probably why you hear more about the Hogwarts stuff, because like real life examples are probably more isolated to like different examples, like whereas online things get spread around very easily. But yeah,
It is easier to harass someone online, obviously.
yeah, all you have to do is just sit behind a keyboard and just tackety tackety tackety.
It's also the problem that the targets they elected to go after. Well, you're going to go after streamers. These are people with an audience that already have a megaphone. They can fight back, at least to some degree. And as V put it, they went after the tits. The Silver Whale streamer girl.
Yeah, someone said there were people assaulted because of Hogwarts. I have not heard of that though. Like you're gonna have to provide like news articles about that, because like that would be like literally the first time I heard about that.
So I've seen that people were harassed online and they were doxxed and had death threats sent to them, but physically assaulted in real life, I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, someone's said like someone was assaulted in real life because of Hogwarts Legacy, and that's just like that would be like the first I heard about it, and like if that was a thing, like I would have heard about this a lot earlier on than this. Yeah, it sounds
So,
like someone just made up.
I mean, maybe. Shall we continue?
Yes, go on.
Okay.
So, did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but
They
they
ran
did just
for it.
both leave.
So,
yeah.
let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
but Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're
that's absorbing...
super anti-LGBTQ plus, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push
Agreed.
anti-LGBTQ laws. So Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh man, I'm so here for it. Keep
Me
going.
too. Absolutely. Yeah. They think that they can pay off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
all for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney. All for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it.
I do love this because this is the this is the good old left wing. Corporations bad. The problem is these are your largest allies. Disney has pushed more of your worldview than practically any other company recently. And as for Bud Light being an anti-LGBT company, etc., I have no idea. But I do know that they're selling cans with pride flags on them. These are your propaganda devices. And I too am more than happy to see them crash.
Well, I think what's going on is a lot of these companies are doing the rainbow capitalism thing to try and to try to like appeal to some segments of the left, but you're never going to have like you're never going to truly have a corporation that is pro socialism. Not really. They're going to be like pro other sections of the left, but they still want to keep their company. So I think this probably is a lot of smoke and mirrors by these corporations that are just trying to keep making money. It's not actually an ideological commitment to leftism.
Could you imagine though, like just like a company just full go on all embrace the workers' revolution, seize the means. It's like
That's the beauty of
cockroaches
capitalism.
for bug sprays.
Capitalism takes the tools of the opposition and then slaps a price tag on it.
Yep. That's the whole thing where you can spend $25 to buy a Che Guevara t-shirt.
Yep, it's brilliant.
Let's continue.
For it. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up, because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you
Yeah,
pulled
they're
it
actually
up,
fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like
We don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens is when we pull up stories, I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail after doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components. Right. Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo of the VP and her husband, how in-depth this story is. So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock, including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah,
so
it's
a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear-mongering that takes place.
You want to open that book?
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue though, because
Right, and that's, that's why I asked about the book.
Okay,
It opens
we
the door.
can get to the books.
The trans question, you might say. So
Dun-dun-dun.
this is going to be the Lance's platforming argument, or it's like, why, you have a big audience, Tim, here at the Timcast. Why do you platform things the way that you do? Why can't you push my politics instead? It's the most soy conversation. The only real answer is because I'm not you and I don't like your politics and I don't want to. That's it. I don't have an obligation to push your politics with my platform. Make your own platform. Make your own Timcast. That's basically it.
Nice and simple, if nothing else.
Yep.
In the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up, I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your show.
I do.
No, I
I
don't.
don't know if he does. I call
No,
it
I
mutilating
don't.
children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
Someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
but then you made
and
it-
I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
Okay, so when it comes to gender-affirming care, 0 to about
Are
10.
you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender-affirming care.
But
0 to about 10 years
You got to
old.
define.
The
it.
answer is yes.
You got to
Yeah.
define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different,
The issue with Tim's rhetoric here is that Lance says gender affirming care, Tim says child sex change. But if we're going purely on the facts, what Lance is talking about could also apply to adults, not children. And so Tim seems to be pushing the child angle when gender affirming care, as the left defines it, is something that also can happen to adults. So I feel like Tim is... if he wants to talk about trans kids, he hasn't set up that conversation yet, and he's kind of like jumping into it, with feet first, without really thinking.
Yeah, it seems like two people are speaking of each other, talking about two different types of subjects, and not really nailing down what
Well, I mean, maybe because
issue is.
what I've also noticed though, Lilith, is that when you have somebody who is like who is very pro trans kids, they will also sometimes just call it gender affirming care, So, but they haven't established that they're talking about kids right now and not adults. But I guess they're talking about kids. Maybe. I guess we'll see where
I think
where it
Lance
goes.
brought up like adults, but
Well,
Tim's probably talking about kids.
I guess we'll see where this goes.
tell
Okay.
us what you're talking about.
All right, so
You're good.
if
Tell us what you're
someone
talking
is
about.
trans and they're young, and until they're about 10 years old, before they go through puberty, gender-affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does
Yeah.
anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing, there's no hormone blockers, there's no puberty blockers?
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on
Okay,
kids
so
under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not true. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
So that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers
They
are
have
given
to
to someone-
because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So you, okay, so you're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery.
I mean, I have a slight problem with it, just because I think Arch in the super secret chat, one of us, it wasn't me, but somebody in there posted that they were going to start gender affirming at the age of 2. Do you remember seeing that?
What was it?
It was the past couple days, and it's like if
You gotta call it the full name, the super secret conspiracy chat.
Oh, okay, the super secret conspiracy chat. So it's basically someone said that like if your little boy is playing with dolls, we're going to begin affirming treatment with them
here we
as
go.
girls. It's like that's ridiculous. I played
ages
Yeah, it's
starting
ridiculous.
gender transitioning.
Okay.
Duke Health 2 years old, UNC Health 3 years old, ECUL ECU health, 4 years old.
Yeah, that sounds wild because I definitely played with girl toys when I was a kid. I am not trans whatsoever. There are many guys who played with there are many girls who play with guy toys as kids. They're not trans. This is like obviously ridiculous.
I guess that young, they don't really think that much about gender. It's like gender is more something imposed upon them from the outside world if they have like a gender role at that age. So it's like to just like, oh, you play with dolls, therefore you're a girl. That's ridiculous.
This is one of those things in that you can't ask the child what gender it is when its only definition of gender is pink or blue blankets.
Mom and dad, you know, because they haven't met anybody else yet.
Yes. I remember as a kid, I once threw a massive tantrum because I wanted to wear a dress. Because my cousin had been gifted a new dress and she was getting all the attention. I was like, well, I would like attention too.
Did you actually want the dress though, Arch?
Of course not. I wanted the attention.
How old were you?
Like fucking 5 or something.
Yeah. Like this is a bit much. This is a bit fucking much for me. Like Jesus Christ, guys. I think I've made this point several times in several different places. Maybe not with you around, Arch. So maybe I can make it for your sake as well. It feels like, say, 20 years ago, things were actually more open in terms of gender than they are now. Because 20 years ago, you could have feminine men and you could have masculine women, and they'd still be men and women. They're just different types of men and women, you know? Now it seems like the gender roles associated with men and women are strictly enforced, but it's just that if you deviate from them, you just get transitioned to the other side, right? So you can't be a tomboy anymore. You have to be a trans man. So it almost seems like it's more restrictive now.
Well, it's that fun thing that back in the day when feminism first started rearing its ugly, malformed head, like we have no idea what gender is. Like there's no such thing. Like look at all of these genderless societies in Africa. Whereas now it's like, oh, you played with a doll at 5? Well, I guess you're a girl.
Yeah, it's a bit much for me. Jesus Christ. Let's re-full screen this and get back to it.
Surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done, and there was a study. Actually, it was Canadian, I believe. 12 to 17, they had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay, so again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that there are people.
So for me and Lilith, I think you said you've agreed with me on this. In terms of surgery, you should wait till you're 18. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah? You're back?
Like, I feel like for some rare cases, like 16 could be for surgeries, but like for most cases, like wait till you're an adult, like, especially for like something super major, like sexual reassignment.
Yeah. So bottom surgeries are the most invasive. But bottom surgery, top surgery, stuff like facial reshaping, that all seems like stuff you should be doing when you're a full adult. When it's your responsibility and you are over 18, you're a full citizen, you're of sound mind. Like this is when you're not a kid anymore, basically, right? We make people wait until they're 18 for so many other things. We should make them wait until they're 18 for cosmetic surgery.
Also, just probably better for them too, for when their bones and their bodies are more settled.
Actually, I don't know if you saw this recently, Lilith, but there was a trans woman who died on the operating table recently, and the reason is she had been on puberty blockers from very young, too young in my opinion, and basically her dick had not developed enough, so it was a very tiny dick, so they couldn't do the bottom surgery where they invert the penis and then make that the inside of the vagina. They couldn't do that because there wasn't enough dick, so they had to try and like use some of her colon, and it basically didn't work, and she died. So
That sounds like just a fantastic idea, doesn't it?
yeah, man, like I don't know. The more I hear about bottom surgery, the more I'm just like, you know what? Until you have Star Trek teleporters, you can just like beam one into you, no problem. Maybe we should just hold off on that shit. It sounds like a horror show every single time I hear about it.
There is there are several reasons why I still kept mine.
Yeah, it seems like I've
Like,
noticed that
Unless I can just get like a fully functional one where I can have kids with it, like what's even the point?
do you really want periods though? Because they suck.
I think it would be a fair trade-off.
Okay. Now, what I've noticed is like, no offense to Rose of Dawn, but most sane trans people that I meet, they don't have bottom surgery. You know, not there seems to be a reason for that. So let's continue.
They're just not good enough just yet. Like,
Mm.
it's not self-lubricating. It's you have to dilate. Like, that's where the
The
whole
dilate memes,
scope dilate meme came from. It's like
or the GDQ dilation stations. Do you see?
yes,
Do
the
you see that
dilation
meme?
station.
Do you see that meme, Arch?
No, but I know what dilation is, and I know I don't want to see the meme.
Okay, we'll just continue on then. Let's continue.
People who get this at 12, that could be the case.
Who would have it? I think
Let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Lupron.
I do love again though, like this is okay. This is Lance mansplaining here,
Mhm.
okay?
Mhm.
Because he speaks with such authority, like this never happens. Then it's like, but it does. Like, okay, so it does happen, but it's rare. Like, but it happens. Like, but it never happens. Like, dude, just your position has already been made indefensible. Just go like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole thing with Tavistock, right? Is like they were just rubber stamping transitions without even looking at people, and they got shut down because of it. So it's just, I don't know. Fuck. There's a delicate middle path that we're currently not taking that we desperately need to be taking on this, and the affirmation thing is part of the reason why. You can't just mindlessly affirm everyone. Okay, let's continue. Oh yeah, but more.
Oh wait, could you guys wait a moment? There was like I think I might have kicked the plug or something, but
Oh,
my computer went off.
oh, you're on your phone now?
Yeah, so let me.
All right, sure,
It's starting back up.
no problem. We'll be here in
I
a
just
second.
have to get the video back.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, basically, I guess like I know there was those like were they 14 or 15-year-old there were females, trans men, and they got their tits cut off, and now that they're in their 20s, they're like regretting it. It's like that was way too young for that procedure. I was way too fucking young for that procedure.
If we make people wait till 21 to have hard liquor, I think massive invasive surgery should probably also need to chill a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, Kiernoth in the chat says, I just want the 90s version of The Path, safe, legal, and rare. Same here. I was always a fan of safe, legal, and rare. You know what? While we're waiting.
Thank you. I
problem.
am.
Hold on, I'll read a few super chats real quick. Oh yeah, Arch from $2 from Joshua. Thank you, Arch. What do you think of 10th edition so far?
I don't think much of it. I have seen very little of it. Like I like their ideas, but they have yet to prove to me that they can actually do any of the things they say. Like, oh, we're going to make the game easier to play, but without sacrificing complexity. I don't think that has ever succeeded in the history of anything. They've always just sacrificed complexity and then usually made the game worse on top of it all.
Aaron for $5. Tate deserves all the derision that can be heaped upon him. Completely agree. I do not like Andrew Tate. Laganap for $5. How to prevent a fatherless child from being red-pilled. Adopt them and use the Destiny child-raising method he posted on Twitter a few days ago. I have no clue what that is, but thank you. Adherent to...
Raising them on Destiny would probably be a lot better than raising them on Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
have to say that.
Adherent to Lady Columbia, $2. Both sides are infighting. All is right with life. Dracus Luthos for £10. Solar and lunar, masculine and feminine seems to link up with ideas I've been developing for my magic system. Light is sun, order, and logical. Masculine, dark is moon, chaos, primal, and feminine. That's very Jordan Peterson-y when you think about it. Maybe that's why they call Jordan Peterson a fascist. And they just didn't, no, you know what? They didn't call him a fascist for that reason. They haven't read any Evola. Leftists haven't read fucking anything. Holtzinator, $5. Hi, Dev, Lilith, and Arch. Hope you're well. Arch.
Well,
The first planet on Shadow Empire
Well,
select
well,
screen
let's
is random. Please do more of those streams.
I will do more Shadow Empire.
Is it a good game?
It is.
Actually, I don't think I've even heard of it before.
I wouldn't imagine you would, Dev.
Is it because I play Zelda?
Yes, it's because you play children's video games.
One day, Arch, we'll meet in real life, and we're going to play Mario Kart, and you're going to like it.
One day, Dev, we're going to make you like a real video game. Dominions or something.
Dracus Luthos, £2. M equals mechanical in civilization. F equals emotion and nature. Okay. I mean, I think that's why you have like Mother Nature, Father Time, right? Like those. There seems to be some sort of wider cultural idea of the masculine and the feminine being civilization versus nature. Dracus Luthos, £2 more. Thank you. Light flows into dark. Dark receives light. Okay, I think you're getting a bit too much into it, dude. I think that's a bit too much. Lady Columbia, $5. Right and left at this point are both altruists that hold the claim that the individual must be subordinated to either the family or the vague community. I think they both use community, you know, like there's the conservative idea of the community, which is going to be some kind of localist thing. And then there's the progressive idea of the community, which is going to be some sort of like tribalistic, racial or some kind of sex class or something like that. But I think you're generally right, yeah. Fondue, $2. We want democracy till the majority disagrees. Have you two seen that thing coming out of what was it Chile? Where they put like a new constitution to a vote, and the vote lost so hard that the descendants of Pinochet came into power or something?
Oh, it was even better than that, because first, the socialist parties were like, okay, we're going to fix the constitution. And everyone was like, okay, great, do it. And they voted for them. And then they created a draft of the new constitution. Everyone looked at it and went like, let the Nazis have a try.
And yeah, so now there's
Give fascism a chance.
now there's
Yes.
actually like a right-wing supermajority in Chile.
Yes, because the constitution was so awful, it actually did, as you say, give the opposition party an enormous supermajority to rewrite it,
Yep.
which is mildly funny.
Mm-hmm. Alexander Rahl, $5. Democracy is 2 wolves and 1 sheep voting on dinner. Republic is 2 wolves versus
true.
1 armed sheep contesting the vote. Yeah, I think I've heard that before
True.
too. Holtzinator, $5. A worker co-op doesn't take into account people's different levels of knowledge, experience, or risk. That is true. Actually, here, if you really want to like blow a lefty's mind when they're really talking about worker co-ops, ask them what their ideal worker co-op is. They're always going to say Mondragon or whatever it's called from Spain. Okay, they'll say it's the world's biggest worker co-op. It's the most long-lasting worker co-op. It has such amazing. It's like, okay, fair enough. Then you ask them when Mondragon was founded and who was in power when Mondragon was founded in Spain.
I have
And
a sneaking suspicion that his name starts with F.
yes. And then ask them what the relationship between the Francoist regime in Spain has with Mondragon. And most of them don't know, actually. Most of them have not gone that far down the rabbit hole. But I will reveal it to you sometime this month, because I am making another big fascism video, and we're going to go over fascist economics. It's going to be fun.
Before we start,
Okay,
sorry,
yep.
since we're paused on Lance's face,
Mhm.
is it just me? Please tell me if I'm wrong, Chad. Doesn't Lance look a bit like Brendan Fraser?
Yes. In fact,
Yeah,
there's a lot of memes about Lance being like a socialist Brendan Fraser, or a less successful Brendan Fraser, or
well, I'm like, I do watch some BreadTubers, but I don't watch Lance's stuff. Like,
Mhm.
at least I don't go out my way to. And I've never really seen his face prior to this, and I was just like, sometimes when it's just we're watching a video, he's talking with it's Tim Pool, and then switches. Oh, why the fuck is Brendan Fraser there? My brain has to do a double take.
Yeah, he looks
Is
like
he doing an interview about the whale?
yeah, he looks like Brendan Fraser 20 years younger and out of shape. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Brendan Fraser on the way to becoming the whale.
Here, I'll read one more super chat before we stop, from Artemis Fowl. Hello, Artemis, again. Worker co-ops ignore the financial risk the owner of the business takes on to secure loans and funding, and robs them of the right to own it. Completely agree. Like, if you create your own business, you're working for free. If you're a worker to a business, you're extracting value from the business in exchange for your work. But if you're starting the business, business owners always work for free at the start, because there's no income yet. You're building it up. You're investing income, right? So the way I kind of conceptualize it is that owners of businesses, they put money into the business and they get ownership in return. But workers of businesses take out money from the business, and they give labor to it in return. So that's why it's legitimate that owners own things and workers don't. Okay, let's continue on. You're back, Lilith? You're all set?
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this, and the Tavistock Center got shut down. Mm-hmm. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason, in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
See, that's pretty much, that was my opinion. Like, if you go back and see me 2 or 3 years ago, I was saying, it seems like puberty blockers are probably okay. They only block puberty, right? And then data started coming out saying, like, oh no, if you block puberty for a long period of time and you don't get the person on the other puberty by giving them the cross-sex hormones, you actually radically fuck them up. So you can't just block puberty in perpetuity. It's like, there's serious problems with that point of view.
But hey, it was a fun experiment that only ruined a few thousand lives.
Fuck.
Okay, so I can address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender-affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't. I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine, okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on
and my position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first, okay?
Okay, hold on. So that desistance stat, right? I have seen that study because actually I think Sitch showed it to me on an Adam and Sitch show at one point. I forget which one it was. I've been on the show a bunch of times, but at one point Sitch showed me that study. And what that says is that people who experience 60 to 90% of kids who experience gender dysphoria, if they don't transition and if they don't go on blockers or anything like that, they will grow out of the dysphoria. So that actually means one of two possibilities. One, that means that the people who are going on blockers and hormones before 18, that they would also grow out of having gender dysphoria if they didn't go on them, and therefore they shouldn't be given that stuff before below the age of 18. And so basically, like 60 to 90% of people who are below 18 who are on these drugs would grow into someone who didn't need them. That's possible. It's also, though, and that's generally the interpretation that like right wingers, they prefer that interpretation. It's a possible interpretation. The other interpretation of it is that we're actually reasonably accurate with who gets these drugs and who doesn't get them. So it might be the case that the people who experience gender dysphoria and then don't go on the drugs, 60 to 90% of them grow out of it. Okay. But it also might be the case that we're accurately targeting who needs the drugs and who doesn't. So that if we stopped giving them drugs, it wouldn't be 69% of them. It would actually be a much lower cohort, because we are accurately targeting the ones who aren't going to grow out of gender dysphoria versus the ones who are. And I don't think we have enough data to figure out which one of those two interpretations is correct.
Right. That's a good faith reading of that. And I guess it's also fair to point out that the problem with that study, I don't know if Lance is going to point out or not, but the problem with that study is that the definition of people that they include are also just people who are just gender non-conforming, or like, as you said, like tomboys or feminine boys.
Yeah, femboys.
And like they're probably not like transgender in the typical sense that we've seen them. So it's not just like all kids that claim that they're trans.
So to be more specific, Lilith, they're not transsexual the way that we used to use the term, let's say 10 or 20 years ago. Like the medical,
right.
Yeah. Right.
Like I guess they could fall somewhat broadly into the super broad camp of transgender, which is like includes like people who are like non-conforming, or like who feel like they're not quite male or not quite female, or people who might feel like they're one way this day and in another way next day.
I hate that definition. Here's the thing.
I'm not a big fan of that definition either. There's like a huge difference between like a transsexual and someone who's just like gender non-conforming, or someone on the spectrum.
That means that Arch and I are trans, because we both, as children, had that one experience of cross-gender, that one cross-gender experience when we were kids, as every child does. So we're trans now.
Oh no, you've been egged, Dev. Oh no.
So Arch, do you know about this study? Like, what do you know about the trans, the like dissistent studies and all this?
Absolutely nothing. But if it was made by Sweden, it's probably shit.
Okay, well, it's as I described. The TLDR is that people with gender dysphoria as teenagers, if they're not transitioned, 69% of them grow out of having dysphoria. So then the question is, well, does that mean that the ones who do transition would also grow out at the same rate? Or does that mean that we're accurately targeting the right people with transitioning drugs? We don't know what the answer to that is yet, but we do know that the number is a real number. Now, Lance is going to dispute that. Lance is going to say the number is bullshit, but I think it is a real number. Let's continue.
Let's get through Lupin.
Hey,
first.
I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found resistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article? Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is gender dysphoria and adolescence perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just to
want to get the mic again?
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around.
Yeah.
Move it.
I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
No, scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to
Wait,
at least
Lance.
skim some of the what the numbers in reference are to,
Lance, you don't got to get used to it. You have the same mic, dude. All right, Jesus Christ.
like the reference.
While you're
numbers.
skimming, when I think of a little kid
Like
being like a
outcomes,
little boy being
psychiatric
like,
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years of consultation between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is
Hold on. So Lance is actually wrong there. That's why Tavistock was shut down, because they were giving out puberty blockers on the first visit, and they were just taking them at their word. So there are some places that seem to be so ideologically captured, they're not even, they're just saying, oh, you come in, you say you're trans, okay, you get the drugs that you want. And that's obviously not gatekeepy enough for this sort of thing. So Lance is wrong there.
I feel like Tavistock's probably an outlier, though. Like, even in America, it's more stringent than that.
In America, it's more stringent right now, yes. But I think the reason...
Especially lately, with all these, like, anti-trans bills coming up left and right. Like, I can only imagine, like, these doctors are getting all the sorts of death threats for even entertaining the idea. There's no way they're not being stringent.
So, oh yeah, hold on. Someone in the chat says that Philosophy Tube said that we all lie about it anyway. Yeah, that's true, which is also part of the problem, where people come in wanting the hormones, and they say, "Oh yeah, we felt like this for years and years and years," and they're like, "Hee, we actually haven't." It's like, well, what the fuck? All right, but anyway, you're correct, Lilith. It is more stringent. It's more stringent in the United States, that's for sure. But I think it was too open with Tavistock, and it was too open with Sweden and Finland, which is why they stopped doing this stuff, right? They clearly went over the line in those cases, and now they're walking it back. Let's continue. And also, I know that like your point of view is just so that the chat doesn't completely fucking crucify you. Your point of view is based on the fact that you transitioned while you were in Taiwan, where it was very stringent, and it was, in my opinion, probably way too stringent from what you've described in the past. So I understand your experience, but it seems like it's gone too far the other way in some of these places now.
I'm also looking at America and hearing the experience of people that are in America as well. So I'm not just taking my example, because I know like the example in Taiwan would probably, especially like 10 years ago, would probably be very rare.
Yeah.
And it's not representative of the world. But I am taking
Crucial
like,
time.
Accounts from Americans who
Okay.
have transitioned.
for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay, I can answer this
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC,
right?
But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
Right, that's the point. Like I brought up, and I was hoping that he would probably bring up. Like they do include the people who are not trans into the categories of the study.
Well, Lilith, it's 2023. They're all trans now. I get your point, though. I get your point. Let's go.
Actual author of the study has come out since and said that. What can
I pull up to confirm that?
Okay.
Because I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to.
Because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning, when they weren't in fact doing that.
Wait, so wait.
Right, that was another problem with that study. They didn't follow up with a lot of people, and they counted that as them not needing transitioning. Well, because they didn't follow up with them.
Yeah, I mean, see,
And they counted that as like, oh, well, they didn't follow up with them. That must mean they're not trans anymore.
that is a possible problem with a lot of studies, right? When people just stop replying like 5 years down the road, it's like, I don't feel like doing this anymore. Fuck you. You know, that is a problem. Yeah, I agree. Let's see here.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you a quick question?
Okay, so he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you just said.
Trans
I
advocate.
need to respond to what
That
you
last
just said
point
right
is
now.
kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again.
That's
No,
literal desistance.
it's
I don't see an
not.
issue
It's
with
not.
that.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone off to a different doctor. They could have done something else, but that is not someone who is verified.
Yeah, I think Let's is correct here, actually, that they could have just gone somewhere else. There's no reason for them to keep doing the study. Yeah.
Widely said, I was trans. I'm no longer trans.
Sorry, Arch, what's up?
I think it's both, because, yeah, that's possible,
Mhm.
but you'd need to confirm that as well.
Yeah. See, it might be the case that they're now a few years in, they're just getting on with their life. They don't want to keep giving the study any more data, but who knows what those people are doing? They could have stopped transitioning. They could have kept transitioning. You don't know, right? They probably should have been put in some sort of unknown category.
And instead, they were included in the desistance category,
Mhm.
which would make that study like you can't take that number literally.
Just real quick here, $5 from Stug. The kids in the studies met the criteria for gender dysphoria care before adolescence. They then desisted. This is not about detransitioning. Okay. So are you saying that there's a difference between someone who meets the criteria for transitioning, but then they don't transition or they stop very early on? And that's different than someone who's fully transitioned and then fully detransitions. Is that the difference here? I don't know. I'll probably have to look into this more.
That's just people who did
Let me
not
pull
show
up
up.
your thing.
Okay, so go to transadvocate.com/
I'm not going to. I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay,
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not
Tim.
pulling up a nonprofit
Good job.
advocacy
So
group.
this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And
you
the
have
person who
challenged
did,
it.
and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And
But
then
you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
but it's featuring the person who did the
Is
scientific
there a
study.
counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay, yes, an overwhelming
is,
amount.
like-
oh, okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay, can you
Look, if I pull up the NIH,
Sure.
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you
Let's
understand
do
why I'm
this.
not
Let's
going
do
to
this. Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance, okay?
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta study.
What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta study on 55
Can I
different
pull it up?
studies.
Can I pull-
Just start looking up Cornell University meta study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55 that Cornell University looked at that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net positive.
Okay. I have to take this is one that I actually do know about because I used it in one of my own trans videos over the years. Okay? So let me just bring this up. Here we go. And I'll share it with you two so that you two know what's going on too. You two should be able to see this. This is the Cornell University meta study that he's talking about. And first of all, this isn't a meta study. It is in fact not a meta study at all. So a meta study is when you take a bunch of different studies that have very similar categories in their data, and then you try to put all the data from all the different studies into a larger data set. And then you kind of make them fit where they can fit, and then you use that larger data set to draw a more wide-reaching conclusion. But this isn't a meta-analysis or a meta-study. This is a literature review, a systematic literature review. What a systematic literature review is, it's not peer-reviewed the same way that a meta-analysis is, and 2, it's an opinion piece that uses the studies. So it's not the same thing as a meta-analysis. So whoever wrote this, this is basically an opinion piece that cites these studies, but they draw their own conclusions from them without re-examining the data. And it's kind of they're kind of playing a shell game with the truth here a little bit, if you know what I mean.
I don't know if this can be qualified as an opinion piece though, because opinion, when you think about opinion piece, it's usually something written up by one person, whereas they specifically use this seems to be something done by Cornell itself. They use "we" a lot, and it seems to be them looking at all the studies and compiling the information and forming the conclusions based upon those studies.
I think this was also written by one person, though. I have to find it.
Where, though? Who?
Let me see. What do you think, Arch?
Studies. I hate them, and I wish to reject all of them. I do not accept the premise of scientific study anymore, because the only thing that I have seen to be consistent whenever this is brought up is that there's always a study that disproves the study, that is disproved by a study, which disproves a study, which is disproved by a study. This seems like pointless garbage to me. Especially these, because these are studies on the human condition. Like, this isn't math, this isn't rocket science, this isn't geology. It's nonsense. I despise these sort of social studies.
Arch is going full anti-intellectual. It's time. Reject reason.
I don't agree that this is reason.
I'm just trolling you, man. I can't find where I saw that it was only written by one person. Fuck. Can't do it. Right? At least not on the fly.
Yeah, it's not written by one person.
I'm still reasonably sure it is. Just that I can't prove it right now, so you can just put that aside for now. That's fine. But basically, yeah, this is...
And that's not proof.
Sure, it's not proof. But the thing is that a literature review is not nearly as stringent as a meta-analysis. And Lance calling it a meta-analysis is just false.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it fits the definition of meta-analysis in a sense of a peer-reviewed sense.
Okay, let's continue on.
This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta
It's
study.
not a meta study.
I'm trying to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also
Give me
just want to ask a
title.
question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies
Yes.
on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, physical surgeries.
Sure, for in each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers. Some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender-affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies.
Okay.
So you would have to go between each study because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do where each of us starts saying well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata study that I want you to look at, regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland.
See, this is the beauty of what I just mentioned. Like, I have a study, you have a study, so let's look at multiple studies, and then, this is such pointless garbage, in my opinion. It's when you have this many authorities all speaking on the same topic, not speaking to each other, not debating it, not coming to a conclusion, all you are ever going to have is an ever-increasing pile of paper.
Well, there's also the issue of trusting the institution that does the study, right? Because you can find a whole bunch of studies that said a lot of stuff that is actually false about COVID and about vaccines and about ivermectin and all of this stuff. And it's because they're not peer reviewed. They come from some shitty journal from India or something, right? Like, you have to trust the institution that's performing the study because most people, they don't have the expertise to really understand this stuff, right? You have to, at some level, you have to trust that these institutions are doing their job. And that's, by the way, that's why I'm not a populist. I don't want institutions torn down. I want them to be non-corrupt. You know, I don't want some sort of revolution. I want to make these things work, not destroy them. You know, that's why I think the people who say, for example, abolish the Fed, stuff like that. It's just wild. You know, it's like no. You can't abolish these things. They have their purpose. But the point is that this system only works if you can trust these institutions. And when they have revealed themselves to be untrustworthy, it's very hard to get that trust back. You know, once you see, a bunch of these medical institutions, saying some stuff about COVID that we now know to be false several years later, it's hard to believe them when they come back around and say something about the next topic, even if they're actually correct. They're not going to have the same public trust that they had before, which is why it's so important to actually say the right things and not just fucking lie for ideological reasons. So what's happening right now is that people don't trust that these institutions are actually telling the truth, and they're not just ideologically captured when they talk about trans issues. And I don't exactly know how to get that trust back, but I do know that we have to get it back or else we are fucking done for. I've noticed that whenever I go on a dev rant, you guys just kind of zone out. Do I rant too much? What's the scoop?
Dev, I'll trust the institutions when they bring me my new phone. That's the only thing I'll trust them in. Like social studies, I do not believe there is any way to create a non-corrupt social studies organization. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be an opinion piece.
You think so?
And at this point, the entire transgender thing has become less of a medical concern and more of a social concern.
See, there is something to that. I know, I keep referencing Taftage, but to bring up something that she said recently, she told me this in DMs. No, I can reveal it. It's fine. I can reveal it. There's a strange dichotomy that trans activists flip back and forth when they're talking about trans stuff, and they switch between it being some sort of a lifestyle movement, which is when it's like the gay rights movement. It's a lifestyle thing. This is just a different way of living, and we're not hurting anyone. And you should leave us alone. And they use that framework when it suits them, but then they also use the framework of a disability advocacy movement when it suits them. So like people in wheelchairs or people who have like lost limbs or something. So they switch between lifestyle and medical as the conversation suits them. So if we're talking about trans suicide rates, or if we're talking about trans women in sports, it's a medical conversation, right? However, if we're talking about if let's say someone on the right brings up that medical conversation, then the switch flips and it becomes about a lifestyle thing. And I've noticed that it's actually like a very slippery trick that trans activists tend to do, is they'll switch between those two frameworks, and no one's really called them out on it yet. So
I feel like trust is a bit hard to regain when a lot of the average people are just predisposed to distrust the institutions, even if the institutions are trustworthy. If the conclusions that they reach goes against the one that they pre-established, that they already believe is real, they're just going to find holes in it. They're just going to disregard it all. It is so easy to disregard it all. Oh, it's all corrupt. I can't trust the numbers. Oh, the science is just like, we've seen this with like climate deniers and like people who think, oh, there's no such thing as a climate change, and because the conclusions disagree with their worldview. And
true.
You can't really blame them for that. I guess you can, but when information that comes out that disagrees with their pre-established worldview, it creates the feeling of cognitive dissonance. It's a physical discomfort for people. It's far easy for them, even if, like, no matter how trustworthy the institutions could be or might not be, even if they are trustworthy, if the conclusion doesn't line up with their worldview, it would just be far easier for them to deny that's even a thing to begin with.
That's true. And here's the thing, though. I think everyone does that to some degree, right? So
yes, everybody does that to some degree.
I've seen progressives.
It's hence why I didn't name any particular group.
Well, you did say climate deniers, but yes, it is.
I did say climate deniers I brought them up as an example because
they do it. They do
the
it.
consensus is overwhelmingly at one direction, but some people do. They just want to believe what they want to believe, and you know.
So I've seen progressives who claim to be very pro science. They immediately turn on science as soon as it shows them a result they don't like. I've seen people who are very pro trans. If they look at an anti-trans study that actually shows a result that they don't like, and they turn on science too. Like, every group, I think, is guilty of this at some point, where they've seen something that comes out of an institution that purports to be objective and showing the truth and the facts, and then they because it doesn't line up with their politics, they immediately, rather than accepting the new data and adjusting their worldview to fit it, they attack the validity of the institution. They say, well, that only has X number of an X number sample size. Oh, it comes from that shitty university. Oh, it's only by one person who made the study. Oh, it's clearly by this leftist university or this rightist university. Oh, it comes from the third world. We can't trust it. Now there's reasons for all of these things to possibly be true. But you can definitely tell when someone is just disregarding a source just because they don't like the conclusion that it makes. And I've seen everyone do it from every different political camp. I've seen them all do it.
This is why I am far more Chad, because I disregard all sources.
only admit what you have personally seen.
Feelings are facts, Dev.
Arch, have you been to Africa before?
Dev, that's a stupid question.
Have you?
Well, technically, yes, but no.
Okay. How do you know it exists?
I've been off the coast of Africa, on tourist resorts where white people live, separated from the darkies.
How do you know it exists?
Well, I've seen it in the distance, and I hear people are hungry over there. I've also paid money for people to be less hungry over there, before I realized, well, this is a waste of money.
How about Antarctica? Do you think that exists because you haven't seen it?
Dev, I live in Antarctica.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that it's you can only truly know what you're currently experiencing. That's the ultimate skeptic position. And at some point, you just have to take for granted that some things exist and you can't really prove it. I think basic human functioning requires some leaps of faith. It's just how it is. And which direction you make that leap and how far of a leap you're willing to make is all going to come down to personal preference. Which is why the institutions need to be made as uncorrupt and trustworthy as possible to make those leaps easier, because society functions on those leaps. We all function on those leaps.
Society would be a better place if institutions are uncorrupt and are widely trusted.
Yes.
With good reasons. I agree.
Ireland, Serbia, and an interview between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So can I also mention something desistance and detransition?
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You have now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta study.
What are the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
The first one is Cornell University. They did a meta study.
What's the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on?
I just want to flag that desistance and detransitioning are 2 different things.
Right.
Well.
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
Oh, he's looking it up too?
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Nice. And the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
You that's from what
Okay,
we
no,
know.
it's
in a
not.
product.
Hold on, like, do we have a standard on why we should accept
There's, if you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing. You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim.
Okay, so I
peer-reviewed
reject
scientific
it.
papers.
I reject it outright.
Okay, so if you want to check that out,
Bro, next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a
This has nothing
meta-analysis.
to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing to
You
do with
can't come.
ivermectin.
You can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works,
You can go
and then
sorry.
have someone
We're
from
not
the
talking
left
about
come to me
ivermectin. We're not
and now
talking about
claim
ivermectin.
meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this: I said give me a study, and you cannot do it.
I am on my way to give you a third meta study. A
Those aren't
combination of
studies.
studies. These
Those
are
aren't studies.
No, if we go study to study
Okay,
back and
bro.
forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking forever. So let's
give
look.
me one study. One. I'm giving you two. Give me
No,
one.
this is embarrassing.
I've got like
Embarrassing. You
20
can't give me one study.
Okay.
I'm giving you two.
Okay, the smart thing for Lance to do right now to counter this would be to say, okay, well, this meta study that isn't a meta study has 55 studies in it. Just pull out the first one in that list. Like we scrolled down just now. They're all there in the list. Just pull the first one out and look at it. I don't think Lance is prepared to go that deep into it because Lance is only basically like he skimmed this shit. He doesn't actually know what he's talking about.
And I didn't even make an assertment. I Googled it and pulled up what I
You
found.
want individual studies
I have
instead of
Googled-
meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure, here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth
he
receiving
gonna do it?
gender
Let's see if he
affirming care
does it.
from February 25th, 2022. This shows
Let me type it in and pull it up. for
Yeah,
you.
yeah, but I can explain to him while you're doing your own research.
Can you-
Kids
I
who
need- I
receive
need you to
puberty
tell me what the name
blockers
is so I
and
can pull it up.
mental health outcomes in
Mental health
transgender,
outcomes in
transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study. The findings: kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Well, hold on.
Also, I will say that when debates get to the point where you're literally just looking up studies and throwing them at each other, that's kind
There
of
is no point.
yeah. Because now you're like, I mean, it's important to know what the truth is. That's true, but you're also like you're not talking about what's right or wrong now. You're just talking about what is. You know, studies tell you what is, but it's philosophy that tells you what's right or wrong about what is. And so now they're dancing around like what the truth, what the reality is, which is fine, but this doesn't tell you what to do about it. You know.
It's not even that, but it's like, okay, this thing tells me what is. Does it? If there are 3 different studies that disagrees on what is this telling me anything?
Well, here's the thing. Even if you get a bunch of studies that all line up, so you actually do have a good idea of what is, that still doesn't tell you what you should do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's going to be a matter of personal preference. Because maybe
Well, what the study is trying to tell people is that gender affirming care works and is helpful to people who need them and receives them.
I mean,
And,
true.
Which is something that Tim is putting to dispute.
Well, true, but that still implies that that's something that you should value, right? Because you could find somebody who operates with a completely different moral system than you, who doesn't value people who have gender dysphoria having that dysphoria alleviated through transitioning. They could say, you know what? Per my philosophy, it's better that people who have gender dysphoria suffer with it than transition. They could hold that view. And at that point, because you have a values difference and not a difference about reality, it doesn't matter what studies you pull up, because it's not going to break through that values difference. That's a different level of conversation.
Right.
Hold on. That nothing to do with resistance.
Oh, that would be
Do you-
like
do
a
you want to go
wrong
back to resistance?
sort of value to be like, all the people who are suffering, they should just suffer because I think they should suffer. I mean, okay, then fuck you.
Well, keep in mind, every moral system has at least one class of people who they just say, you know what, you should just suffer. Everyone. All of them, right? So, most Western normies believe that Nazis should just suffer, and they don't care about how much they suffer. That's like, fuck you, right? The socialists believe that the bourgeois should just suffer. Fuck you, right? Every single philosophy has a designated class of people that they are just okay with suffering. So, the real question really boils down to like who is the class of people that you're okay with being the undesirables. And that's going to be a much more subjective conversation. Your studies can't help you with that,
That's what I was asking you about. I Google search desistance. Wikipedia has 2 studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source? You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a
okay, we're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed source.
If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looks...
He's given him the meta-analysis, well, several. Well, the one that from Cornell, the definition is a bit different, but...
It's not a meta-analysis, goddammit.
Well, fair. But there are other meta-analyses which he brought up, but that's not the point. But he also did bring up like individual peer-reviewed study, which Tim is denying, which is like
they haven't gone into them yet. Like they're both in debate bro mode right now. They're just yelling at each other.
They're doing like the rapid fire thing.
Yeah,
which is really annoying.
Yeah, they have to calm down. If they're gonna have a study conversation, they have to calm down and talk about one of them specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like him just naming all these studies like rapid fire one after another is just it's not gonna really help people, especially Tim, realize.
Well, Lance tends to argue like this. He argues from authority, right? He'll say, you know what? I don't need to actually construct an argument. I can just say, here's the authority of these 10 different institutions and their publications, and just name the studies, and like that's the argument. That's what he has. It's like, well, no, you need more than that, you know.
That you've got 72 studies that found a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different. You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion,
no, 55. That's 72. 55 talked about depositioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions,
of course,
that are peer reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
it's not a study. It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
But the problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain for those that want to understand what I'm trying to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out.
r/science?
I asked you for you pulling up Reddit when
I'm pulling up Reddit because Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejen, explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80-85% because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this. There are arguments about what is true all day, every day. There's arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while others are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have 2 peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin.
Sorry. I was just looking up the definition of a meta-study or meta-analysis. It's the definition is defined as a subset of systemic reviews, a method of systemically combining pertinent qualitative and quantitative study data from several selected studies to develop a single conclusion that has a greater statistical power. Yes. And the Cornell meta-analysis, the start was we conducted a systemic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and June 2017. So that does fit the definition of a meta-study or meta-analysis. It's just because they say it's a systemic literature review, which is also falls underneath the definition of meta-analysis.
Let me
I like
see.
just
Let me just find out here, because that is definitely not what I learned in university. Yeah, so literature reviews they answer broad and descriptive research questions. Systemic reviews are more comprehensive and precise. Okay. What's the difference between literature review and a meta-analysis? A meta-analysis is a subset of systematic reviews. A systematic review may or may not include a meta-analysis. Okay. Systematic reviews includes a meta-analysis component which evaluates. This is something that I learned in university, that the difference between them, and that basically the literature review was much more subjective than a meta-analysis. I can't find it right now. I'll have to look some more on the internets later. But no, I still believe that Lance is wrong here, fundamentally.
Chat, convert to anti-studyism. Intellectualism is a rot at the heart of society. Stamp it out with fire and sword.
All right, let's go.
Harsh is going full Pol Pot mode.
Based.
Actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin. So it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies, and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies, because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is to flagrantly...
Well, there's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know.
I just very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm typically like, we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these
like
treatments.
Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty, and it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is, are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates and PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to pull that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this, you only take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience
anecdote.
happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm
Not anecdote, evidence. Like, if she's able to do a sting operation, and you go like, this doesn't happen, go into the clinic, be given the thing, evidence, not anecdote. Crucial difference.
I know that people who love to cite studies hate this, but it is true. A study is a collection of anecdotes. You have 1,000 data points in your study. That's 1,000 anecdotes. That's necessarily what it has to be, right? So one data point is useful. It's not the whole story, but it is useful. You can't simply dismiss it as an anecdote.
saying it can't happen.
And
I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader
trends.
trends.
That's the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it would make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said, we don't want that to happen,
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But
Okay,
then
so
if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta-studies. We have to look at and analyze global understanding of this. When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children. There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades. It's Lupron. It was just being done.
No, but that's for an entirely different reason. That's for an entirely different reason. So to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is entirely different. It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex. That's an entirely different reason.
Whether or not it's
because you're looking for a different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous. So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
Is not. Yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
Yes, it's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go to the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns, and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all that.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia, about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false. My point is,
Lilith, how much overlap do you think there is between some types of gender dysphoria and BIID?
Not a whole lot, I would say.
Sorry, what?
Like, not a whole lot, I would say.
I
mean, I don't know enough about BIID, but like, it feels very, very different than gender dysphoria.
I think there might be some types of gender dysphoria that are similar and some that are not similar, right? Because I have heard people who there are some people who don't do this. Like, you're obviously one of the people who don't do this. So then these are the reasonable trans people in my estimation. I've heard some stories of some people who do, they get temporary relief after a surgery, and then they have, after that temporary relief passes, they have increased dysphoria, and they have an increased need to get the next surgery, and that this ends up hastening their suicide. I have heard of some people whose suicidal ideation went up after bottom surgery and not down. So I don't know. It feels like this is like an area of medicine that we don't know enough about, considering how different the symptoms that some people report are. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's definitely possible. Like, there are people who have like, for example, like cosmetic surgery addicts who just get endless amounts of cosmetic surgery, and it's never enough, and they end up looking like real weird at the end.
Yes.
The latest grifter, Ollie London, was probably one example of that.
Yes.
The anti-trans grifter.
So, yeah, he transition to look more Korean.
Oh yeah,
that was fucking ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
so
he wanted to get like a penis reduction surgery in order to look more like a BTS member.
Fucking hell, dude. No, it just seems like there might be some sort of sex-focused BIID that is different from, let's say, your trans experience, Lilith. And we need a way to we need the language to differentiate these things, and I don't think that language currently exists.
Unfortunately, probably not.
is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed.
Yes?
Sorry, for language that exists, like, I guess it would probably just be like they have BID. It's not gender dysphoria. I guess we already do have a distinction.
True. We could say that it's like sex-focused GID or something, or BID. But then, guess what? If you ever say that, you're going to be called a bigot.
I guess I'm a bigot.
All right. Did you want to chime in, Arch, or are you good?
Nope. Studies are witch magic. Should be ignored.
Let's hopefully we'll get to the study part of this conversation, because Jesus Christ.
Under circumstance A, but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite sex.
It's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug used to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA, reflecting the experience of women who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
You know, regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though.
But I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings,
she's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings. Yeah. I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans.
That's not for us to say.
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz
What
would
does it have to do with being trans?
well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does
right?
it have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old.
That's a terrible argument from Tim. Like, she's not trans because she's dating a woman. Like, okay.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. Yeah. Because, well, maybe he's doing like the HSTS thing, where like the only real trans women only exclusively want to date men. I don't think that's real, though. I don't think that's real. I think you can actually be trans and also be interested in women. I think it's unrelated.
So the question is, we want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl and then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well. We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating, and that was the big controversy over the past few weeks. The mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is not dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation. Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is...
So that is a real point, though. I don't know the Jazz Jennings story, but if Jazz is someone who started at 3 years old, and then as Jazz has gotten older and older, has shown signs of doing, let's say, more heteronormative things, to use a lefty term, that is actually concerning, because 3 years old is pretty fucking young to do some of this stuff, you know? Like here, what is the Jazz Jennings story? Do you know any of this, Arch?
Nope.
Jazz Jennings, American YouTuber, born October 6, 2000. YouTube personality, spokesmodel, television personality, LGBT rights activist. 22 years old, trans. Stars in the TLC reality TV series I Am Jazz. Okay. So... she lost 30 pounds to have gender reassignment surgery, 2018. Successful, followed by complications with the procedure. She struggles with mental illness and weight gain. So yeah, I guess, let's see. She was diagnosed with gender dysphoria by the age of 4, making her one of the youngest publicly documented people to be identified as transgender. She made it clear as soon as she could speak that she was female, well, woman, I know what you mean, a girl, not female, but yeah. Although the family presented her publicly in gender-neutral clothing, she wanted to be presented in feminine clothing. Okay, so the argument as Tim's presenting it is that this is a person who, by the age of 4, had a gender dysphoria diagnosis, has been insisting this whole time, I'm a girl, later I'm a woman, when she hit 18. But now she's doing some things that are more in line with what heterosexual men do as an adult. And is that cause for concern? Was this pushed on her by her parents who, wanted a TLC reality TV series or something like that? That's possible. There's not enough evidence for it, I don't think, but it's a possibility. So I don't think
there are plenty of examples of adults forcing children to do retarded shit.
Yep. What do you think, Lilith?
I was just saying if that's the example he's using, it's a fairly poor example. Like,
yeah,
just because she's dating a woman doesn't isn't an indication of anything. Like, women also do date women.
That is true. Yes, that is true.
I would say it is an indication of something, because if she starts out saying, I'm a woman, and then years later ends up doing, as they've called it, heteronormative activity, like, okay, That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but clearly something has changed.
It could be something, but it also just could be nothing, right?
Yes, but the statistical probability here is probably that it is something.
I mean, maybe. See, he mentioned John Money because John Money was one of those people who, as an adult, went full on as masculine as possible before he killed himself, right? And Jazz Jennings doesn't seem to be doing that. Jazz Jennings does seem to be still presenting like a woman, right? She hasn't detransitioned or anything. So I guess Tim is like saying this might be the case, and it might be the case, but it also might not be. We don't know.
Also, David Raymer wasn't diagnosed with gender dysphoria either. He was like forced into it after like an accident destroyed his penis.
Right,
and
yes.
John Money took it as an opportunity to be like, ooh, what if like gender is something that we can instill in people? And ooh.
Yes, sorry guys, I said that
creepy sex experiments.
Yeah, I said that John Money was the doctor. So it was the doctor, not the person. Yes, sorry, that was my bad. But you know what I meant. You know what I meant. So yeah, I guess like this is one data point that says that Jazz Jennings might have been Grood, but it's only one, and I think Tim might be extrapolating a bit too much here. It's not unreasonable to wonder, but this isn't a silver bullet or anything.
What if? And that means there may be children who are going to be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender-affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically. In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of... more often than not, these are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time,
you can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote. I'm telling you, it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at data.
Don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad trend.
Should not happen.
Right, but that's okay. This is asinine. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants, and this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, and it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing a rapid increase in the past few years
I can explain that as well.
of young people identifying as trans?
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you read the study,
Yeah,
please?
of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%, for adolescents 62%, and for adults 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it.
Okay.
But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and what data that is collected. So just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
Studies.
Signify?
The history of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States.
What the fuck? That's what?
It levels out. It goes up
Okay.
levels.
We used to treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were, and then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out, and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen Z of all generations.
There was a transgenocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the actual statistics on people abuse, and you can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount.
Tim kind of walked him into that one, where. Okay, I don't know how I feel. Like Lance is partially correct, right? As society becomes more accepting of LGBT people, there will be more LGBT people. They'll come out of the closet. Okay, fair enough, but there is also the social contagion factor. Both of these things are happening. You can't say that social contagion doesn't exist. It very clearly does. But yeah, I don't know. There should be a meme of like Lance like holding up the studies to the camera, because this is a bit much now. Yeah, chat. Line go up.
of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks
So-
like they're
so-
identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't
more
think that
media
there's like
about
a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So, and if you want to change topics to talk about trans genocide, we can move on to that. But you asked me specifically, why is there a spike?
Yeah.
That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is, you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No, right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe.
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization, and then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're gonna go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. Mm-hmm. And if they're a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now?
Okay, hold on. Before we get into the virtue signaling section of the stream, what do you think of that take that a trans genocide is happening because trans people are being sterilized with bottom surgery?
It fits the UN definition.
It's missing one component of the UN definition, and that is that it's not being forced. These people seem to be choosing it themselves.
Seem to be. Then you add in the social contagion factor. Or the idea of the doctor who figured like, oh, I guess we can assign your gender, etc. So you do have actually examples of it being forced.
Maybe not forced, but coerced. You know, if we have
coerced,
there is a difference. There's a difference. Hold on. Let's say you have the example of the person who actually was pushed into being trans. You know, their parents groomed them, or their teachers groomed them, or the social contagion through their friends at school, whatever the fuck, right? That person, you could make that one data point of that person who was pushed into it and then later regrets it. You could say that they were a component of a genocide if sterilization is a genocide. They were coerced into being sterilized and they actually didn't want that. But the trans people who actually want this, I don't think that counts as a genocide because they actually want this. When cis people, when a cis man gets a vasectomy, he's not genociding himself. I don't see it that way.
So it's a genocide with qualifiers.
That's not how it works.
Very well done, if you wish.
See, now the other conversation is the children thing, right? So, we don't give cis kids, we don't give cis males vasectomies. So if you're a 15-year-old boy and you want to go around fucking the high school girls in your school and not knocking them up, a doctor will not give them a vasectomy to do that. Because we save that sort of thing for when you're an adult. You can make that choice when you're an adult, not when you're a child. So that seems to be one possible way in which maybe the trans lobby is going overboard, right? Because even not even talking about surgery, even being on hormones long enough can actually sterilize you. So I know one older trans woman who's been on hormones for 20 years. She's in her mid-40s. And even though she's had no bottom surgery, she can never get anyone pregnant. Because if you're on hormones long enough, you eventually become sterilized. So, and I don't know exactly how long it takes. Lilith, you might know. You might know more about this than me. But if it is the case that a boy decides to transition, goes on hormones at 13, and then before they're 18 becomes sterile, that sounds like it's a serious problem, because now you are sterilizing someone who's under 18.
So the sterilization point, I do know a bit more about it.
Okay.
It's not a total thing. Like, a lot of people think, going on HRT is going to sterilize you completely. I've known like trans women who've been on HRT for decades, and they still managed to impregnate people when they came to the point where they realized, oh, well, I feel like I have a girlfriend or I have a wife. I feel like I want to have a baby, and what they do is they stop or they take or go low dosage on HRT for a period of time until their sperm count level goes back up, and they are still able to conceive.
So here's the thing: the 40-year-old.
It's like I'm sure like for lots of people like sterilization is like a definite like a side effect. It's why like every time when you go before you take HRT, you are warned. Oh, you can't. You have to like watch out. There's like you might want to consider freezing your sperm because if you want to have kids later on.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a guaranteed thing. It's why like in prison, like there are cases where even like trans women on like a full HRT has been like able to impregnate like other prisoners, which creates like a whole new bag of worm with that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a whole different. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is a whole different thing. Yeah,
the 40-year-old that I was talking about, she said that she's been on hormones for so long that even if she goes off them, she's now permanently sterile. She can't impregnate anyone. So there does seem to be some upper limit where if you're just on hormones for long enough, that function doesn't come back. So the issue ultimately is then, if you start somebody on HRT before they're 18, will they become, will it basically be irreversible sterility before 18? Because if the answer to that is yes, that sounds like a problem because now you're sterilizing minors. And that sounds like a very bad idea to me. And also we're talking about trans women. We're not talking about trans men. I don't know anything about what the sterilization rates of trans men are when they go on testosterone. I have no clue. I couldn't even begin to tell you what that looks like. But I think there is a like so when it comes to adults, I think Tim's argument is just kind of goofy. When it comes to kids, I think there's actually a real danger here. That is it possible that these are people who don't have the full capability of consent who are sterilizing themselves by transitioning early? That's a serious danger in my opinion. As an adult, it's your body. You know, you do whatever you want. I guess the question then is like, if being trans is heritable, this is through genetics somehow, it does seem to be the case that because trans people don't reproduce nearly as much as cis people, maybe it is the slow extermination of a demographic, right? If this
maybe like you have to talk to people like Gammy.
Gammy, is she like a
Yeah.
geneticist or?
No, she's like a trans woman on Twitter.
No, I know
like
who
really
Gammy is. Yeah.
Controversial. Yeah.
I know who Gammy is. Don't worry.
She's made the argument. She's recently got in trouble because she says like trans people should not be having kids because they could pass on their gender dysphoria, and it's dysgenic for trans people to have kids.
Listen, I know who Gammy is because she's spicy as fuck. All right, she always says weird
Yes.
shit like that. It's like transgenetics, guys. That's how it is. But no, see, this is something I don't know about. And I guess the other question is, because there's high rates of autism in trans people, is this some sort of autism genocide? The fact that now you have a bunch of autist people who can't reproduce. I don't know. I haven't thought about these questions, to be honest. I need to think a little bit more about it. But like Lance is trying to laugh this off as a joke, but I think Tim does have a point here. It's not as strong of a point, but it is a point.
It is a deeply unserious point from Tim, though.
Maybe.
Also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No.
So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal.
This is one of those other clips that went viral. Arch, did you see this clip go viral too?
No.
No? Okay, so basically this is Lance not actually offering anything of value to the conversation and just trying to shame Tim for being creepy because he's talking about whether or not Jazz Jennings can enjoy sex. And that's not an argument because we're actually like this is a serious conversation here, Lance. Like, what the fuck?
Well, somebody's having a serious conversation. I don't know if it's Lance.
I mean, I've seen several conversations with several different left-leaning people who they do this sort of thing. When you talk about, let's say, the private nature of bottom surgery, they might just try to shame you. They'll be like, "That's so weird. Why are you talking about it? Why do you care? You're not having it. That's weird. That's weird. You're being creepy." Like they do this sort of thing, and it's like, well, hold on. We can be adults here. We can discuss this sort of thing if we're talking about policy on whether or not these things should be allowed and who should be able and who should have them and what kind of limits there should be on these things. This is reasonable to ask. And Lance is just like defaulting to a creeper allegation because I don't think he has anything to actually say about this.
No, I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt to try to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important.
Tim
it's not in my business.
So let's focus on the sterilizing.
Okay, that's not important. Lance, how about we just burn out your nerve endings in your lower half, and we see if you feel if it's important or not?
Yes.
Because I have a sneaking suspicion it's pretty important to the person in question.
Here, not to be
details.
Yeah, not to be too crude about it, but Lilith, is enjoying sex an important part of your life as it is for cis people? Just out of curiosity.
Like, what do you mean? Just like,
and you know what? Any kind of sex. I don't care. I don't need details. I don't care what type. Just, is enjoying sex an important part of the human experience for a trans person?
Can be.
Same way as a cis person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this argument of it doesn't matter seems to be a very callous one from Lance.
I would go so far as to say that being able to enjoy sexual pleasure is an overwhelmingly important thing for about 99% of the Earth's population. Of humans and animals, mind you.
Yes.
Seems to be pretty fucking universal.
Yes, exactly.
I have to remember that asexual people also exist as well.
I'm sure there's a 0 point something percentage of people who don't care, but I do believe them to be in the vast minority.
Yes, they're yeah. If you know what, if Jazz Jennings ends up being asexual, then I guess she lucked out. But I think for most people, this would be a problem, losing sexual function.
But yeah, again, though, this is something that is worn in the HRT process. Like,
yes. Well, see, that's the thing, though. That's why I think most people say that it should be for people who are 18 or older, because you are losing an important part of the human experience, and you should be informed and able to consent to doing something like that.
Of the individual.
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I
Jazz
don't know
Jennings is
anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass
support
legislation?
The sterilization of teenagers.
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
You
I don't have
support
the ability to do
come
this,
on,
right?
Lance,
I support
fuck.
people having access to healthcare.
That's
of
scummy.
course. Why would I want to prevent that just because
Do
some
you
people have
agree-
bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to healthcare. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying like that?
You're implying that every single gender-affirming care results in sterilization. That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also
the-
people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific
deflecting.
example. Let's try this. Let's
Tim,
slow down and go one point at a time.
You
right?
think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger.
Nice
I'm saying
try.
I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans kids are autistic, namely females. So this is an issue in that young lesbian autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you
Don't
multiple
go back to
studies
the studies,
I've given you a
please.
surplus of information on this topic.
Please.
We have
Make up
returned.
six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
So six times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%?
That's not how that works. That's not... You don't...
600, sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them
What percentage
are
of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim, that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people...
Okay, real quick. For all of the pro-trans stuff, trans activism stuff that Lance does on his channel, he should know that autistic people make up a disproportionate amount of the trans population. I think that's a very common thing. I mean, Lilith, I'm sure you know that. Arch, you probably know that.
A whole bunch of trans women are hella fucking autistic.
Yes, like it's very well
I don't
known.
even know why Lance is getting bogged down on this. Like,
Because he's
it's
Lance.
stupid.
Because he's
Like,
Lance.
just say his point about autistic genocide is fucking stupid and move on.
That's
Like, why are you giving him attention on this?
Lance doesn't know how to interact. I think Lance is fucking autistic.
Like, he's letting Tim lead the conversation and instead of just pointing out how deeply unserious it is. Going like it's weird thing. It just makes him feel like I don't know, like,
I'm not sure if this
outraged.
if this is actually a deeply unserious point. I think there's actually a real point that you could make here. I just think that Lance doesn't want to engage with the natural results of his own ideas. I think that's what's happening here. You could maybe you couldn't call it an autistic genocide. That's going too far. You could say that this disproportionately affects autistic people, and therefore maybe we should think about it a little bit. That's a reasonable way to phrase what Tim is trying to say. But I think Lance just doesn't want to engage with it.
Non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of... let me Google it again.
Type.
Because I thought that was sufficient in 24%.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common, 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans people are autistic according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, and in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like, you can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not...
Is that true about Iceland?
How the fuck should I know?
No, I'm just wondering. Like, do either of you know?
You're the European.
You're the European, Arch.
Iceland's not European. It's in the middle of fucking ocean.
All right.
It's in your sphere.
It's in your sphere. You're all Vikings, Arch. That's how it works.
They can choose to surrender back to the homeland.
Not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You've completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what does
stated
this have to do with trans rights?
Right. So we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes up the majority. It does not even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this is very much an effort. I think the left is
24% is not the majority. Tim.
No, it's not. No.
Like, it's a significant portion.
It's way more than the average.
Like I said,
yes.
a lot of fucking trans people are hella fucking autistic. But, like, that's not the majority, Tim.
Nope. But he did say he stands corrected, though, so that's okay.
intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability
by
to
cutting
reproduce
off
to
their
them?
testicles and removing their
That is
uteruses.
not the only operation that is done. There are
No.
trans people who maintain their same genitals as before.
Right.
Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always. And you
Also,
can be
like,
trans and not
sure.
get any operations at all.
So I think you are. So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you support the moral issue or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being because I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability to be or have reproductive function, why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues. China, for instance,
But what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Like, fuck, this is ridiculous. He's like, oh, why should genocide concern you? Like, Lance, stop a second. Think about the verbal engagement you are walking into here.
Yeah.
Just like, oh god, I love it because he's developing this completely immoral position now where because Tim, I half expect he's fucking with them. It's like, okay, I have said that this is a genocide, and Lance has just kind of given up arguing that point, and now he's saying, why are you concerned with genocide? Like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, there is a part of that. Also, I find it interesting that Lance earlier used the platforming argument in the previous section, talking about, Tim, you have this huge platform and you have a responsibility to push a certain kind of politics with your influence. And now Tim has kind of flipped the script on that because Tim is mentioning that Jazz Jennings has millions of followers and everyone watches her on TV. I don't know if he ever gets there, but it sounds like he's setting up to use a very similar type of argument, that Jazz Jennings is also pushing an idea with her large name into the public sphere as well. So I guess we'll have to see where this goes. Flamenco in the chat asks, didn't Blair White have sperm frozen for this exact reason? Yes, Blair White had her sperm frozen for this exact reason. Also, chat, thanks for the super chats today. I'll be reading them at the end, okay?
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Because it's been removed before Jazz could have the ability
But
to
again,
make the conclusion.
that has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have kids, and that's fine and valid.
Right, so my morals would be that a society protects the children because there's certain things you can't know until you're at least 24.
Also, the whole, like, it has nothing to do with us point of view from Lance sounds so ridiculous if you just apply it to any other of his politics, right? What does it matter, Lance, if a worker in a third world country gets exploited? He would never go down that fucking road.
What does the Uyghur genocide have to do with us? Why did we stop the Nazis? They're over there.
What does Ukraine have to do with us, Lance? Like, all of his other political positions falls apart at this point. If he actually,
His entire position is, I advocate for these things because, well, they are good things. And now it's like, well, that's very far away. Why should we care?
Yep. Hey, Arch, if you ever had the opportunity to debate Lance, would you do it?
That feels like a very, very bad idea.
I mean, Xander Hall already ran away from me and Sargon. We weren't going to double team him, but like he had the opportunity to debate us both, and he publicly really wanted it, and then he privately just ignored the fact that we both said yes.
The thing is, I'm not much of a debate person. I've done only a couple in my my existence.
Mhm.
One was against Richard Spencer and Gary P. What was his first name?
JF Garapi, yeah. Jean-Francois.
Yes, where we got him to talk about space fascism.
Yeah, back during the internet blood sports days, you kind of dipped your toes in a little bit, eh?
Yes, and that was only because this was a person who was at the time still on the up and up. Because remember, he was actually popular back then. Gary P. and I almost called him Andrew Tate.
Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer, there you go. Fucking hell, Christ. And I didn't like his ideas very much. And I always had this feeling that he was this kind of guy who was like the classy kind of Nazi, to put it bluntly.
Yeah.
the guy who would be like, no, I'm not this. But by the way,
Yes.
he always felt off. And then the recordings came out, and well, he seems to have been pretty off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that was just because it was a valuable target, shall we say. It seemed to be worth the effort. Lance? This guy does not seem to be worth the effort. Like, even on the off chance that you could somehow engage in an honest debate, which this does not seem to indicate in the slightest, I think it would be a waste of time, straight up.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or
I did
older
do
when
a
the
historical debate once. That I felt bad about.
What was that all about?
Oh, were the Crusades justified?
Oh. I mean, they probably were, weren't they?
They were.
The Muslims were
Unquestionably.
invading through Greece. You had to stop that shit. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, wasn't
And
the whole
I
point...
very much so. My opponent showed up underprepared, shall we say, and it was very, very bad, and I felt bad ever since.
like wasn't the whole point of the Black Army is to stop the Ottomans? Like, wasn't that the purpose of that institution?
Yes, the entire point of the Christian Crusades was to stop the invasion of Constantinople. Now, you could make a different argument for the latter Crusades, but never got that far. Anyways, current year retardation.
Yes, let's continue.
Developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is. One of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois, is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce. So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential with millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz, 100% sterilization. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy. I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business? It's the same.
Because Lance, they're children. All right, like that's okay. Lance is making a fine argument for trans adults, for people who are over the age of 18. You fully inform them, consent. It's their choice. Is it your business? No, it's not. But we're not talking about adults here, Lance. That's the issue, Lance. We're not talking about adults. We're talking about children. They are different. Lilith, are you okay? You've been quiet.
I'm still here.
Are you just sitting this out?
I haven't had a lot to like.
Okay, no, I understand.
Him saying retarded shit, like fucking.
Yeah, no.
Sterilization is not the goal of HRT. It could be a side effect of it, but that is why you go in informing people of it. It's not a guarantee that you'll be sterilized. The surgery, what made Just Jennings sterile for sure was the surgery, which I'm not so sure what age she got it, but I think I'll have to look up what age is surgery.
Let's see real quick. I'm sure 19. So above 8.
Yeah.
Oh no,
so
no. Okay. Some sources say 17.
If she got it at 17, it would be too early. But if she got it as an adult, like that's obviously a decision made by an adult. So it's like,
yep.
I think it's a bit different than taking a cisgender person and sterilizing them when they express they don't want kids. Because like HRT is not the end goal of, I mean sterilization is not the end goal of HRT.
Right. So that is a possible counter argument, right? So for example, some forms of cancer treatment end in sterilization. But if your 12-year-old has cancer, you're still going to give them that treatment with the understanding that might actually sterilize them, and there's no good option there, right? But you still do it. So because sterilization isn't the goal, it's just a bad side effect that might happen. So that's like the difference then is, is gender dysphoria as serious a medical condition as cancer? The answer to that is it depends how bad the dysphoria is, and it depends how suicidal the child is, and how treatable that suicidality is without let's say transitioning treatment. So that's like a whole tangled ball that has to be unraveled. I can see it being the case that for some extremely severe instances of gender dysphoria, it actually would be the best of a bad series of options to transition them under 18 for the most serious, persistent gender dysphoria that's not going away. Now, of course, then the question becomes, do we trust the institutions that are making that determination? And now it's a political question, right? So you can like go through the logic on this and kind of pick out where the reasonable exceptions are, but I'm not sure that Lance is capable of doing any of that thinking.
Yeah, it's probably more complicated than he's able to. At least I made the argument right here, and I don't know like if Lance is capable of making that argument.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out, because every major medical association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis. And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender-affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation. You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too.
Healthcare is making it so the kid doesn't kill themselves.
Yes.
Like, their ability to reproduce isn't gonna matter a whole lot if they're dead.
Yes. But then the question becomes like, well, what is the appropriate treatment for suicidal ideation, right? Because it might be transitioning below 18, but it also might not be. And
yes, and
here's the thing, that take no one agrees with, because the left wants it to be always transitioning all the time, affirm everything, and the right wants none of it. So that's a take that no one agrees with, but I think it's the right take.
Based enlightened centrist take.
Yes.
And I agree, like, despite some people might want to frame me as like I don't think transition should be like your number one go-to when it comes to treatment. Like,
no, it shouldn't be. There should be some gatekeeping on that before you get to that point.
You should make sure that it is the right course and right decision to make, because it is a big decision. It is a big deal.
Mm-hmm. We're at the 3-hour mark, and we still got a half hour to go. Jesus. Okay, let's try to pause less. I will do my best to pause us. I'm doing most of the pausing. I'll do my best. Okay.
It is from University of Utah, because I was reading about this recently. It goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine. Otherwise, the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability.
People are saying it's suicide baiting. It's not fucking suicide baiting when people are actually committing suicide when denied care.
Yes.
It almost happened to me. Like, I've made attempts when I was denied care. Like, I could use myself as an example. Like,
so there are. Oh god.
I've known plenty of people who like came very fucking close to. So because like.
Well, Lilith, let me just jump in for a second, okay? Because yes, everything you're saying is true, right? But there are absolutely people who have said that they have used that as a shield, right? They've said, listen, if you use the wrong pronoun, I'm going to kill myself. So I need to control your speech. You need to be thrown in jail for saying the wrong pronoun. Like, people have taken this down to some very let's say some very authoritarian places where they say to reduce the risk of trans suicide, that goal is so important that we need to bulldoze everything in its path. And it's like, well, no, actually, no, it's not. It's actually not, right? There are some things that, it might sound kind of cruel, but that's just how it is, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to control someone's speech, even if that speech ends up being so distressing that it causes a suicidal episode. Like, these things are a negotiation between different types of people who have different values and want different things. And it can't simply be pro-trans all the time. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, people do take things to weird logical extremes. But it is true that's, like, not going through gender affirming care or going through, like, proper care. Like, for me, the proper care was gender affirming.
Mhm.
For others, it might not be.
Mm-hmm.
But since it was for me and I was denied it, and going through the incorrect puberty was like a body horror story. Like, it was.
Yes.
And it's probably going to be hard to describe for people, or especially for people who've already made up their mind to be like, ooh, that's the correct puberty. Because they literally have no frame of reference for just how horrible it was mentally and physically for it. But whatever. Like, a lot of your audience people are already made up. There's no fucking way nothing I could say to get them to even take my
Listen, I promise you,
account.
most of them, if you gave them a blowjob, they'd be instantly on your side. Because a lot of them just. Okay, let's keep going. Jesus.
Ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you were put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers, and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes
That's
to
wrong, Lance.
Jennings specifically,
That's wrong.
She's actually made statements about this because, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty, and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone I allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year was it she made that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument.
I don't think Lance knows what the moral foundations.
That's why I said it's a very weird thing.
He hasn't read that book.
Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place, the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to feel sexual satisfaction, it's a form of torture.
What were you laughing at, Arch?
No, I like the wording. If you take away somebody's genitals, they'll be upset. I'm like, yes. Yes, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It was just funny, that was all.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an academic argument, we would say, Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult and have assessed the circumstances. But Jazz can't actually feel any of this. Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor came out did a Zoom video on it, specifically I think referring to Jazz, that Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz get bottom surgery? My question, why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that. She explained why.
She
said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
Okay, so real quickly, there are some conflicting reports on this. Apparently, some videos were leaked of Jazz's parents pushing her into bottom surgery. Not necessarily all the transitioning, but the bottom surgery specifically. So I don't know. This might be cope from Lance. We don't know.
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health and always have, but it's not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many LGBTQ plus people face. Why? Because it has a lot to do with hate and a lack of acceptance that we receive in society, like I was saying before. So to all of you speaking about our mental health reviews and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers.
So what was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender. It affirmed her gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
Wait a second. Look more and feel more like a woman. Lance, that's a transphobic take in 2023. Because penises aren't exclusively male anymore. Lance.
Dun dun.
Like a lot of the craziest trans, like radical trans activist stuff completely undermines the trans position. And it's always fun to see it pop out.
Probably because it hurt.
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think Jazz would maintain it.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity. So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say, like, you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is. But that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor. Has nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So
as part of gender affirming care.
And
children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's usually over 18.
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah,
right. And so there are exceptions, yes, but average age is over 18. Like Boston's Children's Hospital
has never
minimum
done that
age, Lance. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
overwhelmingly.
Why would I just don't understand why the it's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of making the hole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
The operation is because it gives them, it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version
that's
of a woman
emotion,
can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be.
It's fine. That's emotion.
That she wanted.
So what I'm trying to understand is why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with in order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that?
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls.
Okay, I don't know about this, Lilith. Maybe you can fill me in. You might know more about this than me. How long do you have to dilate? Actually, do you have to do it for the rest of your life?
Like, it's been a while since I looked into it. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if you do, but I will have to look up more into it. It's just I've made up my mind I wasn't going to get the surgery for years, so I haven't had to look up to it.
Right. Fair enough. Okay. I just thought you might like have known somebody or known some more information than me. Sorry.
Oh, this is something I probably should know, but it's just not top of my head.
Yep.
This is not super relevant to my own position, situation.
Calls it mutilation and abomination. The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual. I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I interject here?
My position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. I disagree.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the studies you have here, the study you have here, the largest one. So first of all, as I mentioned, there have been no controlled randomized trial, but the largest study you cited there, the largest study that you cited there does not say what you think it says. The Stanford University one, it was 27,000 people who were surveyed in 2015, and then there were 2 analyses done of these studies by Jack Turbin, and he lumped data together and did a few manipulative things to get the results he wanted. But there's 2 very important things to mention, which is firstly, this study was based on convenience sampling. So they were speaking with people who were sent to them by LGBTQ advocacy groups and groups that they reached out to. So you're already not getting an unbiased population sample there. And then they were determining whether that person received puberty blockers and other such treatments or hadn't, but they didn't go over the reasons. In fact, the people who hadn't received puberty blockers or those kinds of treatments didn't receive them because they weren't allowed to. And one of the requirements for being able to receive that kind of treatment is some level of psychological stability, which means the people who weren't on puberty blockers in that study were more likely to be psychologically unstable, which we would expect to produce a higher suicide rate, but that wasn't controlled for. On top of that, the data actually shows that the men who were on estrogen were more likely to become suicidal. But what he ended up doing, that's true, what he ended up doing was lumping them together. So he said people on cross-sex hormones are less likely to commit suicide because according to the sample he had of women, that was true enough to overcompensate for the increased likelihood of suicidality in the men. And he just threw them all together as if a man taking estrogen is the same thing as a woman taking testosterone, and we could expect the same medical outcomes. So, and I'm saying that's bullshit.
So to respond to you, I do have
yeah, I have no idea if that's true or not. I haven't looked into this study, but I mean, who knows, right?
All scientists are bunk. Repeat after me, devils. All science is bunk.
Number of peer-reviewed studies
so
related to this.
And if they're as good as that one, I'm telling you, they're trash.
Mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. February 25th, 2022. This one shows kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression, 73% lower odds of suicidality. Gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one is in the American Academy of Pediatrics, peer-reviewed, July 13th, 2022. Between 317 youth, they found
that's social
94% binary transgender stayed the same. Only 2.5% reverting as cisgender, 3.5% as non-binary trans. A UK 2019 study of 3,398 people who had gender-affirming care found that only 0.47% regretted it. Another one, the impacts of strong parental support for trans youth, found that parents who support trans youth, this was 433 participants, double-blind study, 93% reduction in reported suicides.
So
hold on, and I think we can all have the good faith that you did as much work fact-checking those studies as you did the one I just tore apart, but I didn't have time to go into every single bit of statistical information you would bring here.
So what I understand, from what I understand about all this stuff is that when trans people have like parents and friends that support them, yes, suicidality goes down. When they get, let's say, social transitioning and they get hormonal transitioning, then yes, suicidality goes down. However, when they get bottom surgery specifically, suicidality seems to go up, and that's the wrench that's thrown into the whole thing. Is that everything seems to help. That top surgery, so chest surgery, changes to the face. Everything else, but when it comes to bottom surgery, that doesn't seem to actually help, which I found interesting. I don't know how to feel about that, but that's basically those are the numbers that I've heard. Does that jive with what you've heard, Lilith?
Yeah, it comes about right. Like there's more studies needs to be done, especially like on people with surgeries. It's unknown whether the suicidality from the surgery is a result of the surgery not being good enough, or if like from regrets or what. But there does seem to be like
the BIID that I mentioned that might be sex specific. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of earlier. Right? Is that whenever I've heard some horror stories about bottom surgery where like it's nothing like they imagined and it's just terrible and they regret everything. Like Richie's not the only one who's had a story like that. So there's probably a reason why the other aspects of feminization tend to increase people's quality of life, but bottom surgery doesn't. There's probably something to that.
Yeah, for some people it's probably a right thing for them, but for a lot of people it's like they should probably have done more research and looked into it more, like for what it actually entails.
This is the problem. Like you
mentioned. Like earlier people on were saying it's suicide baiting, but like suicidality literally goes down dramatically by
Yeah.
As
Well, I
like,
think the suicide
as much as
baiting thing.
70% or 80%.
I think the suicide baiting thing is the idea that we should start infringing on other people's rights to prevent those suicides, because that can very easily be turned into a political weapon. And that's true. It can be. And we have seen that. So I think there's a delicate balance you have to strike here when talking about this sort of thing.
Mentioned going to studies back and forth or whatever. So that's why I'm fine with, I'm not here to change your morals, right?
Oh,
and that's fine. So my question would just be, why do you think it is that in Europe they've abandoned these practices?
A lot of it was political. If you look at the history of it, especially when it came to puberty blockers and how that was handled, it was in large part a political decision that both medical groups, advocates, as well as pro-LGBTQ organizations outwardly protested. And especially, like, I know you're going to bring up Finland, I believe was one of the countries that did it, Sweden as well. And
the UK.
Let me just point out real quick here, political decision. Sweden is an incredibly progressive country.
Yes.
Finland and Sweden, the feminine foreign policy, etc. These are very progressive countries that only very recently began slightly turning away from progressivism. So if this was a political decision, I don't think it's the kind you might suspect.
I just got a DM from somebody who really follows the VTuber space, and apparently the person behind Pikami just joined V-Shoujo under a different avatar.
Hello, V.
Not V, actually. Somebody else.
You sure?
Yes, not V. Somebody else. Actually, somebody that that Rosa and Tomo know, though. Another friend.
Well, Dev, are you going to criticize Pikami some more?
Maybe I should. Maybe I was correct all along. I can't wait. I can't wait for my fucking vindication to finally come.
Maybe it was all just a long con to get a better contract at a different company.
Yes. Which would
that
mean
would be the twist of the century if Deb turns out to have been right on this all along.
Yeah. Which means that she wasn't actually a victim.
Oh boy, I can already hear the screaming.
Oh jeez.
All right. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to take this and tuck it away into my folder.
Vindication incoming.
Yes. I'm just going to make the video, and I'm just going to put the title, I was right about Pikami.
Oh my. That's gonna be spicy.
Hold on. Fucking someone in the chat is like, trust but verify. Kiernoth, you have been doing the opposite of trusting but verifying this entire time when it comes to conversations about institutions. I've been watching the chat. Don't you fucking dare have that standard now when it suits you. Is Lilith against detransitioners or desisters? No, as far as I know, she's not.
Nope, I'm not.
No.
Like, I fully support them. I actually am friends with at least one.
Hold on. Big Chief TUF, even if you are right, who cares? Dude, I fucking went viral a couple weeks ago. I was like public enemy #1. YouTubers are making videos about me. I lost like 800 subs. If I was right about that, then I was correct not to back down. No, we're going on the Dev redemption arc right fucking now. God damn it. You know what? I need to revive this drama so I can finally win at it. I'm going to repost everything on Twitter again. Fuck it. Let's go here. You want to talk about suicidality? I'm going to suicide my YouTube channel over this. Fuck it. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Okay, let's finish this fucking video.
Yeah, and in a number of cases, this is something in which experts in the fields of endocrinology, pediatrics, they were very opposed to it. It was politicians who were pushing for this. And so this was a political decision. This is why I don't like when politics get directly involved in medical decisions, because, I mean, like you were saying, if you want to look up the actual organizations that support this, it's every major medical association in the United States. Everyone, without fail.
But they're for profit. A lot of times, if you don't get politically involved in the medical industry, they'll experiment on humans for money.
And also,
some of them are. Some of them are not. If I listed them to you right now, because I have the list, some of these are not for-profit institutions just looking to make a fucking buck. Some of these are just genuinely concerned about child healthcare.
And some of them have various, I mean, ideological biases. This isn't always about money all the time. But if you're going to reject what Tim is saying about medical institutions no longer performing these operations in Nordic Europe because you're claiming.
So these are two like reasonable objections, right? It's like, one is that a trans person is a lifelong patient. They're going to be buying hormones. They're going to be buying. It doesn't even if like the state covers that through some sort of healthcare service, that's still money going into the pockets of pharmaceutical companies. They still have a profit motive here. And two, you have ideological capture, people who just want to see more trans people exist. So these are both possibilities. It's not ironclad that they are happening, but it is something to keep in mind that they might be happening.
Those institutions have become political. I don't know how you could give any credibility to the American ones.
So it's not the.
Do you think the American model of practicing medicine is better than the model in Nordic Europe?
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
It's not the organizations themselves that have done it distinctly. It was politicians and political organizations as well as think tanks that were pushing for it, and it was a lot of experts in the field that directly wanted it not to happen. That were fighting against it.
Then why is it the case that the nation that started doing this earlier than any of the others was the Netherlands? They started around 1990 administering puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children who purported to be struggling with feelings of dysphoria. And so they have some of the longest term data available on this. And what they found is that transitioning has no effect on suicidality. That's part of the studies that I'm interested in, is the suicide stuff. Like in 2022, they measured a bunch of people that transitioned. They were suicidal. They transitioned. Now they're not. But it's like, hey, that was 8 months ago. Like, how are you going to feel in 4 years from now? So it's hard to say like now they're no longer suicidal just because they're like, yeah, I'm not suicidal now. But like we need long-term studies.
We do need to go to super chats because we're way past. But I do want to ask another just question. Like,
speaking of super
do you think
chats,
the Earth is overpopulated?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I want more people. I love people. I want more birth. I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But I mean,
but you're not Malthusian then.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
okay.
But more people means more climate change. You got more mouths to feed. You got more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It also means more scientists figuring out how to cure the carbon problem.
That was kind of weird, right?
More humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll
point out a quick second ago that he didn't care about anybody else's orgasm previously, and it was very creepy to even think about talking about that.
Yes.
I'm being petty and pedantic now, but nevertheless,
wait, I might have missed what
I
you
feel
just
it
said.
is a valid point.
Hold on, I'll go back a bit. I think I might have missed what you just said. Let me just see here. Come on, go back. Work.
Thing, and we'll go to super chat. Kind of weird.
I want more birth. I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But I mean,
but you're not Malthusian then.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
okay.
But more people means more climate change. You got more mouths to feed. You got more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It would also means more scientists.
Right. Okay. Jesus. That went right over my head, Arch. Jesus. More orgasms. Lance, you don't care about that. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. Okay.
And it's in fact, it's creepy, and you shouldn't talk about it because it's weird.
Fucking hell.
More humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll just say one last thing, and we'll go to super chats, and then I guess I want to try and get to the members only portion. Actually, man, I feel bad for going long. We should go to the members portion so we can do audience Q&A and stuff.
There's some big super chats in here.
I'll try and grab as many as I can, and then we'll try to just.
Hey,
we'll
chat, give me some big super chats.
But my attitude is I'm not a conservative. I'm pro-choice. I think I've got my morality, but in the long term, I really don't care that leftists are sterilizing and aborting their children.
I thought you did care.
From a moral position, but like, I'm not a conservative like Seamus, where Seamus is very much like we have to end this because it's wrong. I'm not a conservative. If a woman is going to get an abortion at a certain age, I'm like, I disagree with it, but I'm more libertarian in the respect of like people can choose to do what they want to do. I think it's certainly wrong to sterilize kids, but the end result is the future is going to be a bunch of Christian conservatives and Muslims. And so Jews. Like it's a self
Mormonism.
Yes, but the Jewish population, the diaspora is like 12 million, and Christians and Muslims are billions. Yeah. So like,
but that's happened in Israel, right? Where the more religious Jews have more children, and so they're dominating elections.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we saw this since the year 2000. Liberals have been effectively shrinking. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to slightly move towards conservative in some areas. Likely not because Gen Z is becoming conservative, but because there's less liberal Gen Zers than there are conservative ones. So the end.
That's not really true. Like, they've done recent studies, like Gen Zers are more left-leaning than a lot of previous generations.
Depends what we're talking about. There are certain ways in which they're very more libertarian than other generations. However, as it tends to be the case, people tend to be more conservative as they get older, right? So the fact that the youth of today, they're more left-leaning actually doesn't really mean that much. People,
No, I mean the studies show that they were more left-leaning than they at that age than the previous generations were.
on some topics, yes, and on some topics, no. This was I did an in-depth video on. I know what you're talking about. I did it maybe a year or two ago, and it showed that in some ways they are in fact a little bit more right-leaning, but in a lot of ways they're not. However, the trend is that people tend to get more conservative as they get older, and that is still a trend. So I don't think.
I saw different studies. I don't know if it's the same one, but that the Gen Z or then the millennials aren't getting more conservative as they get older as previous generations were. And like a lot of people have explained it as like this is the economic factors that are causing people to not become more conservative as previous generations were as they got older. But there just seems to be like a change in a trend of people becoming conservative as they get older. It
depends what you mean by conservative, right? Because millennials have definitely adopted a very conservative mindset. They've just it's going to sound kind of strange. They've adopted a conservative mindset about their leftism, if that makes sense. So like conservative is literally just the status quo. And insofar as leftism has become the status quo, it will eventually become conservative to be a leftist. But in a more general sense, it is true that like they're not becoming traditional conservatives, and that is because they don't have a lifestyle that they view as being worth conserving. And part of that will be economics. Part of that will be that they're getting paid less for the same work, and productivity is down, and there's economic problems. Part of it, though, is because they don't have a family, and they don't feel like having a partner and children is something that is they haven't done that, and so they don't feel like that they have anything that is worth conserving in their life, right? So there's a bunch of different things at play here, and part of it is definitely that they are not as far along in life as they wanted to be, but some of that's their fault. Some of that is things that they didn't do. So it's a very complex topic.
The result of all of this is just like, look, man, I'm not going to convince you to vote the way I would vote. I'm not going to convince Seamus to vote that way I would vote. But it doesn't matter anyway, because in 100 years, you guys are sterilizing and aborting your kids. End of story.
Wait a minute, not you.
Well, I think
he's saying I represent the left to him.
Do you? Do you feel like you represent the left?
I don't feel I represent the left. No.
Well, you call yourself a leftist.
But I'm a proud left.
I definitely don't think the left thinks you represent them after today.
Oh, dude, I don't know if you saw it, but the Twitter reaction to this was like, oh my God, Lance makes leftism look ridiculous. He like just hands the conservatives win after win after win every time he fucking speaks.
Oh yeah, Lance is awful when it comes to debating. I mean, at least he has the bravery to do that.
That's true. That's true.
One can't help but groan whenever he tries.
Leftist. I wear that. I don't have to hide that. I don't hide my power levels. I don't wear, some kind of like hidden.
My point is just this, right?
I'm just saying I'm like there's no single voice for the left. I'm not the voice of the left.
No, sure. I'm just saying the left will cease to exist, and the middle and the right will supplant it, and then the middle will become the left, and the right will stay the right.
Here's what I'll say: is that LGBTQ plus people were heavily persecuted by a lot of different groups, including the Nazis at one point or another in history, and you just can't get rid of them.
Communists.
If you and the communists, and if you were to get rid of every single queer, if you got rid of every single gay, every single lesbian, every single bisexual, every single trans person, if you got rid of all of them in a generation or two, they would reappear because they're a part of us. They're a part of humanity. They're a part of all of us. They just exist. They are a part of the human experience.
Yeah, but I think that chart you showed with the left-handed thing.
Yeah.
If Christians and Muslims start dominating, they're going to be repressed, right? So the idea is it's like basic math. We saw this in 2000. Liberals were having 1.45 kids, and
that was okay. Right, that's not quite what they said. But all I heard right there was Lance saying, "You can't get rid of us. We'll keep appearing," and Tim going, "Yes, and we'll keep oppressing you."
Fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, the actual argument is that if leftists don't create more leftists somehow, then the right will eventually take over.
Yes, I understood that. I just thought my interpretation was much funnier.
It definitely was.
conservatives having 2.01 kids. So conservatives were at replacement levels and liberals weren't. 20 years later, we see slightly more, for the first time ever, conservative Gen Zers in some areas. Gen Z is about, according to Pew, as progressive as millennials. In some areas, a little bit more progressive. In some areas, a little bit more conservative, which is shocking because every generation was skewing more progressive. This is likely due to the fact, not, like I said, not that children were like, I'm conservative now, but conservatives had more kids. So it really doesn't matter what your position is if your position is less kids for the left and more kids for the right.
So you think transgender people should have more kids?
I would love it if trans people and LGBT people had children and families. That's my personal morality. But the end result is there is one faction that is pro-abortion, unrestricted, and in favor of practices which result in a substantial rate of sterilization for children. Conservatives, be it Muslim or Christian or Jewish, don't do these things. And so the future is very obviously going to be an Abrahamic conservative country.
Conservatives do get tons of abortions. They just don't talk about it.
That
They
is
just keep
true.
it a secret.
That is true, but they're still reproducing though. That's the point. Their genes are still carrying on to the next generation. That's the wider point here, right? Even if they sneak off to Mexico to get some abortions, as some of them do, it doesn't matter because their genes are still being carried on.
Country.
Yeah, but we need a more scientific religion in the future. This is another 2-hour conversation, maybe.
Let's read some super chats and then we'll try to get the members only Q&A straight to the Q&A.
I wonder if there are any spicy super chats in here. Chat, are there any
We
good
should
ones?
probably move on to our super chats too, because that too is going to take a bit of a time.
That is true. Chat, was there anything good left in the video? Seriously, I want serious answers. You gotta let me know. Not really. Not really. There's a little more. Yes, but I forget. No. No. Absolutely. Oh God, should we watch this? It's 15 minutes. Should we watch it? Oh, Tim asks Lance what is a woman. Oh God, that's right. There was that one final thing. Okay, let's watch till that point then.
I'll try and find some good super chat questions just to make sure. Carly says, as a woman who's had an abortion and given birth later in life, this man needs to do some research, but he sure has some balls for having this conversation on Tubcast. Well, I respect it, absolutely. I thought it was a good conversation.
The Source TV. Lance. Yeah, what is it? YouTube.com/The Source TV?
Yeah, everywhere social media is sold at The Source TV if you want to hear my musings. And I will add that while I do distinctly disagree with most of the takes of the people on this panel, they've been very friendly and very nice to me, and they put me in a nice hotel. And Ian is just as friendly in real life as everyone, led him to believe.
I'm going to the moon. You did.
Let me. Here's one from Marby Doug. He says, please ask your guest if he feels the same about bodily autonomy with regards to the vaccines.
Yeah, I think you should have the right whether or not you want to take the vaccine.
So you would disagree with the vaccine mandate?
A forcible vaccine mandate? I mean, for the purposes of freedom, yes, but it sucks. That's one of those, like, it sucks, but of course, I don't think people should be forced to have to take a jab against their will.
Like if the government said in order to go to
government
school...
like a government mandated vaccine program, I disagree with, and that like every single human being is like strapped down and like, oh, I don't want to take it, but you have to, kind of thing.
But you would be okay with like every facet of society saying we require vaccines?
Oh, when there was a vaccination, like, what was the word for it? Like a segregation of people who were vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Well, like, you oppose the government holding you down and vaccinating you.
Yes, I think you should have a choice whether or not you should do that, but other people should have a choice whether or not they get sick from you because you didn't vaccinate yourself.
Do you think the government should be allowed to mandate vaccines for public accommodation?
Yeah, for certain things, of course. Like, we already do that for hospitals. You have to be vaccinated if you're a nurse or a doctor against a host of different things for obvious medical reasons, and I think that serves an important purpose.
So...
See, I agree with that too, to be honest.
Vaccination for the same reasons.
But so your line is bodily autonomy, but not participation in society.
Well, you can choose whether or not to be a doctor. You can choose whether or not to be in the military.
Well, I mean, like going to a cafe or a movie or something, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that there are certain things where it makes sense from a scientific standpoint, where like if you're a doctor or nurse, yeah, that probably is something that you should be vaccinated for. It depends if that is directly going to have an impact on the broader society if people get sick.
So but that means no bodily autonomy.
No, bodily autonomy, like up to a point. You can choose whether or not to go to the movies. That's your choice. You can choose whether or not to join the military.
So that's my point, right? You don't agree with the government holding you down, but you do agree with the government excising you from society.
We already accept this. The government does that in a variety of ways already.
Right, so the limit is
we already live in that
Madison
society.
Square Garden, for instance, had a vaccine requirement, and I think Joe Rogan had to refund tickets because he sent the show before the requirement, and it was the government that imposed the requirement on all the businesses. So the vaccine mandate, there's two ways to look at it. I think what they're asking is, ostracizing or excising someone from society is a vaccine mandate, right? Restricting someone's ability
you have an ability to, you have a choice to do it whether you want to or not. It's whether or not you can have convenience and pleasure in society. And it's obviously a big inconvenience if you don't get to go to see Madison Square Garden, of course. So, but this is a by case basis as well, right?
The government can pressure you to do it. They can take away pressure, for sure, privileges and access until you do it.
As a matter of public safety, we already allow this.
I don't agree with that part of it.
Different things.
I get concerned about that phrase public safety, because if they're like, this common cold is very, very contagious. Hey, we have a vaccine ready for it. And I'm like, let's do some long-term studies. Vaccines can be very dangerous if they're not studied properly. So maybe that's another conversation to have. I think it's very important not to let the medical industry govern us. Well, that's why we have a government.
Also, this isn't all axiomatic, right? So you could have the position that under no circumstances would you ever support the government mandating vaccines. You could be of the position that you would be in favor of it, but just not for a disease with the infection and mortality rate that COVID has. There's a lot of different approaches.
So Admar says, this guest looks like the kid of Brendan Fraser and Justin Long.
Did you get that, Brendan Fraser?
My life. I've been called Brendan Fraser my entire life. It's a running meme.
Tim, I gotta
read this one.
There it is.
There it is.
One.
I love how they call me a kid, by the way. Hey, just so everyone knows, I'm the oldest person in this room.
I'm 44.
Okay, never mind.
I
gotta read this one. This is important. 1776's Life says, what is a woman?
Oh, would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
A woman is an adult human female.
Easy enough.
I agree with that.
So trans women are not women?
Oh,
also,
absolutely.
I would answer that. What is a woman?
Females.
A woman is hot.
Trans women aren't female, they're male.
No, they're female.
So they have...
Oh, God, Lance!
Whatnot. Oh, this is actually very interesting. Do you want to talk about gametes? So in embryonic development, when you have two gametes, obviously the sperm and the egg, they combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male or a female. But that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual development, DSDs, or intersex people.
It's like
there could be other combinations.
0.017.
It's on a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population. There's more intersex people in America than there are redheads. So there's a lot of intersex people. And
that's if you go with the 2%.
That's if you go with the 2%. Seamus is completely right, but I do want to add one really interesting thing about this.
How does that mean a female is a male?
So here's the neatest part. There are individuals who have XY chromosomes, which is normally what is going to be a male, right? You develop it's not the only factor, by the way. It's a push and pull with hormones and other stuff like that. But there are people who have XY chromosomes. So if you looked at their bones years into the future and you analyze them, they would be genetically male, but they have a specific condition that suppresses testosterone, which makes them develop 100% like women. We are all templates. We are all templates, and based on hormones.
Oh God, Lance, no! Listen, you, Lance. Trans women are not adult human females. No offense, Lilith. I know you don't believe this, but just in case, trans women are not adult human females. You can make an academic argument about trans women being women. You cannot make any argument about trans women being females. That's a ridiculous statement. All right, here. Real quick, real easy. Sex is the trait that determines whether a sexually reproducing organism produces male or female gametes. Male plants and animals produce small mobile gametes, spermatozoa, sperm, pollen, while females produce larger non-motile ones, ova, often called egg cells. Organisms that produce both types of gametes are called hermaphrodites. And of course, organisms that produce no gametes are neuter. So, that's it. That's what makes you male or female. It's not chromosomes, it's not bone structure, it's not hormones, it is gamete production, and that is it. Trans women can produce small gametes, so they're male. They can produce no gametes, so they're neuter, but they never produce large gametes, so they're never female. And Lance does this fucking song and dance about trans women being adult human females that is retarded.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. Not familiar with his argument.
I think he's going down a fucking rabbit hole.
The expression of gender and different factors, we turn in one direction or the other towards more male or more female.
Certain drugs don't affect men and women the same way?
Exactly. And that's the interesting thing. But we can hijack this entire process. If we take hormones, so if we take testosterone or estrogen, we suddenly can have traits that are more feminine or masculine, the redistribution of fat, the growth of breasts, the length of hair, all that kind of stuff. So
the socialist wants to redistribute the fat.
so here's what I'm getting to is I think it was in 1993, they passed a law in the United States that required clinical testing to be done on men and women separately because women are affected by drugs differently. Yeah. And they found that painkillers, for instance, didn't work on women. And so these male doctors were all like, these women are sissies, they can't take the pain. When in reality, it's like the painkillers weren't working.
Yeah, they were
so, and they also, in these studies, found that, the differences between males and females you can't change through hormones. For instance, fast twitch muscle fiber, collagen in the skin, prenatal testosterone, the impact, that won't change from later in life taking hormones. So a male's not a female, female's not a male. Sex is bimodal.
I hate to get all specific here, but there's been some studies published that says gender-forming hormone therapy induces specific DNA methylation. I don't know how to pronounce this word in English. It's not my first language, but it basically it induces like some DNA changes in the blood. So
Sure, probably
it does induce some changes, not like enough to say like turn a biological male into a biological female, but it does like shift the scale a bit.
Yes, there obviously are biological changes when you take hormones. That's the point of them. That's the point of them.
As soon as I speak, there are obviously morons gonna be like, "Oh, Lilith Coop." No, I'm just literally citing scientific fucking studies.
It's okay. It's okay. So listen.
Just as soon as I say anything, these fucking morons.
I am used to the chat being absolutely retarded when it comes to trans issues. It's okay. They are my lovable retards.
I'm not even like whatever.
It's fine. It's fine.
Arch, literally anything I say.
Hold on. Arch, what do you think of Lance's take here?
I think you explained it well enough, honestly.
Okay, fair enough. I think that was the last good super chat. So shall we? Also, by the way, Lil, some people are just trolling you. You know that they're just.
I guess
they're just taking the piss. But here, I think that was the final good take.
A specific study. I'm posting it with Dev, and he can post it in the
what?
And yeah, here.
You want me to post that in the chat?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here's Lilith's thing. Gender-affirming hormone therapy induces specific DNA methylation changes in blood. Okay. To be fair, oh wait, it didn't even work. Sorry, guys, it didn't work. I can't post it. Here, I'll just post the name of it. You can look it up. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like transitioning changes your biology a little bit. That's the point of it, right? But it's not enough to make you into a biological female. That's beyond the ability. Okay. So, it is time for the super chats as Arch recommended. Because like you said, there's going to be a lot to get through. Thanks very much, everyone, for all the supers. I really appreciate it. If you want to keep trolling Lilith, I want you to do it only in super chat form from now on. We're just going to... You know what, Lilith, here. Ignore it from now on. Listen to the super chat. Make them pay for your ire. Make them pay to get angry at you. Okay.
Just whatever I say, is this even shit that's
make them pay for it. Make them pay for it. Make them pay for it, Lilith. Don't give it away for free. Don't give it away for free. Make them pay. Okay. Where were we? Okay. Insane Hippie, $10. Unions also forget or do not care how wage increases for one job can cost others their jobs down the production chain, from increased supply cost for operating a business. Yeah, unions tend to lack the big picture view of things. They're there to advocate for the worker, and the worker does need someone to advocate for them. But they also, like, the idea is that you should reach something that is reasonable for everyone using, like, the opposing forces of labor and management, right? They both have their interests, they kind of smash them together, and then you find the middle ground. Fondue, $5. Had a talk with a prog about co-ops. Turned out the ones that succeed are largely ethnically or culturally homogenous, and they fail when they aren't. Ooh, I haven't thought about that before, but that seems like it might be the case. Alexander Rawl, $5. We got to get Dev a replica Sword of Truth, LOL. He has serious seeker energy with how well he questions people and then finds flaws in logic. Oh, well, thanks very much. I don't know if that's the case, but I appreciate it. Minor Zircon, $2. I heard the boycott is hitting the UK from a Brit. Oh, the Bud Light boycott. Okay. Minor Zircon, $2. The left won't stop, so the right has to push back. I guess I don't like that, but that's how it is. Actually, hold on. Actually, Drew Holtzner, $5. Bud Light sucks. There have been plenty of attacks against people buying Bud Light. If there have been, I want to see them. I saw Lilith gave me a few, but I still want to see more. SP Elite $2. Dev, you should get SFO on the Tubcast debate. Maybe. What do you mean? Do you mean I should go on the Timcast? I don't think Tim Pool even knows who I am. I'm a small fry.
If he'll speak to Lance, maybe he'll speak to literally anyone.
Maybe.
Worth a try.
Maybe. Big Mike, $5. Dev, look up the story of the homeless guy who shat on a pride flag. Oh yeah, I saw that this morning. So the left immediately went full anti-homeless rhetoric when there was a homeless guy who was shitting on a pride flag. It's like they're no longer our unhoused neighbors who just need a little bit of mental health. It's like, no, lock them up. It's like, okay, I see which issue is more important here.
It's a hate crime now, boy.
If the homeless guy is locked up, wouldn't that means they gave him shelter in the end?
Yeah.
What if homeless people just take this as a strategy from now on?
That's how.
Ironically, some do. Like this is actually a tactic in certain colder countries to get out of the cold on shitty nights. Do something stupid. Hope the police picks you up.
I think I've heard about that too. Yeah. Arch, do you want me to control F your name so you can leave early? Like, what are you thinking?
I've got some time still.
Okay. Holsteiner, $10. The left will never come to the table, Dev, and even if they did, it would just be a tactic to buy time. Maybe not. Probably. I think the left does have to be smacked down at some point decisively, so they realize they can't do this revolutionary shit anymore. And then Holsteiner says something else. I agree, Lilith, but remember it involves alcohol just like most crime. I think he's talking about the various fights over beer, where you involve alcohol in a conversation, crime rates for anything skyrocket. So there's probably like a lot of this is just alcohol-related crimes, right?
Alcohol do be making people stupid.
Yeah. Lady Columbia, $10. Can I ask, outside of the political dimension, why is it that the little guy is always given moral sanction? How many big companies are just better, produce more, and contribute more than average people? Because everyone likes a good David and Goliath story. That's basically it. Everyone wants little guy to win. There's something moral in our culture about being smaller or weaker or downtrodden, being a victim. There's morality there. There's virtue there. At least in our culture there is. Holtznader, $5. I think some of the people within HR who make hiring decisions are true leftists, and they put ideologues in positions of power in corporations. I mean, that's true. The people at the very top, they're just capitalists who are flying the rainbow flag to make money. But I do think people within HR departments, they actually believe in this stuff, and they're doing the inside out subversion. Holtznader, $5. One problem we keep running into is that government is a blunt instrument. We can talk all day long and craft the perfect solution, but we only have hammers. I know that's the popular libertarian conception of government, is that it's only a blunt instrument, but I'm not sure if that's consistently true all the time. It might be true a lot, but I'm not sure if it's like something that's true all the time.
I mean, being the resident statist in the room,
Wait,
government
me or you?
has already solved most of our problems. Like, unironically, we live in a society that is better than ever before in human history. We have more rights than ever before in human history. Workers have more protections than ever before in human history. And this is government that upkeeps this.
Yep.
Government, not all bad.
Governments will put in... sometimes they put in regulations that are actually good and not just ridiculous. Sometimes, governments, if a government a responsible government that realizes it can't actually do something, it will contract out to private companies. Like, governments, they're not as bad as everyone thinks. They can be pretty bad sometimes, but like they're not universally bad.
And granted, sometimes they will put in place a regulation that works and then go, but what if we increased it by 5? And then it doesn't work anymore.
Right. Hylian Juggalo, $5. The inconsistency of Lance and his ilk. They want age limits for weapons, and they want to remove age limits for irreversible surgeries. I think Lance later clarified that he still actually no, he didn't clarify. He said that it doesn't happen under 18, not that he wanted it or not. So okay, I get the point though. Thank you. Kierna.
Well, I'm consistent. Remove age limits for weapons.
Listen, if you remove age limits for weapons, but then put in age limits for bottom surgery, then you'll have a whole bunch of people just using their guns for bottom surgery. That's how it'll end up.
Oh, I guess so.
There's the spicy take. Kiernoth for $5. One day we will make you play Honey Select 2, Dev. Not on Twitch you won't. Not if it's Honey Select. Mihawk for 20. What are these? What are EGPs? Well, there's 20 of them. Thank you. Arch, why do you think that Lincoln was evil?
Well, where does one begin? Let's just begin with the most obvious thing. His claim to fame and to being a good person is that he wanted to free the Negroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lincoln was one of the primary proponents of putting them all on boats and shipping them back to Africa where they belong. Only when it became politically convenient to do so did he change his tune. He was every bit as much of a racial supremacist as pretty much everyone else. You can look through his various speeches, for example. At no point does Lincoln go like, oh no, Negroes are just the same as white people. He was just as bad as pretty much everybody else. He was a career politician. He forced the Civil War to happen. Like, he was the one who called up the militia, forcing the South to go like, okay, well, I guess it's war then, because otherwise they would simply have been occupied by what they viewed to be a foreign power.
Well, hold on, though, Arch. Does that make him evil, though?
The mobilization of the militia, the forcing of the war, yes.
I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because, one of Britain's great moral victories was forcing the various African kings to stop selling slaves.
Yes.
And that
Which African nation did they go to war with?
They didn't have to go to war with them. They just basically destroyed them. There was no...
Yes, precisely. Why was that the case, Dev?
Because they had vastly inferior technology and they sucked.
Exactly. Now, the North versus the South.
Yeah.
Who had the vastly superior military assets at the beginning of the war?
I'm not sure. Was it the North?
That's correct. The South, Dev. Now,
wait.
Continue this debate.
Wait. The South
South had vastly superior military forces. It had virtually all of the experienced generals. It had most of the standing army. It was set to win. In fact, the person first tapped to be supreme commander of the Northern States armies was who?
You tell me.
Robert E. Lee.
Okay. But why does that make Lincoln evil, though? Where does the evil part come into this?
Well, he was the one who forced the war that killed a lot of people. When he had every choice not to do so. That was a specific action on his part of aggression.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. Because, when the Spaniards came in and stopped the Aztecs from their human sacrifice, there's a meme on the internet of oh my God, we destroyed your barbarian culture from killing people randomly to sacrificing them to your sun god. I'm so sorry that we weren't progressive about it, but you guys were fucking terrible. And it's okay, I get the point. Stopping barbarian cultures from doing these barbarian practices is a moral good. Okay, fine. Same thing with Britain stopping the African slave trade. So why wouldn't it be a moral good for the North to stop slavery in the South?
Well, the key difference is, again, Britain didn't have to go to war with anyone. If Britain had to go to war with some African nation and ended up killing a few 100,000 Africans, for example, would that be a moral good? How many Africans can die before slavery becomes a lesser evil?
I'm not sure if it would be a moral good, but I wouldn't call it evil, which is why I wouldn't call Lincoln evil.
And not to mention then as well, you're now saying that the Britons did it because it was good, and therefore they did it for good reasons, therefore not evil. Lincoln didn't do it to free the slaves.
Okay, that's true. Well, that was part of it, but not all of it.
Sorry, I don't mean to object too much, but didn't the Civil War start with the South bombarding Fort Sumner?
Why did they?
And
do
they
that?
also they took over a bunch of government buildings, declared independence. Was Ukraine evil for resisting rebels like the separatists wanting to declare independence?
Did Ukraine mobilize an army to invade Russia?
And invade Russia, but they did send troops to Donbass and into separatist territories that are funded by Russia.
Oh no, Lilith, you might want to stop this right now because you are taking up the most anti-left position. You're gonna have all your breadtuber friends fucking crucify you.
What? How?
Because you're taking up the pro-Russian side.
No, I'm taking the pro-Ukraine side. I'm saying Ukraine had the right to stop the.
Okay, of course, yes, they did. Obviously, yes, yeah. Here's what I mean, Arch, is that we can talk about. Lincoln didn't do it just to free the slaves, right? There was other things going on. Okay, yes. But to say that Lincoln was evil, I don't think you can make that claim.
I think so. I can make the claim that FDR was evil because he also started the war on purpose with Japan.
What? Okay, you got to explain this one to me. Go ahead.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? Let's see. He wanted war with Japan to secure the trade routes to China. This is why he sent the Flying Tigers to China. Obvious U.S. military airmen in obvious U.S. military aircraft to fight against Japan. He initiated aggression. He carried out a seizure of Japanese assets and Japanese money straight out and business interests in America. He blockaded their trade in oil. He forced them to go to war. He even ordered the command frigate on the Philippines, which was technically just a ceremonial boat, to be armed and harass Japanese merchant shipping in the hope that the Japanese would fire upon it. He was also warned again and again until he eventually fired the then Secretary of the Navy against moving the fleet to Pearl Harbor because the Japanese would see it, one, both as an aggressive maneuver and a threat, and two, as a fucking excellent target.
Okay, so I've heard at least some of this before, and I don't agree with this interpretation. And the reason why I don't agree with this interpretation is because it implies that America's politics do not align with the Empire of Japan's politics. Therefore, America's going to take let's say, they're going to take moves. They're going to make moves that, let's say, they're economic in nature. Or they're not outright war, right?
They are at war.
Hold on. They weren't at war
Sending
until
the Flying Tigers to China. There were also plans to send bombers to China to bomb mainland Japan. They were absolutely actions of war.
Okay, so does that mean that America's at war right now because it's sending arms to Ukraine?
Is it sending pilots to Ukraine to bomb Russian territories with American pilots?
I do think that there are actually Americans volunteering, but directly by the state, no.
How many of these volunteers have F-16s?
I don't know. I do know that America sends.
Not a lot.
Hold on. America has sent a bunch of weapons, and American volunteers have shown up of their own volition. So what I'm saying is that I understand your point that there is a narrative that America might have pushed Japan into war. There's probably something to that narrative, but the natural end result of that point of view is that America cannot take any, let's say, any action against a state that it doesn't like, where it's not outright warfare, but it is like economic sanctions, or it is supporting their enemies with money or with weapons or something, because that automatically starts as counting a war, as starting a war. I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. I don't think America's at war with Russia because they support Ukraine. Right? I don't believe.
Okay, but I already debunked that argument because
I don't think you've debunked it. No.
Oranges.
I don't think
I do. Absolutely.
I don't think so.
Okay. What is the name of the American-sponsored modern armed formation fighting in Ukraine with the American flag?
Okay, it doesn't exist.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, but
because that was the Flying Tigers.
Okay, but here's what I mean. Okay, it's like Arch, you and I have both agreed that America probably should be trading a lot less with China, right?
Uh-huh.
At some point, when America, trades less, and then maybe after that there might be embargoes on American companies doing business with Chinese companies. There's like economic levers that America can pull. I do not believe that America that counts as starting a war with China.
Fair enough.
Right.
But again, we begin with an aggressive military action. That is the start point of this conversation. The Flying Tigers and the eventual plans to expand that operation into bombing of mainland Japan.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me check this out. The Flying Tigers, the first American volunteer group of the Republic of China Air Force, nicknamed the Flying Tigers, was formed to help oppose the Japanese invasion of China. It was composed of American pilots. Okay. So were these American volunteers? They just joined the
American
Chinese
volunteers.
They're called the American Volunteer Group.
They signed themselves out of the American Army Air Force at the time, directly into it, and were given top modern state-of-the-art fighters, which were also paid for by America. This was not a volunteer group. It was a group of American soldiers, airmen, sent to fight in China with American aid, American equipment, American resources, etc.
But they weren't under American command, and they weren't part of the American command structure. This is why I compared it to Ukraine, right? Because there are American volunteers in Ukraine, and there are also American weapons in Ukraine.
Okay, how many of those are operated? Again, let's make this a correlate, one-to-one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, how many formations of top modern jet fighters are operating in Ukraine now?
I'll look up in a second. I want to see the size of the Flying Tigers. 3 squadrons, 60 aircraft average for the Flying Tigers. Okay. American volunteers in Ukraine. Let's see. Is there even numbers on this, I wonder? That might not be public just yet. Let's see. How many American volunteers in Ukraine? Well, there's 20,000, but they're not all Americans. Let's see if there's a breakdown on this. How many Americans are volunteering in Ukraine? Is there... Come on. Oh, it is not... It is, they haven't recorded how many Americans specifically are fighting with them, but there's 20,000 from 52 other countries. There's probably at least a few Americans in there.
Okay. How many of them are operating fighters?
No clue. What does the International Legion do? Let's see. Well, some of them do air assault. We don't know which ones do or how many. I think there's no data on this yet. There might be data on it in the future, maybe after the war's over, but we don't know yet. But the point that I'm making is because the Flying Tigers weren't flying the American flag, they weren't part of the American command structure. They were Americans who left the American command structure to go fight for China with American equipment. And they were probably told into the table by FDR to go do it, so fair enough. But also, I mean, if there's American weapons in Ukraine right now, and there are American volunteers in Ukraine right now, there's probably somebody in the American government right now who is also under the table that we won't find out about now for 10 or 20 years who's doing the same thing. But does that mean that America's at war with Russia? I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't mean that America's at war with Russia. But again, the competitive is not one-to-one. It's not even remotely close. In the case of Ukraine, it does appear to be more or less volunteers, though with some elements, the leaks seems to suggest, of professional military intervention as well, though that appears to be rare and unconfirmed at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Flying Tigers, again, this is a top-of-the-line modern formation, straight out of the U.S. Army Air Force, retaining all of their equipment, their mechanics, their supply chain, etc., sent directly to China. It would be the same as a full... in fact, 3 squadrons of fully modern, top-of-the-line American fighters and bombers being moved to Ukraine and operating out of it right now with American personnel flying American aircraft.
Mhm.
Would
But not under the American flag, though.
What would be Russia's reaction to this?
The AVG were officially members of the Republic of China Air Force. They had contracts from the government ranging from $250 a month to $750 for a squadron commander. So this wasn't just the Americans, like the American government doing this. This was flying under the Republic of China flag. That's an important distinction.
Of course, they were flying under their flag.
You see,
but if you, I know the part you're looking at. If you look to the right now, Dev.
Let's see it.
Under allegiances, what does it say?
It says Republic of China and United States.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Because it's the United States Army Air Force formation.
Yes. I'm not saying it's not that. I'm saying that to characterize this as America going to war with Japan, I don't think that's a good interpretation of these events.
It is. It is a non-diplomatic going to war.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, and I see your point, but I don't think that this counts as going to war. And I think that's why people generally say that the war started at Pearl Harbor and not with this event.
Hell, we can even bring it up yet further. The first time the Japanese carried out a surprise naval assault was against Russia in 1904. It had many of the hallmarks of Pearl Harbor, as was carried out shortly before the declaration of war, a surprise torpedo attack, etc. Can you guess what the American reception to this was?
Fill me in.
It was happiness. It was joy. It was viewed as one of the greatest naval victories in history up until that point. Pearl Harbor was not received in quite the same light.
Mm-hmm.
This is an example of the winner painting the history books. If the Second World War ended the other way, this would absolutely be seen as the beginning of the war, because in essence it was. This was the chain reaction that forced Japan to eventually declare war on America. As before this, their primary idea was to head north into the Soviet Union, which they still thought was weak.
Right.
In fact, most of the Japanese naval command structure argued against war with America because they didn't think they could win.
So hold on a second. The Flying Tigers began to arrive in China in April 1941. The group first saw combat on 20th December, 12 days after Pearl Harbor. Okay, so if the posting of the Flying Tigers under the Republic of China's command, that was the beginning of the war because it pushed Japan into a corner. Does that not mean that America has preemptively started every war that might come because America has bases all over the world?
If those bases start attacking a different country, yes.
Well, hold on. The Flying Tigers...
But those are official bases.
No, the group first saw combat on the 20th of December, 1941, 12 days after Pearl Harbor. The Flying Tigers didn't start fighting till after Pearl Harbor. They were just there in the Republic of China.
That is a good point.
I believe the elite elements were there long before.
Well, the Flying Tigers began to arrive in China in April of 1941. The group first saw combat on the 20th of December, 1941, 12 days after Pearl Harbor. What's the source?
So they were sent there before.
They were sent there before, but they didn't do anything, right? So this is what I mean by American bases. So if it's just the presence of the Flying Tigers, without them even fighting yet, that constitutes starting the war, that means that America might be preemptively starting a war with every regional power that it has a base around. Which, to be fair...
I think so. They're not in country.
Well, no. But these bases were in the Republic of China. They weren't in Japan. So America didn't start the war with Japan by having the Flying Tigers sit around in the Republic of China.
Nor did they have bases in Ukraine either.
True. Completely agree with you, which is why I don't think that means they're starting a war there either, right? See, this is why I don't believe that this event is what started the American war with Japan. I think you're wrong on this one, Arch. I'm sorry.
Let's see. The first planes were ordered in 1940. Mm-hmm. This was when the plan was agreed on by Roosevelt.
Yes.
Yes, so this will preempted Pearl Harbor by quite some bit.
It did, yes. But they hadn't actually seen combat yet.
I hadn't seen combat, but they were there on the way. They had arrived in China previously.
Okay, they were there, yes. But that does... So America has... America has bases in Okinawa right now, which are pretty close to China. Does that mean that America has begun a war with China?
No.
No.
If they had bases in Taiwan, for example, when China invaded it, it would be slightly different.
Sure, that's true.
But this would be inside of a country they're already at war with. Because you're not attacking China, you're attacking Japan.
Right.
And this also comes at the end, then, of a lengthy series of economic sanctions.
Oh, okay. So because... But, well, here's the thing. I don't think the economic sanctions, they also don't constitute starting a war, because we shouldn't be trading with China. We shouldn't have traded with Nazi Germany. This is an aggression, not trading with states that we don't like. But I guess so the argument is like, it's something like, if country A is already invading country B, and then America decides to bring in aid to country B, that means that, or like bring in not aid, specifically weapons and personnel into country B, even though that weapons and personnel hasn't attacked country A yet, America might as well be starting a war with country A?
Again, the situation is different from Ukraine, because you don't have a lengthy series of very clearly and doctrinally actions against that nation. Japan was on America's shit list long before then. In fact, it ended up there shortly after the Russo-Japanese War. This was after a long series of other provocations that eventually forced Japan into the war. It was essentially America trying its best to get Japan to throw the first punch, which it eventually succeeded in.
Right. But at the same time, it's like I said, like I think it's completely reasonable to have economic sanctions against a country that you're not ideologically aligned with. Like, if America thinks that what Japan is doing is bad, why should America trade with Japan? The answer is simple. They shouldn't.
It wasn't because America thought it was morally bad. It was because America wanted to do it themselves.
What did America want to do themselves?
America wanted to control over its trade lanes to China and security for Philippines. That was why they did it. It wasn't because they were feeling bad for the Chinese in particular.
Okay. I don't think that changes my argument, though.
Well, you're making the argument that it was a moral thing. They did it because they wanted to, because they felt that this was the best way to protect their interests by trying to get Japan to attack them, which they did.
Well, it's
because
a bit
at the time, America was convinced that the war would be short.
I mean, it's a bit of both, but what I'm saying though is I don't think that the Flying Tigers going to China is the American aggression that started the Japanese-American War.
No, it was a part of it. Like, the aggression that started the Japanese-American War and Second World War was the attack on Pearl Harbor, clearly.
Yes.
But it was America's maneuvering that eventually caused that.
Okay. But I mean, isn't America maneuvering in response to Japanese maneuvering? Because as you said, they wanted to protect the Philippines, which at that point they were part of America.
The Philippines, you mean?
Yes, the Philippines, yes.
Yes, they wanted to have access to the Philippines, the trade lanes there, and to China specifically. So that was the American interest that they believed was being threatened.
Well, the Americans also the Americans believed that the Philippines themselves were being threatened.
They didn't believe the Philippines themselves were being threatened.
I'm pretty sure the Japanese had designs on the Philippines, didn't they?
The Japanese did not have designs on the Philippines. In fact, the original version of the War Plan South was them ignoring the Philippines. The Navy objected to this and turned the plans around because they felt that America's entry into the war was unavoidable.
Hold on. That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
The Japanese had designs in the Philippines as early as 1936.
Designs on the Philippines as early as 1936.
Yes.
Okay, source.
Okay. I can give you the Wikipedia article, but
okay, I can give you the quote from Yamato Isoroku himself talking about this. I can give you the quote from the man that was his boss talking about this.
Okay, let's see. In 1936, Captain Ishikawa Shingo, a hardliner in the Japanese Navy, had toured the Philippines and other parts of Southeast Asia, noting that these countries had raw materials Japan needed for its armed forces. His report Okay. The Southern Expeditionary Army was created on the 6th of November 1941, commanded by General, can't pronounce that name, who had previously been Minister of War. It was ordered to prepare for war in the event that negotiations with the United States did not succeed in peacefully meeting Japanese objectives. They also included the condition of America's acceptance of their position in the Pacific as a superior force, with the testament of their occupation of China, but they did not get what they wanted. No, it seems like they had designs on the Philippines.
They did not. You are citing Ishikawa Shingo.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
What was his position?
He was a captain.
Yes.
Yes.
That does not put him very far up in the naval hierarchy.
No, it doesn't.
The ones that actually drew up this plan was the Kaigun themselves, the Kaigun Command.
Mm-hmm.
The argument between attacking the Philippines or not was one of the higher up ones, because Isoroku Yamamoto was the proponent for Pearl Harbor, as he was sure that they would have to attack because America's entry into the war was, at that point, seemingly unavoidable.
Right.
Originally, the plan was to circumvent the Philippines.
I can't see anything on that. I can't see where that's stated. I guess the wider point is that I don't believe these sort of maneuverings before an actual attack constitute starting a war. In as a general idea, right? So I don't think that America necessarily pushed Japan into war. I don't think I buy that narrative.
Okay, to put it in a different scenario, when Israel attacked the Arab coalition, was that them declaring war, or was them responding to provocation?
I do not know enough about that conflict to tell you. What's the story there?
The Arab coalition was building up its forces. They had pretty much announced that they were going to attack Israel, so Israel launched a preemptive attack, which completely crippled the Arab coalition.
Well, they announced that they were going to attack, though. Like, did the Americans that were working with the Chinese announce that they were going to attack Japan?
Well, they sent armed forces to aid China. This was at the end of lengthy economic sanctions as well. So,
But they haven't gone into engagements until after Pearl Harbor.
Are you going down like the security dilemma route here? Is that what we're talking about, basically? Is that like defensive
the
action?
Security dilemma.
Yeah.
Explain what you mean.
Okay. The security dilemma is how when one state takes what is genuinely a defensive action on their part, it can be misconstrued as an offensive action by another state, which can then cause them to also take a defensive action in response.
Okay, in that case, no, because America's actions were not intended to be defensive. Roosevelt was very clear in that these were intended to try and be provocations to cause a war.
Well, if he was trying to defend the Philippines, which were under American rule at that point, it would be defensive. If we were trying to defend, American trade routes, that they are America's, right?
Yeah, but again, that's like, okay, well, we think you're going to attack us, so we're going to force you to do it. Isn't that the same thing with the Japanese? Well, we think you're going to attack us, so we're going to attack you first.
Well, yes, that's the point of the security dilemma, is that like neither side ultimately becomes necessarily morally culpable because they're both acting with imperfect information, and they believe that they're acting in the defense of themselves.
But again, in that case, the Japanese were correct, because the Americans had every intention of attacking Japan, as Roosevelt had demonstrated with, for example, the very first peacetime draft in U.S. history in the 1940s.
Well, sure, but at the same time, like the Americans, because they wanted to protect their own stuff, they believe that if the Americans had preemptively attacked, they would have also had the spin on it that it was defensive because they had to preemptively attack to defend their own interests that the Japanese were aggressing on. It's the same rhetoric can be used on both sides.
Well, we just need to go further back in time at that point. I mean, hell, we could go back to the 1800s and the black ships at that point.
But I to go all the way. God, was this? If this is only a $2 super chat that caused it, I'm going to be angry. This was I think it was actually a $2 super chat. Jesus Christ! Here, so the argument basically.
Talk about getting value for your book. Sorry, I'm talking discourse that lasted a long time.
Yeah, the original argument was, why do you think Lincoln was evil? That so to go all the way back, you can believe that, the narrative is that the South was evil, therefore the North has to be good. And the answer to that is no, obviously. Like, the South can be evil, and the North can be amoral, right? I don't think you can make an argument that Lincoln's evil, but the lionization of Lincoln does seem to be incorrect.
Well, it depends on how you define as evil. In my case, I would say that forcing a war that killed a lot of people, probably evil. I mean, we consider Hitler to be a bit of a bad person.
Sure.
So why cannot the same moral condemnment be heaped upon Lincoln?
Condemnation? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think it really is because there was a slavery angle in there, right? I know now the Civil War wasn't entirely about ending slavery, but it was at least partially about ending slavery, and that does have a moral component. Okay,
so how many people die before that component becomes bad, wrong?
So basically, like what is the, if you're gonna like have the scales of justice out and you put ending slavery and the freed X number of slaves on one side, how many dead soldiers on the other side until it becomes too high of a price?
Yes, because now we're talking about morality, right? So clearly, the robbing someone of life is one of the worst things you can do. So how does that stack up to slavery?
I'm sure that a liberal ideologue would say that you could pay an infinite price on that because slavery is just a moral wrong, and if you whatever it takes, that's what a liberal ideologue would say. I'm not a liberal ideologue. I don't know the numbers of how many soldiers died versus how many slaves were freed.
Casualties were somewhere between 700 to 1 million. 700,000, that is.
And how many slaves were there?
Oh, God, how many slaves were in the South? I don't know that off the top of my head. Let's see.
There were nearly 4 million slaves in the South. I mean, you could just do like a 1-to-1 and say, well, 1 million soldiers died, 4 million slaves were freed. That's a very that's like a ruthless consequentialist calculation that comes out in favor of freeing the slaves. I'm sure
you also have to look at the future slaves that were saved from a life of slavery
that were prevented. You could say that as well, but then you have to say, like, well, if the war didn't happen, what would those 1 million people have done, and would it have been good?
If the war didn't happen, then slavery would probably have been abolished eventually anyway, since that was the point of view of most of the Southerners too.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Robert E. Lee, for example... No. Robert E. Lee wrote on this quite extensively. He viewed slavery as a moral ill, but he also viewed it as a better solution than to simply let them free. Bearing in mind that Robert E. Lee was the kind of fairly religious type of his day, who believed that the Africans were simply simple-minded folks and required the good, honest white man to guide them to civilization, etc. He viewed more slavery as a step on the process to making them good, proper, God-fearing people.
Right. I know. So the thing is, there were at least some people in the South who had the South actually gained independence and remained, the Confederate States remained, their intention was to eventually conquer Mexico, conquer parts of Central America, and conquer the Caribbean, and basically have a slave empire. That was the long-term plan for the Confederates. Avoiding that future was probably also a moral good, though, I think.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't know if they could have done that, honestly, because they would still have been in the Federation at that point. because the cessation would not have gone that far. Now, again, now we return to what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Yep.
The agitation for secession, or Lincoln pushing them with the mobilization of the militia.
It was an interesting conversation, though. For $2
It was, and it is.
We cannot continue on with that. We have to keep going. Joshua Gilbert, $10. Just a random fun thought. Have any of you played Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions? What were your thoughts on it and the reasons why it's the best game ever? I did not play War of the Lions, but War of the Lions is a remake of the PlayStation 1 version of the game, which I did play. And I've put, I think, at least 500 hours into that game. I loved Final Fantasy Tactics when I was growing up. It was great. You had a civil war in a kingdom. They were doing the whole, like, who gets to inherit the Imperial throne thing. Man, it was a great game. Did you guys ever play that? Final Fantasy Tactics?
Unfortunately, no. The only Final Fantasy game I've played was Final Fantasy 14, and that's at the introduction
That's
from
an MMO.
friends. And yeah, that was an MMO RPG, and I'm still trying to get into it. It's a bit, I don't know,
Right.
too classic of a MMORPG for me. But I know that's not what you're talking about.
Arch, did you play Final Fantasy Tactics?
Sounds like console garbage.
You should actually play it. It's probably on Steam at this point. It's a really good game. Seriously, it's a really good game. I think it's probably the best Final Fantasy game of all time. I hate new Final Fantasy. I'm hot and cold in other Final Fantasies, but Tactics is the best Final Fantasy game. Adam Wolford, $5. Wouldn't the bank be the boss of the company that is employed, owned, and be at the command of how the bank thinks its value of the business? The bank wouldn't, in the situation that I described, 4 hours ago, the bank wouldn't be the boss of the company, but the bank would be the entity that the business owes money to. So basically, a portion of the profits of the business, rather than being divided up among all the workers who own it in the co-op, a portion of those profits would have to be set aside and then given to the bank. So rather than in a socialist sense, the owner of the business being the person that takes the surplus value, it would have to be the bank that takes the surplus value, which makes it which makes basically, from a socialist perspective, even within their own morals, worker co-ops to be a worse situation than what we currently have.
Do we not have something of the sort with investors today?
Oh, we have like angel investors that want like a return? Yes.
Yeah.
We do have that. Yes.
So it's kind of similar to that.
It is kind of similar to that. Yes. But the difference basically is that socialists already think this is bad inherently, and the worker co-op model doesn't actually solve the problem. It doesn't solve the problem. It moves the exploitative party further away in the power structure. So rather than the owner, it's the bank, which is a worse situation.
I see.
V's Flat Desk Pepsi, $2. Lance switches from desistance to detransition. That's true. That was like a weird... He did kind of sleight of hand that, where the conversation was about desistance and then he moved to detransition. Those are two different things. Adam O for $2. Hey, SFO, I keep getting ads every time. YouTube runs ads on streams now, guys. Welcome to the future.
Yay.
Artemis Fowl for $5. I would wager the act of socializing toddlers to be the opposite gender would likely lead to even greater risks of gender dysphoria and confusion. And then he also just says Arch at the end of that. I don't know if that was meant for you, or if he just wanted to point at you, Arch. It is Artemis, though.
Let's see. Well, I do have a series of messages from Little Slutimus, so maybe he's asking for attention.
He has also been DMing me too.
There you go.
At some point, Artemis, you have to start DMing Lilith too. Get all of us in on that. Stug, $5. The kids in the study met the criteria. No, you already read this. Okay. Kiernoth, $2. Sitch followed up on this. They actually did follow up on these people. Are you sure? I'll ask Sitch about it, but thank you. Holtzner for $2. People use we to give themselves authority when writing papers. That's true. Just because a paper says we doesn't mean that it's been authored by more than one person. Tidus93, $5. Sitch and Adam covered this video. Sitch said the person who conducted the study about desistance debunked these claims in an interview with Jesse Singal. Okay. I'll have to look that up. Thank you.
Jesse Singal's not a source to be trusted.
Listen, Lilith, I know you hate him, but I don't think he's transphobic. And
he's absolutely transphobic, 100%.
Taftage doesn't agree with you on that. And
she's wrong on that.
And also, more importantly, just because a source is transphobic doesn't mean that you should automatically discount it. Transphobes can still say true things.
No, but it does make them biased. I mean, they started a whole thing with like I forgot if it was Virginia or whatever, or if it was Missouri, but it was like entirely debunked, and they were turned into a laughingstock for it.
I will take a look into Jesse Singal. Zero, £5. Arch, you nailed it. I don't know what you nailed, but you nailed something, Arch. I think this is about science. Unfortunately, all too often, you learn more from a study from who is running or paying for it than the data outcomes. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but I'm sure you agree with it, Arch.
Science is a hoax.
Science doesn't exist.
Correct.
Hylian Juggalo for $10. You cannot get institutional trust back, Dev. I don't think it's impossible, dude. But okay. That's what I was talking to you about a few weeks back on the Weekly Sip. The conspiracy-brained right that you rail on are people who are fed up with life. Listen, it's completely fine to be fed up with life, right? But even if you have a good reason to distrust something that ultimately ends up being true, you are still the incorrect one. You can have very good reasons to be incorrect and still be incorrect. That's kind of the point, right?
If you're being a contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, then you're not really, then your goal isn't at arriving at truth. It's just going against a power or an institution because it's an institution that disagrees with you.
Apache for $2. Corruption is always the end state of any institution. Don't agree. Definitely not. I don't think that's inevitable. It happens, but I think you can fight it. Crack Bandicoot for $5. Yaren Brook Yaren Brook did a good breakdown as to why ivermectin appeared to be saving lives in Bangladesh. It had everything to do with parasites and steroids. I saw that, actually. The TLDR was basically that certain parasites that ivermectin treats exacerbated COVID, and once the ivermectin killed the parasite, the COVID was actually alleviated. So that's what that ended up being. That's why all the ivermectin studies that showed like positive effects came out of third world, the third world where they had like no fucking idea of sanitation.
So what you're saying is ivermectin worked.
It only works for certain types of people, Arch.
Ah.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, certain countries or certain places you would probably be at more risk for.
They call them shitholes, Lilith.
Yeah, shitholes.
Certain
I mean, that's
shitholes
another
are
word for it,
necessary.
and I won't dispute it. Like, ask anyone which place they would rather live in.
Obviously, yeah.
But yeah, if you're more prone to parasites or parasites growing in you, and those parasites could help, like, produce.
Hold on.
Like,
Listen, the really spicy take is now we have to start cross-sectioning the data where we see ivermectin use in gay people versus straight people. And see if their COVID was more alleviated if they were gay. There's the spicy take. There's a fucking spicy take for you. Yes, Arch, what were you going to say?
I would like for you to take the lead on that research.
Okay. Artemis Fowl, $10. A literature analysis is not a meta-analysis. There are different standards of rigor. Literary analysis is an opinion, where meta-analysis standardized data points that can be shown to be related. That's what I was saying, Artemis. Thank you. Artemis, $2. Only Siths deal in absolutes. Thanks. Artemis Fowl for $10. Lance single-handedly destroyed gender transitioning. Lilith, how do you know if BIID doesn't have the same feeling as GD? You don't know what BIID feels like. That's a spicy question. I do think they're probably different, though, because GD can in some cases be alleviated, while BIID cannot be through the surgeries.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bring that up. Like,
okay,
if BID worked, we would see the same rate of like satisfaction with people getting their body parts removed as we would see, like, let's say, gender affirming care.
Yeah,
but we don't.
And also, BIID doesn't seem to have an identity component to it, which is probably also important. Morse
That's
Apple,
true.
$10. An issue I have with kids transitioning, largely due to whether it's successful or not. Those kids will be lifelong customers of pharmaceutical corporations, and I don't trust the corporations to act in these kids' best interests. Fair enough. I think we pointed that out earlier too, that it was something to be. It's not the silver bullet, but it is something you have to keep in mind. Fondue, $2. Blessed is the mind, too small for doubt. Oof. All right. Insane Hippie, $5. Jazz Jennings' mother shows classic size of Munchausen by proxy. Okay. I'm gonna have to look into this more, but some people have been DMing me like videos of Jazz Jennings' mother like secretly being very controlling and very pushy about some of this stuff. So I don't know. I have to look into it more. It's possible that she was overstepping her bounds. Artemis, $10. Thank you again, man. Dev, Tim saying Jazz Jennings dating women is the only indication that she was forced to transition. There are several recordings of her breaking down. Yeah, okay, yep, the recordings, yes. Thank you, Artemis. Yes. Of her mother breaking her breaking down and her mother threatening her to dilate. Right. Artemis again. Thank you for the $5. There are several videos of Jazz's mum where she's obviously mentally coercing her to go further up and to bottom surgery and afterward. I mean, it's like you said earlier, Arch. We have seen parents do ridiculous shit to their children to get them on a TLC show or whatever the case may be. I'm not surprised that this might happen here. It's possible.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, I don't know the mother. I've never seen the videos, but it wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility.
Yep. Stug, $5. There are like 5 reasons why the left-handedness argument is bad. Social contagion is 1. Most of the increase is females. Timescale is way shorter, etc. Yeah, Lance like drawing drawing comparison between left-handedness and trans issues. Like, there's you can compare them, but there's so many different things between them that it's like, all right, okay.
The main argument is that, like, an increase of something doesn't mean like it's artificial. It could just mean an easing of the social expectations and the restrictions and the oppression. Like, because for a while, left-handed people were oppressed, and
yep, this is true. Yes.
Yeah, trans people are still very much like in the crossfire, and even then, for a lot of places in the world, or at least in the West, and other places too, like, attitudes have shifted. There's been more understanding, and of course, there's been a lot more pushback as a result. So,
yep, Nyotsu, $2. Dev is being transgenetic, and if so, he just kind of stops there. So that was what we were talking about earlier. Is like if being trans is genetic, and trans people are sterilizing themselves, there's going to be less trans people in the next generation. So that's the argument there, right? I don't know if being trans is genetic or not. I have no clue. Artemis Fowl, $5. Dev says it's not genocide if they choose to do it themselves. Meanwhile, progressives say that doing this is good. We love you. You are a hero. We support you. Keep going. Okay, I get the point that you're making, but social pressure is not the same thing as genocide. Like, you can't conflate these terms. They are 2 different levels of thing. All right, and using these terms in this way just cheapens the genocide term. All right.
Right. If trans people are genociding themselves by going on HRT, then so is people who get vasectomy. So
Yep. And I don't think that's the case. Artemis Fowl, $5. Dev, your voluntary argument doesn't hold water at all. You can be criminally charged for manipulating somebody into committing suicide voluntarily. Okay, I get the point on that, but I think this is different. And I think I don't like that trend. I don't like the idea that if you convince somebody to do something, and let's say the state doesn't like what that thing is, that you should charge them. That sounds like a terrible abuse of power to me. All right? I don't want to go down that road. I think that's bad.
yeah, like suicide is something to be charged because someone dies. You could get in trouble for convincing someone to kill others too. But the main point is that someone dies. It's not just because something you don't like happens.
Also, I don't know. I feel like maybe it probably shouldn't be a criminal charge if you've manipulated somebody into committing suicide. I'm not sure. I don't know about that.
Yeah, there's debate to be had there. And I don't really know how I lean towards that. I feel like if you
more suicides.
Suicide good. Dev 2023.
Okay. Apache $2. What the fuck? Dude. Okay. I can't read the super chat. Okay, hold on. Let me try to parse this. It's very mangled. HRT hits the autists like crack hits the blacks. Jesus, dude. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the $2. American Grizzly Bear, $5. Lance is literally a black hole brain. Not even light can escape its pull. On Jazz Jennings trying to weird champ Tim, his tone is so disingenuous. He's doing the virtue signaling and shaming thing that a lot of leftists like to do. And
yes, it's very obviously. I don't know if I'd go so far as to attribute a tactical motif, for I'm not entirely sure he has the brain power to come up with one. But it's very clearly something he has been indoctrinated into. It's like, oh, that thing, I can try to shame you there. Because he, of course, goes on about and makes jokes about it later as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And the best way to respond to that sort of social shaming is to just be like, no. Fuck you. I will not be shamed. I will wear it proudly, like armor. I remember actually, Lance tried to shame me into being a chaser at one point. This was a couple years ago. And I just told him, I do chase. Fuck you, Lance. Fuck off. And then he immediately banned me. But that's how these things go. Okay. Artemis Fowl for $5. Tim said a large part of trans kids are autistic, not a majority of trans kids are autistic. Does 25% count as a large part? It's sizable. It's not zero.
Fourth?
Yeah, it's a fourth.
I'd say it's large.
Okay. It's not the majority, but it is, it's a noticeable minority. Fondue, $2. Lance is making the Lolita argument. It's like, oh, even though they're kids, they can consent. Oh. Okay, Lance. Adam again, $2. Thank you. Cancer is a death sentence if they don't get help. It's not comparable. True. This is why This is why I mentioned that with some instances of gender dysphoria, the suicidal ideation is very severe. Right? It's not all of them, but it is some of them. That's why I drew the comparison. Artemis Fowl, $5. You need to stay in a relationship with me, or I will commit Sudoku. Is suicide baiting? Give me what I want, or I will harm myself. Is hostage taking? There's some truth to that, I think. It's like, if you don't let me transition at 12, I will start cutting myself. It's like, well, that could be a cry for help. That could be a hostage scenario. It could be both. I don't know how I feel about it. I need to think about it.
Except you don't have to. Except when someone does that, or I think it's really shitty to compare that because that's usually an abuser tactic from people who are abusing others.
Mm-hmm.
When they do that, and when they loudly announce that, that's usually a manipulation tactic. They're not usually going to kill themselves. They're just announcing that.
Right. So I've seen both
to
sides.
manipulate people.
I've seen both of
Whereas
both
people
these things.
committing suicide because they're not getting the help they need, and they become miserable as a result. They're not using that as a crutch. It's just what happens.
Yep. So I've seen both these cases, right? So I was watching a debate that Not So Erudite had, where there was a trans woman in there named Synth, and Synth described how, because of the laws in her area, she was unable to get to legally get hormones until she turned 18, and as a result, she developed severe anorexia because she didn't want to grow anymore, and she spent a lot of, and she spent a lot of time cutting herself until she finally managed to get some under the table hormones. And she didn't announce it, and she didn't like make a big display of it, and she didn't like demand it from her teachers or her parents or from whoever, from the government. She just hid herself in a room for like a year and just did this to herself, right? Because she couldn't handle the fact that she was becoming more masculine.
Yeah,
and then
I didn't talk about my experience all that much, but I've went through very similar things with eating disorder and self-harm
and basically, as soon as Synth managed to get a hold of some hormones, her situation improved. However,
yep, same here.
I've also
when
seen
I got hormones at 16.
I've seen the inverse, where I've seen, a person who claims to be trans, who is a smug little shit, who is smiling for the camera, who says, if you don't give me hormones, I'm going to start hurting myself. And like, these two situations are night and day. You can tell who's doing it for attention and who's doing it because they need it. So there is definitely, I think Artemis is partially correct here. There are some people who do this as a tactic and not as a sign of actual distress. And honestly, the people who do it as a tactic, they're pretty fucked up people. Like, that's a terrible thing to do.
I hate to concede that Artemis might have a point in any matter, but yes, probably.
Artemis for $2 says Dev is still wrong. No idea what that's about. Could be anything, really.
Yes, you are wrong on pretty much anything.
Holtzinator
Good of you to notice.
Holtzinator for $5. Lilith, I feel terribly for your suffering. I am glad you got the treatment that you needed. But this doesn't negate my concerns about where our culture is going. Right, fair enough. It's like I said, I just gave the story of those two people.
I think it's fine to have concerns.
I gave the story of those two people where they had two very different situations, and clearly one of them should have got the hormones earlier, and one of them was just playing a power game, right? So there's obviously some problems about the way that things are going right now, even though it's right for some people.
A bit of the problem is that no solution, no matter how good, is going to be perfect in every single situation. There will always be exceptions to the rule, so the best we can do is aim for the middle and hope.
Yep. Holtzner, $5. I couldn't care less about whatever their VTuber name was. I don't care at all. Okay.
Enough.
Artemis, $2. No balls, Dev. I wonder what that's in reference to. Okay. Marksman for $2. Plot twist. Arch is actually Pick-a-me. Okay. I didn't know, Arch. Thanks for filling me in.
I would have reported Dev's channel for harassment, so no.
Artemis, $2. Dev is the corncob communist. Oh. That's a very new insult. I haven't heard that one before. Niz, $5. It's okay, Dev. I thought your Twitter take was right. I'll die on the hill with you. Thanks, buddy. Sienna one. Okay. $5. The way I heard it, that Pick-a-me was considering graduating a while before the whole Hogwarts drama. Don't say that in the presence of VTuber fans. They'll skin you alive.
Yeah. That's true. I'm still of the mind that it was bad that she was harassed, and she shouldn't have been harassed.
Yeah, of course.
I still do think the way you presented your
weakness, Lilith. Weakness must be purged.
I still think the way you presented the opinion, Pick-a-me, I don't think she was weak for leaving, if that was the case. But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is also the argument that she was already considering graduating.
When I did that stream with V's point was basically, okay, I understand what you're saying, Dev, but too soon. Yeah, this just happened, and you're saying this now. You got to wait a little bit before you give a take like this. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Fondue for $5. Pikami is dead. Long live Henya, the Kettle Phoenix. I guess it's true that Pikami's returning. Loose for the Doberman, $5. Arch, thanks for the book ideas. I have read every Gaunt's Ghost and Cephas Cain books. Cephas Cain, okay. Well, that one's for you. So,
you're very welcome.
Charles Anderson for $10. Which video did you talk about Pikami? I didn't. That was a dumb fuck Twitter take, dude.
Don't worry though, there were many videos made.
Were there? I only saw one. Actually, no, I think I saw two. I know Almighty Lolly did one. Who else was it?
V would have made 4 if he didn't feel guilty.
I know, like, people were saying, like, oh no, Dev's been cast out of the friend group. V's turned on him. This look what's happening. I'm just like, dude, V and I talked about it. Like, it's fine. It's all right. People want drama to happen, you know?
V is just an enormous whore. He talks about all of it.
Ethan Rogers, $2. They're genes, but more importantly, they're memes. Okay, I don't know what that was in reference to, but all right. Fondue, $2. You can't spell Lance without an L. That's true. Roman Reyes for $10. Hey, Dev, I am what you would classify as high-functioning autistic, with a weird epilepsy disorder that is like Alzheimer for kids. But I have never liked playing the victim card. I simply want to be treated as a normal, socially acceptable standards of a productive member of society. Fair enough, you know? Yeah, most people I've found, they just want to be left alone, you know? Most trans people, most gay people, most disabled people, they just want things to be chill. They're not activists. They don't want, like... I saw one take a couple days ago where it was a trans woman, and she said, listen, I don't care if my birth certificate says male on it, or if my driver's license says male on it. I don't give a shit. Just let me transition, and let me have sex with my husband, and leave me alone. And I'm like, you know what? Completely reasonable ask, in my opinion. Nothing wrong with that. Completely cool.
Yeah, like, that's very much my position as well. Like, it's kind of nice, but, like, I'm not going to force anyone to refer me by anything. Like, I'm free to associate with people, and people are free to associate with me if they feel like it or not.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a free country, and it's a big planet. Thankfully, we don't have to be right next to each other if we don't like each other.
Yep. Honestly, every single trans person that I've met that has been reasonable has agreed with that take. You know, I know. Again, to bring up Taftage for the 18th fucking time, she said something like, "Trans women are men who want to be women. This causes mental distress, so please be nice." There's her trans take, and it's like, okay, you know, mental distress, please be nice. Fine. I can be a compassionate person. Fine. We don't need to go down like weird other routes where like you start getting into like strange demands and like getting called a bigot and all this nonsense. No, like just, man, people are crazy.
Be right back. I need to go fetch snacks.
Yeah.
No. Snacks to sustain myself through these 6-hour stream.
I'm sorry again, Arch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go get food.
Let's keep going. Kirnoth, $5. Why do some leftists adopt the tabula rasa argument? Where does this stem from philosophically, as Lance isn't the first one I've heard this from? This is a very deep question.
What is that?
Tabula rasa? Tabula rasa is blank slate. Yeah. The blank slate argument. That everything is socially constructed. Your biology has nothing is preset. Biology doesn't matter. You can become anything you want just through the right material conditions in life. And genetics don't matter at all. I think this is a very deep answer. You have to go really deep down into like the primordial leftist soup. Part of it will be just being being anti-cartoon Nazi, if that makes sense. So our culture has, rightfully, pegged the Nazis as the worst possible thing. So the more Nazi you are, the more evil you are, and the more not Nazi you are, the more good you are. That is the political moral compass of the West post 1945. So because the Nazis were eugenicists, the more anti-eugenics you can be, the more moral you are. And so, if you completely deny that genetics exists, that is like a strict anti-Nazi position, and you are in fact taking up the most moral politics. So I think part of it stems from that, is this desire to be the most morally good. So you are more good the more you reject genetics, and so that's part of the conversation. Another part of the conversation is this idea that with enough human effort, we can solve every single problem. All we have to do is with enough knowledge, with enough power, we can just tweak things as we like and basically solve problems. And that's true to a point. That's the whole point of the scientific revolution. Was it Roger Bacon who said that science should be used to relieve man's estate? It was something like that. And the idea is if we can use scientific discovery to invent new things that helps people, we should do that. Okay, fair enough. We should do that because, I think Roger Bacon lived in the 1300s, so disease was terrible. People were starving. Like, there were so many problems. And it's true, you invent new ways of agriculture, you grow more food, people starve less, right? You invent cures for diseases, people suffer less. There is a truth to this. But there's also a limit on how far you can take this mode of thought. I think the leftists believe there is no limit on how far you can take this mode of thought. That if we just have enough power and enough knowledge and enough rationality, we can basically craft everything to be perfect. And I think that's where tabula rasa comes in. Is like it's basically just wishful thinking. It's like if humanity was truly a blank slate, we could solve all of our problems. And it turns out, well, since we're not a blank slate, what do you do then? Well, one answer to that is, the reactionary answer of, I'm not using that as a slur, by the way. I'm actually talking about reactionary politics. The reactionary answer is accepting man's nature and understanding that we can't really move beyond it. Some people are transhumanists. There's a bunch of different reactions there's a bunch of different replies to the acceptance that humans have a genetic limit. But the left seems to reject that, and that is basically it. I think it's inborn in the planist mindset, basically.
I see.
Fondue for $5. Lilith, when the flesh they call a temple decays and fails them, they will beg your kind to save them. Yeah, there's the transhumanist argument.
So true.
Zionis for $20. Monster girls, are they furries? They're anthropomorphic monsters, so by definition, they're anthros. Would you consider a centaur feral since you're smashing that sweet horse box?
I have never understood people attracted
no.
to centaurs.
I know, we're
here.
mentioning horse. We're gonna get Vouch calling in any moment.
Oh God, please don't. I don't want to lose any more. My brain says I can't take more bread tube. I can't do it.
I was just gonna burst through the wall, be like, "Did someone mention horse?"
Marksman, $2. What's the best monster girl to cuddle with? Best monster girl. Maybe a
The
slime.
one that turns into a ball of fur.
A slime girl, maybe.
That sounds uncomfortable.
Maybe a slime girl.
That's pretty based, actually.
Yeah, it's
slime girls are very good.
Yeah, I think a slime girl. SP Elite says, "No, I didn't make any mistakes. I actually want you to debate the SFO." Okay, I'll debate myself. Thanks, dude. Marksman says Lincoln was evil. Razorfist made a great video on him. And there's also Lincoln's not-so-secret police. I don't know if I asked you this, Arch. Did you see Razorfist video on Lincoln?
No. It is on my list as well, but...
Right. Okay. Devil King for £5. Thank you. We will only have a peaceful, non-evil world empire when we achieve the global British Empire. Rule Britannia. If only Sargon were here to hear that.
You're gonna make Code Geass a reality.
Kevin Ole for $5. He just said proxy war. Okay, well, thank you. Sharon for $2. Also, Lincoln's battalion in the Spanish Civil War. I don't know about that. Do you know anything about that, Arch? The Lincoln Battalion?
And the Spanish Civil War?
Yep.
No, that's an area that I have not been looking much into.
Fondue, $5. Arch, did the Japanese surrender because of the nukes or the Soviets?
Oh, okay, right. I did put a Coke in the freezer, so I guess I got another 40 minutes.
No! Don't keep going. I want to finish this soon.
No, this is a complicated question, Dev. Shut up and go hide in your corner.
I'm going to go to the washroom. I'll be back in a minute.
Actually,
Okay, I'll wait.
I will get some food.
I have wireless headphones. I can still hear you. Just say it.
I don't know about that, but okay. Okay, so the Japanese surrender thing is a complicated subject, because the thing is, the Japanese wanted to surrender, but they couldn't say that they wanted to surrender. This sounds stupid, because it is, but the Japanese, the prime minister at the time, was that Suzuki? Yes, I think so. Suzuki, Togo, Anami, Yonai, Umesu, and Toyoda. They were 3 civilian ministers and 3 army ministers. Now, the army ministers were not allowed to say that the war was going poorly. They literally weren't allowed. They couldn't. If they did, they'd be shot by their subordinates. Like, the Japanese actually had a genuine problem with superior officers being assassinated by lower officers who were deeper indoctrinated into what was essentially the imperial cult. Meanwhile, the 3 civilian officers, Suzuki, Togo, and Anami, they knew the war was lost because they were sitting on the logistics. They were sitting on the industrial reports, and they were like, yeah, we fucked. But they couldn't tell the army ministers that either, because they'd gone through like 4 governments at this point where they couldn't get a consensus. And every time the civilian ministers went up against the army, they'd get yeeted. They'd just barely gotten rid of Tojo, the previous prime minister, who was one of the biggest war hawks. So basically, the cabinet was in this kind of weird situation where they knew they couldn't win, but they couldn't convince each other to surrender. I'm sorry.
So what I
Did you say something? Yes.
So what I miss, like, with like, what's your opinion on that? Was it Russia or America?
I'm getting to it.
Yes. Sorry. I just came back. So.
It is a long-winded question. Because it's really complicated. Because the Emperor himself, his position in all of this has been hotly debated, and his position appears to be unclear. Because they all knew they'd lost. By the time the Soviets arrived and the nuclear bomb, etc., they had wanted to surrender for actually years, but they hadn't managed to get the majority. What finally turned it around was the deployment of the first and the second nuke and the invasion of the Soviets. These eventually managed to force the army ministers into the position of famously admitting that the war was not necessarily going to Japan's favor.
I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Yes, and so eventually, I believe the war was ended by a vote of 4-2, 2 abstaining because they couldn't say no. They literally weren't allowed. Because Oh, the backstory. It was so retarded because none of them could say what they actually wanted. Because if they did, they'd probably get a coup launched against them. So they had to discuss for weeks and months, going like, "Yes, okay, but could there be another solution besides fighting on?" And the army minister had to be like, I mean, there couldn't be a solution beyond fighting on, unless." Like, unless the civilian industry said that we can't. And the civilians were like, well, we're not saying that we can't. I'm asking you if you can. And that just kept on going. So in the end, it was a combination of both factors, and the fact that the Japanese army, the Navy, I think the name was on the side, the general staff, the Yoshiro Umezu, I think, finally basically bit the bullet and went like, yeah, I'll just not vote, okay? And the rest of you do what you need to do.
That's actually so. Hold on, but was it Ukraine? Not Ukraine. Jesus Christ! Was it the Soviets or the nukes?
It was both.
Okay, fair enough.
Because again, the Japanese had already decided to surrender long before either thing had happened. It was just that they were too retarded to actually do it.
I think I've also read somewhere that the nukes was what made the civilians surrender, but the Russians or the Soviets were what made the military surrender. Because, like, I think the civilians were ready the Japanese citizen were ready to surrender when the nukes were dropped, but the military didn't want to. The military wanted to fight to the last man. Or more specifically, the generals.
The thing is, again, you need to understand the Japanese mindset at the time, where it wasn't that they were like, oh, we can totally win this, we'll fight to the end. It was a point of honor and faith and personal protection as well, because if they started offering up defeatist sentiments, they'd probably get assassinated. And there was also a genuine belief amongst many of the lower officers, who would be doing the assassinating, that the Emperor Hirohito was a god, that the homeland of Yamato was supreme and dignified and would win in the end no matter what via the intervention of God or angels or whatever nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
The Japanese had a fascinating idea that all people had come from Japan, and then they had been betrayed by those dirty, filthy whites who had broken away from them, and had then created the modern-day world where everyone is disunited and bereft of the glorious leadership of the Japanese people.
So I don't know that much about Japan from this angle, but like I said, I'm doing the fascist economic video. I have looked a lot into Japan's economics during the
Japan
fascist
wasn't
period.
fascist, Deb. Don't make me hit you.
It was most certainly.
It was most assuredly not.
It was.
No, it was a theocratic, authoritarian theocracy.
Well, sure, but it has to be fascist.
No, you cannot have theocratic fascism.
Yes, you can.
No.
The Romanian Iron Guard.
They weren't theocratic, though. They were religious.
Okay, describe to me the difference in your view.
Very easy. One had a god emperor, the other didn't.
Okay, I don't think the god emperor thing discounts it from being fascist. Because, I mean...
I think so, because the head of state, all authority stemmed from the emperor. No, there was no authority. The state had no authority in Japan. It was granted its authority by the emperor. Therefore, it cannot be fascist, because fascism is the worship of the state. You cannot have theocratic fascism, because if you have, you don't have a state.
I mean, this is true, but at the same time, Mussolini's regime was in the Kingdom of Italy, and all the authority came from the King of Italy.
Yes, but that was a ceremonial position, because they didn't actually believe that shit. The Japanese did.
Okay, but I mean, the structures between Imperial Japan and Mussolini's Italy, they were similar.
The structure, mayhaps, but it's like saying that Norway's monarchy today is the same as Norway's monarchy under Harald Hårfagre. Because yes, it is, but obviously it isn't.
Well, sure, but like we could say it's a different type of fascism, and it was a different type of fascism, but I still think it was. I'll make the argument when the video comes
because
out.
First
Don't worry.
and foremost, it was theocratic. It's the key difference is that you could say that it's pomp and ceremony, like it was in Italy, but in Japan, this was a genuine belief set. Like they did actually believe that they were in a state protected by the god emperor, the great sun.
Well, sure, but I mean, fascism, like, I know there's this belief that fascism was an atheistic movement, but it had its spirituality as well. Like, there's
it had spirituality, but it was never over the state.
Someone in the chat is saying Austrian Catholic fascism.
Austrian Catholic fascism. Again, it doesn't have a god emperor. Like that is fascism using religion as a tool. It's like Hitler when he said he would love to be a Muslim because that was a conquering religion.
Let's see. Without going down another rabbit hole, since we don't want to do that again, we should probably just continue. I don't agree with you, though, Arch. I don't agree with you, but it's fine.
That's because you're wrong.
No, it's because you're wrong.
No. Well, who was the Japanese dictator then?
I will show you in the video when I make it.
Don't you dare say Tojo. I will fucking hurt you.
Okay. NA, $2. Why not just give Ukraine their nukes back? Fallout, baby. Dude.
Let's go.
I'm...
Set this party to overdrive.
Well, imagine America's like, hey, listen, so you already violated the Budapest Memorandum, so we're just going to give you nukes now.
Yeah.
That would be fucking hilarious. NA, $2. The U.S. oil embargo Japan because of war crimes in China, Arch.
More crimes? More crimes?
Well, that's what, To be fair, on the Wikipedia page, events leading to the attack on Pearl Harbor, they don't mention war crimes in China, but they do mention that Japan invaded French Indochina in an effort to embargo all imports into China, including war supplies that were purchased from the U.S. That move prompted
Did they invade
America...
it, though?
Japan invaded French Indochina, yeah. That's what
Did
it says. In 1940, yeah. That move prompted the U.S. to embargo all oil exports.
I think you will find that there wasn't a whole lot of opposition.
Okay, so just because they invaded and won really quickly doesn't mean it's not an invasion.
No, as in there was no opposition. They asked to be given the territory by the French, and since France wasn't really in a position to object...
Well, okay. Did France... I mean, I get it, because France was currently fighting in Europe. Like, I get it, but still. Okay. Artemis Fowl, $5. Dev says the coalition of the willing buildup on Iraq's border and maneuvering was not an act of war. You didn't say that, Artemis, you fucking clown.
That's a good point, Artemis. Dev. Dev! Let's talk about the Iraq War, Dev!
Yes, what about it?
How many weapons of mass destruction were there?
Obviously none, right? See, there are limits to every single point of view. Like, you can say that our culture is good and we shouldn't tolerate, people violating human rights in other areas of the world, and we should go forth and proactively push forward our ideals into the world. And then, but then that hit the fucking brick wall that was Iraq, right? Like,
if you're doing it for the actual genuine reasons, then sure. But it's the same like, oh no, the Japanese are committing war crimes. We must stop them. Oh, by the way, there are Japanese spies in our population. Off to the camps.
Based.
Oof.
Also,
That's gonna get taken out of context.
here's another heavy-duty take.
Okay.
If America had started losing the war, those camps would have ended up precisely like the same as in the German ones.
You think so? I don't know about that.
I absolutely know so.
Why do you say so?
Already, abuse in the Japanese internment camps was rife. If America had started losing, genuinely losing, they would have gotten far, 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 far worse.
I don't know.
Because it's simple human nature. You start looking for something to lash out against. That was why the camps were created in the first place.
You know what? Okay, I see it now. Yeah, it's possible, right? Like if America, the Americans have lost, the Japanese are making landfall. I can see the Americans just like killing the Japanese, right? But the thing is that they would do that like in like their final hour as like a last ditch thing, right? I'm not like the Nazis did not start killing the Jews in their final hour. they had been doing it for a long. They had been doing it when they had the upper hand. There's a difference between the two situations.
Well, okay, if you want us to get spicy here.
And I think that like the Nazi ideology lends itself to the unique situation of the Holocaust. I'm sure like the camps probably would have gotten worse, and a lot more Japanese would have been treated worse than they were and died at a higher rate. But I don't think something as systemic and horrific as the Holocaust would have been. But I don't think it would have been identical as that.
No, but there would be government decisions to start wiping out people from the camps via non-immediately lethal measures, shall we say, like working them to death. Which is what the Germans started with. The actual extermination part started in mostly 1942. Like they kept them in camp for years, using them for slave labor, etc.
I think the Americans would have justified it to themselves as if the Japanese are making landfall and they liberate these camps, that's more manpower in the hands of the Japanese, so we're going to kill them.
I think they would have just started lashing out. Simple as, because that was what happened to begin with. The panic of the Japanese, for example, after Pearl Harbor, there were blackouts ordered in Washington, D.C. because they feared Japanese bombing raids, which were literally impossible. And the Americans knew this, but they were scared to shit. If they actually started losing, they would stop using their rationale. That is what would cause it. Not because the Americans were evil and wanted to kill the Japanese.
I think you're right, but I think that's the difference in the situations fundamentally, is that the Americans would have done it irrationally out of fear, but the Nazis did it rationally. They knew what they were doing.
They did, but there was also the fact that this was also partially irrational because they started to see that they were losing.
Oh yeah, like it ramped up at the end.
This boosted. Sure. Yes, it ramped it up.
Mm-hmm. At the end, they started like, well, faster. Yeah.
If we're blaming the Jews for all of our woes, might as well take it to the logical conclusion.
I think some of them said that basically they believe that if they could just kill all the Jews in time before Germany fell, the evidence of their crimes would be gone, and that was kind of the motivation there.
In part, there were also those who genuinely believed that this was a moral good as well. Reinhard Heydrich being one of the big boys on this. He believed that the Jews were just actually evil, and the more of them they could kill, the better, and he would make society better. Like, he had no great justifications or wants to get away from a war crime. He just wanted to kill the Jews.
Right. Let's continue. John Bonnoir, $2. Thank you. Dev, at first I didn't like you, but now I like you. Oh, well, thanks.
We gotta convert.
Holtznader, $5. Dev, how does it feel to get spit roasted by Lilith about the TERFs not being leftists and Arch being based about FDR? You're both wrong.
I'm just saying, no leftists, at least, like, you go to any leftist circle and ask them, are TERFs on the left? Like, they are just not welcome in left circles at all.
Well, that's because the leftist has changed, right? It's radicalized. So
that's because the left has moved further left.
Yeah, the most radical feminists, considered radically left from the second wave, they were all TERFs, right?
Well, the TERFs have also shifted too, from the past of just being like against men and them including trans women as part of that category. They've shifted their focus to being explicitly and like they changed the target of their ire from men to specifically trans people. Like,
and
that was also a defensive reaction too, though, because they suddenly woke up one day and realized, wait, I'm under attack, and it's not the man.
Under attack for what?
Under attack for what? I mean, they're literally called the TERFs, the trans exclusionary radical feminists. They're being accused of genocide.
They started calling themselves that.
Yeah, they
TERFs was initially
they reclaimed
something
that.
they called themselves.
Yeah,
they reclaimed.
No, it was something initially they called themselves, and then
I remember that.
Actually, that's true.
It was,
yeah, that is
they
true.
called it a slur, and then they quote unquote reclaimed it. So.
I remember this. So 2007, I was in first year gender studies in university, and being a TERF was just considered another form of feminism. It wasn't actually considered. It didn't have a moral weight attached to it. It was just, well, there are some trans inclusionary feminists and there are some trans exclusionary feminists, and we're just debating these different flavors of leftism, and that's what it was like in 2007. And then eventually, once the trans activists won that civil war, TERF became a slur used against the other types of feminists. And then eventually the TERFs reclaimed it, and now they use it to describe themselves. Because that tends to be how these things go. Yeah.
A lot still very much consider it a slur, and that's why they use the euphemism gender critical to call themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, also because gender critical includes people who aren't feminists, right? Because Sargon's gender critical, but he's not a TERF because he's not a feminist. I've had some fucking retards on Twitter tell me that I'm a TERF, and I'm like, I'm not even a fucking feminist, dude. And then they're like, you don't have to be a feminist to be a TERF. What do you think the F stands for in TERF? Fuck, people are
Dev,
wrong.
This is much like theocratic fascism. The one cannot exist without the other.
It definitely exists, Arch.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
It definitely exists, Arch. Clerical fascism is an ideology that combines the political and economic doctrines of fascism with clericalism, otherwise known as theocratic fascism.
Yes, and there exists such an idea as anarcho-capitalism too. Just because some retard came up with it doesn't mean it's real.
I mean, yes, of course. Like, libertarian socialism doesn't exist. Libertarian fascism doesn't exist. Like, these are dumb ideas, but like, people have theorized these things.
It is, but the problem is you can't have a state where both the church and the state are supreme at the same time. You have to have either or.
People are saying that Joseph Tiso, the president of the Slovak Republic, was a theocratic fascist.
Well, I'm presuming he was a retard.
Yes, of course.
Simple. I also have a sneaking suspicion that theocratic fascist in this case simply means fascist who is religious.
Maybe. It's very possible. Oh, people are also saying that Hindu nationalism in India. Okay. Islamic fundamentalism.
No, we can't start... Like, the whole caliphate thing is probably the closest comparison you could bring up to, like, religious fascism, but no, that's just theocracy.
Yeah.
Like, we shouldn't ascribe fascism to things that predate fascism by, like, 3,000 years.
No, I completely agree. Because there are other components of fascism that aren't there, right? Like Mussolini's idea of how an economy should be structured isn't there in the caliphate.
Oh, I don't mean to go off topic, but since we were talking about this yesterday, the Marine who killed Jordan Neely,
yeah,
he was just been charged with manslaughter.
Okay. That probably makes sense. I mean, manslaughter is one of those like accidental death things, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I can see that.
that makes sense.
Do you know what degree?
Oh, let's see.
Because there's a manslaughter is usually followed by a qualifier.
Right. Let's
Or
see.
preceded, indeed.
Let's see. Man who fatally choked Jordan Neely on NYC subway to face manslaughter charge. Second-degree manslaughter.
Okay.
So what is second-degree manslaughter? Second-degree manslaughter in New York.
Yeah. I believe that is accidental death, essentially.
Okay.
It's definitely less serious than a murder charge.
A person has engaged in reckless conduct that creates an unjustifiable risk of death and then consciously disregards the risk.
That sounds reasonable. I don't think that charge will stick. Because, again, the chokehold is it's going to be difficult to call that a unjustifiable action, but
Yep.
It sounds reasonable for a charge.
Let's continue. We're almost at the end of the super chats. Let's finish this up. This is a longer stream than yesterday. Oh my god. Thanks for being here this whole time, Arch. Jesus Christ.
You owe me.
I do. Fondue, $2. The Big Bang caused the Iraq War. I mean, technically, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Artemis Fowl for $5. Dev, were Bush and Dick Cheney evil? They did the same thing as Lincoln, forcing a war that killed millions of people. They all violate human rights.
I don't know if Bush killed millions of people.
I mean, the thing is, I in a more general sense, like you could say that every single politician has blood on their hands, which is true, because they have to make some decisions, and someone's going to die, and that's just the nature of the beast. But you can't have it any other way, like that's not an argument to behead all the politicians, because no one who replaces them will also be innocent. Like, you have to make some choices, and then sometimes people will die from those choices, and that is what it means to be in charge.
But man, beheading all the politicians sure would be glorious.
Now you sound like a communist.
But besides, George W. Bush was not evil. He the junior, because he does not have the mental fortitude to be considered evil. He is my personal favorite quote from him is, "I know the human being and the fish can coexist."
I love the George Bushisms. They're really funny.
I fucking miss the Bush era. God damn it. Because then we could all just look at America and go like, wow, Americans are fucking retarded. And that was the worst we had to worry about. And they'd bomb the Middle East and nobody would care. Now we're dealing with Biden and Trump and shit. Like, back to Bush. Please.
Bring us back. We must return.
Return the monkey.
Ted for $2. Does Arch know that wars can be justified? Your takes are awful. Oh, that's harsh. Okay.
Oh, of course. Everything can be justified. Me fucking your wife can be justified. Murder, torture, extermination, genocide. Everything can be justified. It just depends on how much stock you place in the justification.
Kevin O for $5. It was a war to keep the South in the Union. The slaves were an afterthought.
That is correct. The Emancipation Proclamation was first and foremost thought of as an economic tool against the South rather than oh hey, free the black people.
Fondue, $5. Didn't the Confederate VP say that their constitution was going to do away with the concept of all men created equal? I don't know, did they? They might have.
I believe so.
To be fair, all men are not created equal. That's obviously wrong. But
that is correct too. But there was also at the heart of the slavery debate back then, because a lot of the people in the South too did consider slavery to be a moral ill, as seen by Robert E. Lee, for example. But they also believed that the darkies weren't as good as the whiteys, and that was at the core of much of the debate.
Right. Wait, Lilith, like I have expected you to object to me saying that all men aren't created equal.
I mean, just look at people's genetic defects.
Yep. Based Lilith. Lilith's gonna go into on down.
Lance.
It doesn't make them. It doesn't make them like. It certainly makes them unequal in some ways.
Yeah.
That's just
I mean, the whole point of all men are created equal is the idea that all men should be treated equally by the law, which is true.
Yes.
But are all men created equal? No, they are not.
The perfect quote, the perfect way to have written it would simply be all men are created equal before the law.
Yeah.
That's why we should invent good DNA editing, so we can turn everybody into perfect specimens of human beings.
Hey, why not?
Eliminate diseases and defects completely altogether.
We should move further. We should just have appearance be a fashion choice. You want to be trans one day? Go ahead. Next day, something else? Whatever you want.
I totally agree.
In
the future, that type of shit don't matter. You can just be whatever you want.
Based in eugenics pilled. Fondue, $5. Great take on Final Fantasy Tactics, Dev. Agrius Oaks awoke my taste in Armored Women. Yeah, Agrius was actually pretty cool. Hold on. I gotta show Arch this. Because Arch, you haven't played this game, and you should. Here, this is the first Paladin unit that you get in the game. And it is the
pretty homosexual, Dev.
The armored Aryan waifu.
But see, Dev, if I wanted to play with that, I'd pick up a game where I could, but also take off her clothes.
I see. Actually, she looks a lot like fuck, who was it? What anime was that? Did they?
I can tell you that, Dev. Every anime. That is the classic Japanese view of the onna kishi, the female knight.
Right.
Blonde with a sword and armor that doesn't really cover much, but accentuates her enormous bosom.
Yeah, she looks like Saber.
Like I said, every fucking female knight.
Did they model Saber after Agrius Oaks? They might have. They look identical.
Okay. Not quite. I mean, Saber has even less armor, I believe.
All right.
I never got the popularity of Fate, by the way. Like, it's just
Astolfo, probably.
Astolfo, the cuckold king, I suppose, of modern day anime.
Okay, Artemis Fowl, $5. Ivermectin would have more effects on gay people, but not for COVID reasons. Okay. I don't know what you're getting at there, but...
maybe we could cure gays with ivermectin.
Oh my god. Tricky Mario, $5. Hey, Dev, did you see the BK Kids Club pictures I sent you? Not yet. I haven't had a chance to look through all my DMs yet, but thank you very much. I will look at them. SP Elite, $5. You once said that Trump peaked and is now a loser. My N-word, he's a billionaire POTUS. He literally is the peak. Also, have you seen that CNN town hall yet? 2016 energy. I said that Trump peaked in terms of his sanity in like 2019. He's gone off the fucking rails ever since he lost the election. I have not seen the CNN town hall though. Have you two seen it?
No, but Dev, I think I know how you could repay me.
Are we watching the town hall?
Oh, far worse than that. Check out that video.
Oh my god, mermaids in real life.
Oh my gosh.
I guess that's what we'll do. So I don't know if I can do it this weekend. You want me to do it next weekend though?
I'm not even sure if it's worth looking at yet. I just saw the thumbnail. I was like, this is current year.
Okay, so the last thing I've actually seen of Lance, when I was grabbing all those Lance terrible takes to show you, Arch, off stream, I went over to his Twitter, and the first thing I saw was Lance whining that CNN was irresponsibly platforming Trump.
But on that thing too, by the way, this is what's going to get him reelected, like Trump, that is.
Mm-hmm.
CNN gives a not outright hostile interview to Donald Trump. In fact, downright almost charitable. Like Biden has been fully abandoned, it seems. Like this would be unthinkable. Like just a few months ago, like they would be accused of humanizing Trump, and in fact, they are being accused of humanizing Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They want their ratings called back.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but yeah, Lance was like, I can't believe CNN would irresponsibly platform Trump like this, and it's like, okay,
Yes.
regardless of how you feel about him, he's the GOP 2024 frontrunner. They would do this for anyone who was the frontrunner for any political debate, for any political race.
No. Here's the thing. Because what he's reacting to isn't that they give him the seat, because again, like you said, he is the GOP frontrunner. What they're reacting to, and what I've seen lots of other people reacting to, this was covered in the Norwegian news, and everyone's reacting was like shocked, like, oh, why did that happen? It was because they didn't treat him like he was radioactive. Like, if you watch the interview, you could be forgiven to think that this was on Fox News or something. Because you would expect the opposition woman here to just be bent over, like, the torture devices, like sparking little sparks of car batteries, like you would expect him to not be treated as a human, damn near, and they don't. They actually act fine.
Did they ever ask him about, like, hey, so the whole 2020 thing, do you still like? Because to be honest, in to be fair, that was rather ridiculous what Trump tried to pull in 2020.
I don't think they asked him about it. He did have a speech about it just before or right after, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But they asked him what he would do about the war in Ukraine. He said he would end it in 24 hours, which they didn't really challenge, which is kind of ridiculous because, like, unless Trump flies to Moscow, it's like, okay, so Putin, I have an atomic bomb in my briefcase and I'm going to detonate it. Like, anything short of that fucking war ain't ending in 24 hours.
Yeah, that's too much Trump bluster even for him. Yeah.
Yes, like the CNN host should just have been like, okay, how the fuck are you going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And he wouldn't have been able to worm himself out of it without, beyond saying incredibly absurd and vague shit like, oh no, I know how to handle them, blah, 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 blah. It's like pointless nonsense.
Yeah. Fondue, $2. How about grape their mom? I assume you meant rape. I don't know what you're talking about though.
Oh, you're not allowed to write rape in YouTube anymore. It censors that, so you got to do grape.
Right. Insane, but I don't know what he's referring to though. Like what's that? I don't know.
Me saying that I can justify raping his wife, I guess.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Insane.
Yes, I'm sure I could justify raping their mothers as well somehow.
Insane hippie, $20. Lincoln had been withdrawing troops from forts in the South, including Fort Sumter. He sent supplies and troops to the fort with an armed warship escorting it, knowing it would spark a war that he could use to stop secession.
Yes, and also the mobilization was a big deal because the South understood that was the North preparing to militarily police them in an occupying fashion. And at that point, the South's only option was either get rolled over or get a move on.
Marksman, $2. So vasectomies are reversible, but for men only. They're not actually that reversible. If you wait too long, they can't be reversed. Here's the thing, though. Even men who have vasectomies, they can still have kids. It's just a very costly procedure. It's called testicular extraction. Well, they'll stick a needle in your balls and just withdraw the sperm that way. But it costs like $5,000 a pop. So good luck with that.
Speaking of, a movie recommendation, Glory from 1989. It's sort of pseudo, kind of a little bit about Sumter.
Okay.
Kinda. It's very good.
Marksman again. Chad balls over weak ovaries. Okay. Jesus. Marksman, $5. Lilith could be wrong 100% of the time, and she would still be more wrong. She would still be more right than Dev. Lilith, correct. Shame Dev for not being as right as you. It's Pickamee's revenge.
Shame. Shame. Ding, 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 ding. Was that enough shaming?
I guess. Marksman, $2. Dev versus Dev. No matter who wins, we lose. SP Elite for $2. Arch, you're a Euro, right? Why? Come become Burger.
That would be ideal. Less taxes in Burgerland.
Hmm.
And you get burgers.
It's
And
too.
baseball.
It's
And
too.
apple pies.
It's too warm for you, though.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
I
you
can
can
move to
move to
Minneapolis.
Washington.
Most of my people already live there, and we celebrate our national holiday.
What? The
70th of May. There's celebrations of Norway's national holiday in Minneapolis.
yeah, but Minneapolis is where George Floyd happened.
Yeah? That's another good reason to move there, Dev, but
Arch
I hold
Arch
forth that
cele-
my nationalism comes first.
Arch celebrates the death day of George Floyd every year.
Now, I will object to the Minneapolis Norwegians being like, we're totally Norwegian. I've heard them speak Norwegian. They're not.
They're not? Okay.
No, they're mudbloods to me now.
Holzner, $5. As a Jew, I don't think the happy windmills were the worst. Unlike the communists, at least they gave us showers before we died.
That's true, I guess.
Holzner, $2. Wouldn't that mean that North Korea isn't fascist? Wasn't North Korea communist? Yeah, North Korea's communist, not fascist.
Is there a difference?
I guess not. Holzner, $2. Arch defines things more narrowly than you, Dev. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes he does. That's true.
More correctly.
And Artemis also asks, would a caliphate count as theocratic fascism? I think we talked about that before.
No.
Sharon...
Because there is no such thing.
Sharon for $2. Church and state is a Venn diagram, spirit and material. Oh, okay.
Pretty much. Like they are opposites. I do not believe for a second you can have the absolute veneration of the state and the church at the same time.
Well, to be fair, the Nazis didn't have the absolute veneration of the state. It was the absolute veneration of the race. And the state was like the race's representative.
Yes, but that still means that it's the state. Because the race isn't a thing. It's not an existing form of government. It's the state who holds all of the power.
Mm-hmm.
What if your church is your state?
Then you're a theocracy. Because then your ruling class are priests.
Wouldn't that just be like fascism, but a different flavor?
Well,
no, because the distinction is very clearly governmental and in the head top. Because the church is its own government in turn. It would be like having one government replaced by another government and say it's the same government.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
SP Elite, $2. Dev, do more of these long streams. Good God, I need to start this. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. Like, Asmi, I don't know what this money is. It's 6 somethings. Hey, Dev, where's your
Does
monkey?
It look like a handshake?
No, it's MYRRM.
Oh,
no clue. Hey, Dev, where's your monkeypox and Botox booty videos? Those are over on Demonetized because they're too spicy for the main channel. Malaysian
ringgits.
Okay, Malaysian money. Thank you. Here's the thing. I don't know if you know this, but there was a guy who injected Botox into his asshole. I did a video on him.
Into the asshole specifically?
Yeah, into
Wouldn't
the hole.
That just
yes,
put
the
it
ring.
inside of his.
No.
Oh, into the ring. Okay.
Yeah.
That's less stupid.
Yeah.
I'll make that pussy tight.
I guess. Insane Hippie, $10. As a Texan, Bush Jr. was not that dumb. He overplayed it, and most other Texans and other Southerners could tell because it is a common tactic to separate Yankees from their money. Ooh. That sounds like might be some cope. Might be some cope. And the final super chat from Flamenco. Thanks, buddy. I could give Arch a Fate autism rundown.
Hey, Flamenco.
Hey, Flamenco. Do you want a Fate autism rundown, Arch?
I consider Fate to be one of the least interesting free-to-play things in the world.
Maybe just the anime then, or maybe just the porn then.
Like, listen to me. I consider the lore behind that dude who made an animated video of Lara being fucked by a horse to be more compelling than Fate.
Oh, really?
Yes. I hate Fate. I have tried to watch it. I on an instinctual level, my brain disregards and rejects.
I see.
Deep down, it's automatic, instinctual.
I see. Well, that's the end of all the super chats. So that brings us to the end of this. Arch, I will pay you back at some point. I'll do some Arch casts with you down the line. But thanks for being here for like 12 hours at this point. 12 hours of nonsense. Thank you.
Yes. Been here for a while.
Yes. And same with you, Lilith. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was fun watching all the Lance nonsense.
Yeah.
Kibbs has gone offline, so I'm going to go raid Stardust. Everyone get your coffee cups ready and spam her chat with coffee cups, guys, okay?
It's the small in a week.
So, thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.
Yep. Thanks, guys, and take care.